What if everything you believed about Dumbledore was a lie? The kind, wise headmaster, the symbol of light, hiding shadows darker than even Voldemort's. And what if the boy who lived finally saw the truth? Imagine a world where Harry uncovers Dumbledore's secret, that every battle, every death, every sacrifice was part of a grand manipulation. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry. I am back again with another What If video. Join Patreon if you want to have early access and many stuffs that you can't get here. Now let's begin.
The temperature dropped so fast Harry could see his breath. He stopped halfway down the narrow alley behind the playground and turned, wand already in his hand. The air went still. The swings creaked once and then froze. Frost grew over the metal rail at his side. His lungs hurt when he pulled in a breath. The street lamps dimmed. A shape slid between them, tall and wrong, and then another behind it. The rattling noise hit his ears and he tasted old dirt. Expecto. His voice shook. Expecto Patronum. Silver light flickered at the tip of his wand and stuttered out. The Dementors came on, robes dragging, breath like static. His knees went weak. His scar prickled. A scream cut through his head, his mother, high and sharp and close. He staggered back into the brick, slapped a hand against it to stay upright. Expecto Patronum. A thin shield snapped from his wand, more fog than light. The Dementor slowed but did not stop. The cold climbed up his fingers and into his chest. He couldn't feel his toes. He couldn't feel his face. His hand shook so hard he almost dropped the wand. Move, he told himself. Come on. He pushed off the wall. One of the Dementors floated closer and bent toward him. The sound in his head grew louder, crying, green light, a man's voice begging. He dragged in another breath that felt like knives and planted his feet. Expecto Patronum. A weak, silvery stag burst out, thin around the ribs, trembling. It lowered its head and shoved, hooves scraping. The Dementors drew back, robes flapping though there was no wind. The stag pressed again, shaky but stubborn. The nearest Dementor retreated a yard. The other drifted to the side, searching for a gap. Hold, Harry muttered, like the stag could hear him. Just hold. It did. It pushed, and then the Dementors slipped backward and away, sliding over the tarmac until the dark lifted by a fraction and the night sounds came back. Far traffic, a dog bark, a hum in the wires overhead. The stag flickered and went out. Harry's legs gave up. His shoulder hit the wall and he slid down to a crouch. His hands were numb. His teeth chattered. He pressed his wrist to his mouth until the shaking eased. He stared at the wand. That Patronus should have been stronger. It used to be stronger. He swallowed and felt sick. Something's wrong, he said out loud. His voice sounded thin. He pushed to his feet and stumbled out of the alley. Privet Drive was still and neat. Curtains sat at exact angles. Lawns were perfect, like always. He crossed them anyway, cut across the grass, and went through the side gate to the kitchen door. He didn't turn on any lights. He crept up the stairs, careful with the step that squeaked, and slipped into his room. His bed had been made with military corners. The desk was bare. On the pillow sat an envelope he had never seen before. Heavy parchment. Red wax seal with a crest he knew from old books, 3 lines, a circle, a triangle. Potter. He shut the door, lit his wand, and held the envelope under the light. His name was written by hand. Not the cupboard, not the smallest bedroom, not under the stairs, just Harry James Potter. He broke the seal with a thumb. The wax cracked. He unfolded the parchment and read. To Harry James Potter. You will arrive at Gringotts Bank alone before first light. Present this letter at the main doors. Refuse all escort. Speak to no witches or wizards. This is mandatory for the safety of the House of Potter. By right of blood and magic. Potter. His mouth went dry. Alone. Before first light. Refuse all escort. He glanced at the window. It was still night. He looked at the letter again. Safety of the House of Potter. The seal was his family crest. Felt real. Felt heavy. He shoved the parchment into his pocket. His hands had stopped shaking. He didn't know if that was good. He pulled his trunk from under the bed, threw it open, and began to pack. Socks, shirts, spare robes, school books, the photo album Hagrid had given him. He grabbed his firebolt case and forced the broom in. He hesitated and then added a small tin where he kept a few galleons and sickles. He stuffed in parchment and quills. He took a breath and wrote 2 lines on a notepad from Aunt Petunia's drawer. Gone for a few days. Do not touch my things. He left the note on the kitchen table without signing it. He didn't look at the cupboard under the stairs. Outside, the night air bit hard. He stuck his wand hand out and waited. The night bus banged into existence with a screech of brakes and a wobble. Stan Shunpike leaned out the door, teeth flashing. Watcher, blimey. Harry Potter. Out late. Ain't ya? You all right? Fine, Harry said, which was a lie. Leaky cauldron. That'll be 11 sickles. No exploding toffee on board. No dueling on the landings. And don't feed the mattresses after midnight. Harry paid with fingers that still felt wrong. He hauled the trunk on and kept his firebolt case close. The bus lurched. Beds skated across the floor and the lamp swung. He grabbed a bedpost. Stan bounced down the aisle. You look peaky, mate. You want a cuppa? Ernie can make it not half bad. Just get me there, Harry said. He kept glancing out the window. Every corner, he expected a cloaked shape or an owl or someone from the Order to step into the road and wave the bus down. Stan lowered his voice. You in a spot, then? I don't know. Harry meant it. He watched the fog of his breath on the glass and rubbed it away with his sleeve. The night bus slammed to a stop outside the leaky cauldron. Harry stumbled off and caught himself. Tom the barkeep looked up from polishing a glass. You look like death warmed over, Tom said. Room. Please, Harry said. Just for a few hours. Second floor, last door, Tom said, eyeing the broom case. You need a wake-up? Sunrise, Harry said. Right. Tom slid a key across the counter. Harry took it and kept moving. He didn't want to talk. He didn't want to be recognized by anyone else at this hour. The room was small, clean, and quiet. He set the trunk against the wall and sat on the bed without undressing. He pulled the parchment out again and read it 3 more times. Alone. Before first light. Refuse all escort. Could be a trap. It could be someone using the crest to get him out where he was easy to grab. He thought about the Patronus. He thought about how weak it had been. He thought about Cedric and the graveyard and Voldemort rising and Dumbledore saying, Trust me and do as I say. He stared at the ceiling until the edges of the window went pale. He washed his face in the tiny sink, changed into clean jeans and a jumper, tied his trainers tight, and slung his bag over his shoulder. He left the firebolt case in the room and locked it. He didn't want to look like a target. He took only his wand and the letter. Diagon Alley at dawn was almost empty. Shop shutters were down. The smell of old bread and dust hung under the awnings. Pigeons pecked at a crust near Flourish and Blots. A witch in a green cloak swept her stoop. Harry kept his eyes forward. Gringotts loomed at the end of the street, white as bone in the early light. Goblin guards watched from the steps. He climbed them. The letter felt heavy in his pocket. A goblin he recognized, Griphook, stood by the great bronze doors. Lord Potter, Griphook said, voice flat. You are expected. Harry almost said I'm not and stopped. He nodded. Right? Follow, Griphook said. He turned and led Harry through the marble hall with its long desks and clinking scales, past wizards counting coins and goblins scratching figures, past the public doors, and into a side corridor Harry had never seen open. The sound of the hall fell away. The air grew cooler. The stone underfoot changed from polished tiles to something smoother and older. They passed 2 more guards with spears. Griphook stopped at an ornate black door inlaid with silver lines. At the center, a crest Harry knew was his: circle, triangle, line, and a rampant stag. Runes in a tight ring around the handle glowed faintly. Griphook stepped aside. Enter. Harry stared at the door for a heartbeat. He could still turn and leave. He could go back to the leaky cauldron and pretend he had never seen the letter. He put his palm on the handle. The metal was cold. He pushed. The room beyond had no windows. Lamps burned steady in brackets on the walls. The desk was huge, carved with sharp angles, covered in ledgers, seals, and stacked parchment. 2 goblin guards stood to either side, armor neat, weapons sheathed but ready. Behind the desk sat an older goblin with scarred hands and a steady gaze. "Lord Potter," the goblin said. His voice was smooth and precise. "I am Faunclaw, account manager for the ancient and noble house of Potter." He gestured to the chair in front of the desk. "Sit." Harry sat. He kept his wand hand free on his thigh. The leather of the chair was cold. Faunclaw opened a ledger and set a smaller book on top of it. "Gringotts has concerns about your accounts." "My accounts?" Harry said. I take my school money. That's it." "That is known," Faunclaw said. "Our concerns predate your first withdrawal. They begin in 1981. Harry's stomach went tight. "That's when my parents died." "Yes." Faunclaw lifted a parchment with a seal Harry did not recognize and placed it in front of Harry. On the 1st of November, 1981, Chief Warlock Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore registered with Gringotts as the chief executor of the Potter estate. He presented documentation of emergency guardianship and control in the interest of your safety. Harry stared. "Dumbledore? Chief executor? No one told me." Faunclaw did not blink. "He has exercised that role since that date. Over 14 years, there have been 47,000 galleons in withdrawals not connected to school fees, property maintenance, or ordinary expenses." Harry's mouth moved before his thoughts caught up. "Dumbledore? But why would he?" "That is not a question Gringotts concerns itself with," Faunclaw said. "We deal in facts. The fact is, the gold is gone." "Where did it go?" Harry asked. "That information was not provided to us," Faunclaw said. He set down a second parchment. "Additionally, records indicate the destruction of 3 pre-negotiated marriage contracts linked to the House of Potter." Harry blinked. "Marriage, what?"
I'm 14.
"Contracts are arranged at birth," Faunclaw said. "These were destroyed in 1983 by order of the chief executor. Furthermore, 2 properties under the Potter name were sold below market rate in 1987 and 1990. The proceeds were not deposited to your trust vault." Harry's hands curled on the armrests. "Why am I hearing this now?" "Because the debt is in your favor, Lord Potter," Faunclaw said. "And goblins pay their debts." Harry swallowed. "Debt." Faunclaw tapped a line of gobbledygook script. A clause embedded in the Potter-Goblin Treaty states that if Gringotts detects sustained irregularities damaging to the house, Gringotts is obligated to notify the head of house directly upon the bearer's 14th year and 6th month. That threshold has passed. You were not notified earlier because you were not in reach by letter that could be guaranteed secure. "I got a letter last night," Harry said. "Signed Potter. From you." "From Gringotts," Faunclaw said. "Sealed with your crest to ensure your compliance. Goblins are neutral. We serve contracts, not sides." Harry stared at the stack of parchment. "Dumbledore controlled my money." "Yes." "He sold my family's houses." "Yes." "He destroyed." He tried again. "He destroyed contracts I didn't even know about." "Yes." Why didn't Sirius? "Black was incarcerated without trial," Faunclaw said. "Had he been free, the guardianship would have defaulted to him by blood and will. He was not free. Therefore, the court recognized Dumbledore's emergency claim. Additional filings then suppressed the public register of your status. Harry's heartbeat thudded. He leaned forward. Suppressed what? Lordship claims, Faunclaw said. He opened a narrow drawer and produced 3 velvet boxes. He did not open them. He just set them down evenly spaced like weights. By birth and line, you are the heir and head of house for Potter. By will and ancient adoption, you are the heir to the House of Black. By bloodline tracing through ignotus, you are the heir of Peveril. These titles have not been publicly declared. Declarations were blocked by the chief executor on the grounds of your age and the alleged risk to your safety. Harry's mouth went dry again. He blocked my name? He delayed your declaration and the assumption of your rights, Faunclaw said. There is more. Harry let out a short laugh that wasn't funny. Of course there is. Your magic, Faunclaw said. Our records show unusual variance in the power draw on your trust vault wards when you access them. Additionally, an attached healer's note in 1991 mentions anomalous magical fatigue in a subject matching your age and scar pattern. Harry straightened. What does that mean? It means we suspect tampering, Faunclaw said. His eyes did not soften. It is possible a block has been placed on your magical core. Such blocks can be imposed with guardian consent. Guardian consent, Harry said. As in a signature authorizing a healer to limit a minor's access to his magic, Faunclaw said. It is done in rare cases for children with unstable cores or dangerous surges. It is done for safety. It is not done without cause. It is never done without full record. And mine? Harry asked. His voice had gone flat. We have no record of a healer's signature, Faunclaw said. We have record of consent filed by the chief executor. Harry's grip tightened on the chair until his knuckles hurt. He what? He did what? Faunclaw folded his hands. We will confirm. Gringotts can conduct an inheritance and diagnostic ritual. It will reveal your lines, your rights, and the state of your magical core. It will reveal any foreign magic within you. Foreign magic, Harry repeated. His scar prickled. A slow nausea built under his ribs. Like what? Curses, Faunclaw said. Parasites, anchors. We will confirm. Harry's head felt light. He focused on the edge of the desk. And if you find a block? We can remove it, Faunclaw said. It will be painful. It will be decisive. What about Dumbledore? The name tasted wrong. What happens to him? That is not a question Gringotts concerns itself with, Faunclaw said, identical to before. We will provide you with certified documentation. What you do with it is the business of the House of Potter. Do you consent to the ritual? Yes, Harry said. The word came out fast. He didn't care how it sounded. Do it. Faunclaw inclined his head. He spoke a short phrase in gobbledygook. A side door opened. A healer goblin entered with a narrow case and a roll of silver chalk. He was shorter, wiry, with a long scar across his cheek. He set the case down and drew out a knife that flashed white under the lamplight. Stand, the healer said, English clean but accented. Left hand open. Harry stood. The floor had been cleared. The healer knelt and began to draw a circle in the open space with the silver chalk. The runes were tight and even. Harry recognized a few from the margins of Hermione's notes. Containment, truth binding, blood witness. What is it? Harry asked, eyes on the knife even as the healer worked. Inheritance test, the healer said. 7 drops of blood into the matrix. The circle is keyed to your name and line. Is it going to hurt? Harry asked. The cut will sting, the healer said. The reading burns for a moment. The removal, if needed, will hurt more. Harry exhaled. Fine. Let's get on with it. Faunclaw watched without comment. The guards did not move. The healer finished the circle and rose. He cleaned the blade on a cloth, then took Harry's left hand and turned the palm up. The knife's metal was very cold. The contact sent a bright warning across Harry's nerves. He set his jaw. 7 drops, the healer said. Do not move. The blade pressed, cut a neat line. Pain flared, sharp, clean. Blood welled hot and ran toward his wrist, but the healer held his hand steady over a square of parchment inside the circle. 1 drop fell, then a second, then a third. The parchment sucked them in as if it drank. Runes along the circle flared, one by one, like lamps being lit. 4th drop, 5th, 6th, 7th. The air changed. It thickened and smelled of old metal. The hair on Harry's arms stood up. The parchment glowed from within and split into 3, then 6, then 9 sheets, each spinning once before settling. Runes crawled across them in clean lines, then shifted to English. The first parchment listed names and lines. Potter of Godric's Hollow, head of house confirmed Black of Grimald, heir and beneficiary per draft of the will of Sirius Orion Black Peveril of Godric's Hollow. Bloodline through Ignotus, heir confirmed. On his next pass through the alley, Tom slid the firebolt case over the counter without a word. Harry stared. The words did not blur. They held still. He swallowed. The second parchment was not names. It was a diagram, a figure in outline with a bright mark over the forehead, and a block of neat text. Foreign magical presence detected in frontal scar. Nature, fragment, soul adjacent.
Horcrux classification threshold met.
Harry's breath hitched. There's what in my scar? A fragment, the healer said. He did not flinch. It is bound. It is dormant. It is not yours. Harry's stomach rolled. He wanted to tear at his scar with his nails. He didn't move. He looked at the third parchment. The third showed a spiral, like a whirlpool, over a chest. Next to it, a list. Magical core access limited, 30% reduction method. Layered constriction, healer grade signature. Albus P. W. B. Dumbledore. The world in Harry's head went quiet. He read the line again. He checked the letters. He checked the signature mark. It was there, clean as print on a textbook cover. Dumbledore, he said. The word was low and hard. His magic. On me. Yes, Faunclaw said. This is the proof. Harry's hands shook. Not like before. Not fear. He felt heat crawl up his neck and into his face. For a second, he couldn't see straight. Remove it, he said. The healer nodded once. Stand in the circle. Do not leave it, no matter what you feel. Do you understand? Yes, Harry said. Your magic is used to a certain limit, the healer said, brisk now. When I release the constriction, it will surge. It may feel like drowning. You must stay still. I get it, Harry said. He stepped into the circle. The silver chalk lines were cold through his trainers. He wiped his palm on his jumper and held his wand because he didn't know what else to do with his hand. The healer set the knife aside and took out a narrow rod etched with runes. He placed one end against the chalk at Harry's feet. The lines brightened and lifted like heat above a road. The air pressed in. Harry felt the shape of it across his skin. Begin, Faunclaw said. The healer touched the rod to Harry's chest, just over his sternum. The touch didn't hurt. The shift did. Something inside Harry's chest grabbed tight. It felt like a fist closing around a wire that ran through him. The pressure spiked. He gasped. He tried to step back and the circle held his feet where they were. Hold, the healer said. Breathe. Harry pulled in a breath. Came in as a wheeze. The pressure turned to pulling, steady at first, then hard. It hurt like someone was hooking a line through the middle of him and yanking. His hands went numb. His knees started to tremble. Sweat ran cold down his back. The lights around the room dimmed and flared. Release layer 1, the healer said to himself. He twisted the rod a fraction. Pain hit, not like the cut, not like anything he had words for. It ran from his chest to his fingers and his jaw and down his thighs. He made a noise that was half curse and half shout. The guards shifted their feet and did not move in. Layer 2, the healer said. He turned the rod again. Harry's vision blew white. He heard himself scream. The air tasted like metal and ozone. His scar burned, a clean line that became a brand. Something in the scar woke and clawed. A hiss filled his head, like words underwater. "Stay in the circle," the healer said. "Do not move." "I'm not." Harry bit down on the rest. His back arched. The chair against the wall rattled. Papers jumped on Fanklaw's desk. He felt the pull again, and then something else. The pull snapped. Magic rushed back like a wave. It slammed through him, through his hands, through his teeth, through his eyes. The lamps flared and cracked. The desk creaked. The two guards staggered a step as if a gust had hit them. The chalk lines around Harry flamed bright and held. The floor shook. His scar went from burning to screaming. A noise tore across his mind, high and furious. He clutched at his forehead and could not touch it because there was too much light and too much sound. The smell was sharp and burnt. "Stabilize," the healer said through the noise. He set his palm flat to Harry's sternum and spoke 3 blunt words in a language Harry didn't know. The circle dropped in brightness. The pressure eased. The scream in Harry's head thinned and then cut off, leaving a ringing silence. Harry's legs went out. The circle kept him upright enough that he folded to a knee instead of face first. He gulped air. He could feel the air move in his lungs. He could feel the weight of the room, the lamps, the eyes on him. He could feel his wand like it was part of his hand and not a stick. He shook and could not stop it. "Removal complete," the healer said. He stepped back and wrote something quick on a parchment that had floated in midair during the ritual and now settled to the desk. Fanklaw looked unimpressed by the shaking furniture or the cracked lamp glass on the floor. "You have quite a lot of power, Lord Potter." Harry laughed once because he could not think of anything else to do. It sounded broken. He nodded. "Take a moment," the healer said. "Your magic is loud. It will quiet." Harry closed his eyes. For a breath, for 2, he focused on the simple facts. His hands, his knees, the cold sweat drying on his neck, the sound of his own breath steadying. Then he opened his eyes. Everything in the room had edges. He could see the grain of the desk, the hairline seam where 2 stones met on the floor, the thin nick on Fanklaw's right thumb. He knew, without knowing how he knew, that the lamps were part of a ward that regulated heat and light and that the circle marks on the floor were keyed to detect false names. He could read the runes on the healer's rod and understand them. He stood, his legs held. Fanklaw slid the 3 velvet boxes toward him. "Proceed." Harry swallowed and opened the first box. Inside lay a ring of heavy gold with a stag engraved on the face and small runes around the band. The metal looked old but clean. The second box held a darker ring, almost black, with a sharp onyx crest and a snake worked in silver at the edge. The third held a simple band with a triangle, circle, and line cut into it. The cuts were so clean they looked like light frozen in metal. "Potter," Fanklaw said, tapping the first with a claw. "Wards, runes, curse-breaking." "Black," he tapped the second, "battle magic and expertise regarding the dark arts that does not require use of them." "Peveril," a tap to the third, "transfiguration, alchemy, ancient structures that predate your ministry by centuries." Harry took the Potter ring and slid it on his right ring finger. Tightened and warmed. The warmth spread up his hand and into his wrist. A map unfolded in his head. Lines and nodes and anchor points. He saw ward schemes like diagrams behind his eyes. He saw flaws in the vents in the ceiling of this room. He saw how to close them. He took the black ring. It was heavier than it looked. He slid it on his left ring finger. It fixed itself the same way. Knowledge hit in a different shape. Stances. How to place his feet on stone or sand. Where to hold his wand to cut off a curse at the source. The names of 3 counters he had never learned in class came into his mind like he had practiced them for years. He knew how to break a bone without shattering it. He knew how to drop a man with a single spell and keep him breathing. He took the Peveril ring last and set it to his right middle finger. The metal was cool, then cool again, then steady. Ideas slid into place without pictures. Not memories. Understanding. He looked at the runes in the chalk and could tell which ones were original and which had been refreshed this morning. He knew what ingredients would bind best to the blood on the parchment. He knew the word for a transfiguration technique that McGonagall had never taught them because it was too old and too exacting. He breathed. The thrum of power he had felt after the removal still ran under his skin, but it was a low, steady line now, not a blaring noise. He looked up. Resources, Faunclaw said. Vaults, properties, allies. Grimmauld Place, Harry said, shocking himself. The name leapt into his mouth with a list of ward layers attached. Is it still under Black control? Number 12 is held in trust, Faunclaw said. Ownership passes to the Black heir upon confirmation and acceptance. There are other properties. 2 were sold. 3 remain. 1 in the north, 2 in London. The Potter estate includes Godric's Hollow properties and land in the west. The Peveril holdings are primarily artifacts. How much gold? Harry said. Not counting long-term investments. Faunclaw named a number. It made Harry's head ring. He set his jaw. I need a place he cannot find me, Harry said. He didn't say Dumbledore's name. Faunclaw inclined his head. We can provide a provisional safe apartment within Gringotts for 48 hours. We can extend that at cost. We can also construct ward schemes for properties you own that are independent from the ministry registration. Those will be expensive. Noel. No slammed cupboard. He tried not to miss the noise. What do you need from me? Harry asked. A contract, Faunclaw said. You will agree to fees, to a certain level of goblin access for ward maintenance, and to terms of secrecy. In exchange, we will provide services, secure communications, account reorganization, legal filings to remove the chief executor's control, and the establishment of shields around your identity while those filings move through the courts. Harry nodded. Do it. Faunclaw raised a brow. You have questions. Ask them now. Harry looked at the parchment again. Sirius's will. Can you show me? Faunclaw pulled a file and passed across a certified copy. Harry skimmed. The words were clear. To my godson, Harry James Potter, I leave all I have, free and clear. Harry's throat hurt. He nodded and gave it back because if he kept reading, he would not be able to speak. Who knew about the block? Harry asked. Do you have records of who else touched my file? We will compile an audit, Faunclaw said. We will not guess. Can you keep this from Dumbledore? Harry asked. Can you keep anyone from seeing what we did here? Yes, Faunclaw said. Gringotts is sovereign. Our records are sealed to all parties without a court order recognized by Gringotts. We do not recognize your ministry's orders unless terms are met that have not been met in a century. Harry nodded again. His voice had steadied. I want the safe apartment. I want ward plans for Grimmauld and for the Potter properties you still have. I want the filings to remove him from my accounts and from anything to do with my name. I want a list of everything he signed. I want copies. All of that can be done, Faunclaw said. He slid a parchment forward. The words shifted from gobbledygook to English. This is the contract. Read. Ask. Harry read. He actually read this time, line by line, and he understood the parts about breach and penalty and access points because the rings made the logic snap into place. He asked 3 questions about access to the wards by goblin teams and what inspection meant in practice. Faunclaw answered without offense. He crossed out one clause and wrote a cleaner one. Faunclaw's mouth twitched, almost like approval. Payment, Faunclaw said. How much? Harry asked. Faunclaw named the fee. It was a lot. Harry did fast math and said, Done. You will sign in blood, Faunclaw said. He slid a knife across. Harry cut his thumb this time, pressed it to the signature block, and felt the magic grab and settle. Faunclaw added his own mark. The parchment folded itself and sealed. The seal was not ministry wax. It was hot and sharp and smelled faintly of iron. Very well, Faunclaw said. We will escort you to the apartment. Wait, Harry said. He looked at the diagnostic parchment again. The Horcrux. Can you remove it? The healer's expression did not change. Not here. Not now. It is bound to the scar and your life. To remove it quickly would kill you. There are methods. They are old. They are not simple. You will need preparation and control. Harry's jaw clenched. Can you quiet it? It is quiet now, the healer said. Your magic is no longer leaking. That will help. We will research. You will focus on not letting it wake. Harry nodded once. Fine. Faunclaw stood. Follow. They walked down a different corridor this time, past a door with a vault wheel and another with 4 locks. Faunclaw stopped at a plain, iron-banded door and touched a sigil. It swung inward to a small chamber with a bed, a table, a washstand, and a bookshelf with 3 rows of plain-bound texts. Runes sat neat and sharp in the corners of the ceiling. The air smelled clean. The apartment is warded. Food can be brought if you request it through the bell. Faunclaw set a small iron bell on the table. You are sealed from outside detection while within these walls. We will send documents for your review within the hour. Harry stepped inside. The floor under the bed was bare stone. He could feel a grounding rune beneath it. He could name it in his head. He did not know when he had learned how to do that. He looked down at his hands. The rings were warm and solid. Faunclaw paused at the threshold. Lord Potter. Harry looked up. Faunclaw's eyes were steady. Gringotts is not your ally. Gringotts is your bank. We honor contracts. Today the contract is with you. Keep your word and we will keep ours. I will, Harry said. Then we will prosper, Faunclaw said. He left without a backward glance. The door shut. The wards hummed once and settled. Harry stood still until the silence felt normal. He set his wand on the table. He washed the blood off his hand in the basin and watched the water run pink and clear. He sat on the bed. The mattress was firm. He looked at the rings. He turned the Peveril band with his thumb and then pressed 2 fingers to his scar. It was hot, but not burning. He let the facts line up in his head like pieces on a board. Dementors on Privet Drive. A letter in his room with his crest. Dumbledore as chief executor since the night his parents died. 47,000 galleons gone. Contracts destroyed. Properties sold. Lordships blocked. A 30% block on his magical core. Signed with Dumbledore's magic. A piece of Voldemort in his scar. No one had told him. No one had asked him. He thought about the Patronus. It had been thin. He thought about the surge when the block came off, the way the room had shook, the way the circle had held. He thought about how he could see the ward scheme in this small room like a drawing. He could add to it. He could fix a weak joint in the south corner with a single rune if he had a stick of chalk. He reached for the bookshelf and pulled down a plain-bound volume. The spine read Foundational Wards, Domestic. He opened it and blinked at a chart that would have been impossible to understand yesterday and now made simple sense. Anchor, channel, return. He could feel how it would sit under a floor. He breathed in. Old parchment, metal, stone. His hands had stopped shaking. This wasn't going back to normal. He couldn't walk into Hogwarts in September and pretend he hadn't seen his name on those parchments or Dumbledore's signature over his life. He couldn't pretend the money wasn't missing or that his core hadn't been strangled or that there wasn't a piece of the man who killed his parents stuck in his head. He could go to the ministry right now and shout. He could run to the order and demand answers. He could hex the first person who told him to calm down. He closed the book, set it on his knee, and opened it again to the first diagram. No, not shouting, not running. Think first, build first, then vanish for a while and listen, then move. He needed allies who answered to him, not to Dumbledore. He needed to get Grimmauld under his own wards and remove anything the Order had placed there. He needed the filings to go through so Dumbledore lost the keys to his vaults. He needed to learn enough to keep the thing in his scar asleep until he could rip it out without dying. He traced the edge of the peveril ring with his thumb. The metal was cool. He looked at his scar again. He could still feel it, but it wasn't screaming. He breathed. He'd let others move him long enough. He wasn't going to be a piece anymore. He turned the page to the second chart and read it twice. He leaned forward, set the book on the table, and started to sketch the runes set with the stub of pencil someone had left in the drawer. His lines were straighter than they should have been. The sequence made clean sense. He corrected a stroke without thinking and knew it was right. He rubbed his face with both hands, then lowered them and kept going. Dumbledore had made choices for him for 14 years. Dumbledore had signed his magic away and called it safety. Dumbledore had held the keys. Harry looked at the rings, at the book, at the door with wards that didn't answer to anyone but him and the bank he had just hired. He felt his magic in his hands, steady and full and his. He wasn't going to yell. He wasn't going to beg. He wasn't going to wait to be told what to do. He was going to learn fast, and then he was going to take back everything that had been taken. He pulled the book closer, found the section on temporary safehouse meshes, and started to build the pattern in his head. Dumbledore had wanted a weapon. Fine. Harry would be one, and he would choose where he aimed. Grimmauld Place looked even worse in daylight. Number 12 squeezed itself between clean brick and fresh paint, pretending it hadn't been there a moment ago. The stone was stained. The windows were smeared. The door knocker was a snake with dull eyes. Harry stood on the step with his hand in his pocket, thumb rubbing the black ring. "Lord Black," he said under his breath. It still felt strange. He pressed the ring to the door. Old wards woke under his skin. He felt a click in his palm and a prickle across his arms as the protection recognized him and peeled back, layer by layer. The door unlocked without a sound. He stepped into the hall. It smelled of dust, cold stone, and old smoke. The wallpaper was peeling. A troll leg umbrella stand leaned against the wall. A moth fluttered up and smacked against a lampshade. The air felt heavy. A house elf appeared in front of him with a crack. Big eyes, thin arms, filthy tea towel, lips pulled back from uneven teeth. "Creature," Harry said. The elf's eyes narrowed. "Half-blood intruder. Mud." "Stop," Harry said, voice steady. "You will not use that word. I'm Lord Black. I bear the ring. You will serve me honestly and you will not lie. Do you understand?" Creature's mouth opened and shut. His eyes dropped to the ring, flicked back to Harry's face, then back to the ring. His shoulders twitched. Master is the heir. Ring says so." He swallowed. "Creature serves the house. Creature obeys." "Good," Harry said. "Start with the hall. Clean it. Then the kitchen. No tricks. No hiding things. Bring me tea in the library." "Creature will clean," the elf muttered, already looking for dirt that was everywhere. "Filthy half-blood orders in the noble house." "I heard that," Harry said. Creature flinched. "Creature will serve honestly," he said louder, like he was forcing the words out. "Creature obeys the Lord." Harry nodded and moved deeper into the house. The umbrella stand tried to trip him. He sidestepped it. A curtain twitched on the wall. He didn't pull it back. He didn't want to see the portrait yet. Room by room, he walked and kept his wand low. The drawing room was full of glass cases with things that hummed or clicked. A heavy locket on a stand made his scar prickle. He kept moving. The dining room had a table that could seat 20 and a layer of dust you could draw in. The stairs creaked in 2 places. He marked them in his head. He opened a door at the end of a corridor and stepped into the library. Shelves, floor to ceiling, ladders. The smell hit first: old parchment, glue, leather, ash. He pulled a book at random. Curses of Restraint. He slid it back. Blood rites of the ancient houses. Practical hexwork for duelists. A stack of journals with the black crest stamped into the covers. He felt sick and curious at the same time. He put his hand on the nearest shelf and felt the ward line that kept the books from leaving the room unless the house allowed it. The black ring let him feel the key points. A part of him wanted to run out of the room and lock the door. Another part said he didn't have that luxury. Creature appeared in the doorway with a tray. "Tea," he said, sullen. "Biscuits." "Leave it there," Harry said. "Thank you." Creature made a face at the thank you, set the tray down, and vanished with a crack. Harry poured a cup with hands that didn't shake. He sat at the table in the center of the room. Dust puffed. He wiped it with his sleeve and reached for a section marked with a tiny triangle scratched into the wood. The triangle, circle, line. Peveril. He pulled 3 volumes and set them down. On transformations beyond the self. Binding and release. Notes on alchemical time. Records of longevity trials, private. The text inside wasn't like Hogwarts books. There were no jokes, no soft edges, just instructions, lists, and margins full of numbers. He ran a finger down a page on shapeshifting. Not polyjuice, not glamour, not potion. Body control through focused transfiguration from inside the field of the self. He swallowed and read the sequence again. The ring buzzed warm. He stood. "All right," he said to the empty room. He set his wand on the table, flexed his fingers, and closed his eyes. He built the picture of a taller frame, broader shoulders, thicker jaw. Not a known person, just older. He followed the steps on the page. Breath steady, pulse steady. Focus on bone first, then muscle, then skin. Keep the core in place. Do not change the eyes. He pushed power the way the ring wanted him to. His skin prickled. His joints ached. His clothes tightened across his back and then settled. He opened his eyes and almost swore out loud. His hands were larger. His forearm hair was darker. He crossed to the mirror by the door. A man in his 20s looked back. Plain face. Forgettable. Not Harry Potter. He let it go. The change ran backward with a rush. His knees wobbled once and held. He blew out a breath. Bloody hell. He tried it again. Faster. It worked again. He could feel where he'd gone wrong on the left shoulder. He fixed it without even thinking hard about it. He went back to the table and flipped to the longevity section. Notes on stabilizing a weakened core. Notes on halting decay. Notes on binding a life to an anchor. His stomach went tight. Peveril had studied this for a long time. The handwriting on some pages wasn't a Black's or a Potter's. It was older. It made his skin crawl because it was so calm. There were references to 3 artifacts: cloak, stone, wand. He'd heard the story as a fairy tale. The book didn't tell stories. It talked about systems. It tracked tests. It listed failures. At the back of one book he found a packet tucked in. Notes written in crisp, fine English. He knew the hand from school notices and speeches.
Albus P. V. B. Dumbledore.
The notes were cold. They were about decay and repair. There were questions about using alchemical binding to stretch a life. There were comments about the limits of magical bodies and how to bypass them with anchors. Harry shut the book and pressed his fingertips to his eyes until the pressure made the anger stop rising. Then he opened it again and wrote down 3 phrases that looked useful. He'd need them later. He moved along the shelf and something tugged at the back of his head. A ward seam. He followed it to a panel near the floor. The black ring told him how to touch it. He pressed 3 fingers to 3 tiny runes and pushed power into them. The wood shifted without a sound. Behind the panel sat a leather-bound folder with the black crest. Then another. Then a stack wrapped in string. He pulled them out and set them on the table. Names on the tabs: Minerva McGonagall, Rubeus Hagrid, Remus Lupin, Molly Pruitt Weasley, Severus Snape. More. Some he didn't know. Some he did. The oldest reports were written by Blacks. Political gossip. Votes. Leverage. The newest reports had slips of parchment pinned to them. The neat handwriting again. Dumbledore's notes. Short. Precise. Uses, weaknesses, pressure points. Harry's jaw clenched until it hurt. He pulled the thickest file. Severus Snape. He opened it. The first pages were reports filed by a black great-uncle who thought Snape might be recruitable because he hated James Potter. Then came hospital notes from St. Mungo's. Age 9, age 10, age 12. Pictures with black bands across the eyes because wizards like to pretend that protected identities. Split lip, broken wrist, burns on the shoulder, domestic accident in tidy script. A healer note, pattern suggests abuse. A second note, headmaster informed. A third note, no follow-up permitted. Harry swallowed hard. He turned the page. Social worker notes from a muggle office. The words blurred for a second. Father drinks. Mother withdrawn. A line from a neighbor. Shouting. Glass breaking. Then Dumbledore's writing. Severus agrees to spy. Leverage. Guilt about Lily. Offers. Protection. Purpose. Path to redemption. A note stapled to it in gobbledygook had the Gringotts stamp. Debts covered per agreement with AWBD. Conditions apply. More ministry notes. A private letter from Snape to Dumbledore he should not have been able to read. You said you could keep her safe. Harry's stomach turned over. He kept reading anyway. He flipped to the back. There were instructions to the Order about Snape's cover. There were comments about the tone he was to take with Harry. Maintain distance. Preserve role. Avoid attachment. There was a report from a year ago. Potter shows occlumency resistance. Increase pressure. He set his finger on that line and didn't move for a long breath. He thought of Snape's sneer. The way the man spat his name. The way his eyes went flat after saying Lily. He hated him. He did. He also knew what it felt like to have your life shaped by someone else and to be told it was for the greater good. Right, he said. The word came out low. Right? He opened McGonagall's file. It was thinner but no less cold. A sick brother. A financial hold the ministry had had on her for 3 years until Dumbledore got it released in exchange for support on select votes. Lupin's file was old and sad. Hagrid's was full of lines about too trusting and simple heart and valuable loyalty. Harry went through 5 more names and put them back because his head hurt and because if he read all of them he'd start breaking things. Snape's file stayed on the table. He paced the room and tried to steady his breathing. Then he sat and made a plan. He needed to talk to Snape. Not in a corridor. Not in a classroom. Not where anyone could walk in. He needed to get into Hogwarts without the Order seeing him. He needed to be able to sit in front of Snape without getting hexed in the first 10 seconds. He took a clean sheet and started writing. Entry points. Ward layers. Patrol patterns in summer. Filch. Mrs. Norris. Hagrid. Ghosts. He'd watched the staff for years. He knew the castle's habits. The Potter ring laid ward logic across his memory. Summer wards were lighter. There was a maintenance seam along the northern wall near the greenhouses, refreshed every 2 weeks. He could slide through if he timed it between refreshes. The Peveril text had a section on reading ward breath. He could do that now. Creature, he called. The elf appeared with a scowl. Master calls. I need what you know about Hogwarts wards, Harry said, and I need you to stop muttering for 5 minutes. Creature sniffed. Creature knows the castle. Creature's mistress hated it. Old magic. Proper magic in the stones. Does the castle run lighter in summer? Harry asked. Less pull on the boundaries? Creature's ears twitched. No students, less noise. Wards sleep but do not die. Maintenance seams? Harry asked. On the north wall? Creature eyed him. How does Master know? I do, Harry said. Tell me where they refresh. Creature grumbled and then started to talk. Times, places, names of old runes built into corners everyone ignored. He kept stopping to insult people. Harry kept dragging him back to the point. By the end, Harry had a map he trusted. I'll be gone a night, Harry said. You'll keep this place quiet. Creature will keep the filthy order out, the elf said, almost pleased to insult someone else. Creature hides the good things. You'll keep the dangerous things locked, Harry said. He thought of the locket and felt his scar throb. No touching certain cabinets. No moving objects from the glass room. If you don't understand why, ask. Creature made a face. Master gives orders like a black. I am one, Harry said, and I'm not my father. Creature looked at him properly for the first time. Then he vanished without a word. Harry went back to the Peveril shapeshift instructions. He practiced the adult face until he could hold it while walking and while talking. He practiced dropping it and picking it up again without wobbling. He practiced a voice that was deeper and slower. He stood in front of the mirror and said, "Evening," until it stopped sounding weird. He adjusted his stance the way the Black Ring wanted him to stand if he had to fight on stone. He set out a small pack. Rope, chalk, 2 potions from a black cupboard with labels he checked 3 times. 1 anti-stun, 1 breath steady. He wrote 3 questions for Snape and crossed 1 out because it was more of a shout than a question. He slept in short snatches for a week and read until his eyes burned. He ran through ward logic until it sat in his hands. He tried and failed to brew a Peveril stabilizer and threw the mess away because it was wrong. He started again and made a note to ask a goblin for something later. On a clear night a week later, he stood outside the grounds of Hogwarts with his hood up and his borrowed face on. The air smelled of grass and cold water from the lake. The castle lights were few. The stars were bright. His heart hammered hard enough to hurt. He closed his eyes and reached for the ward breath the book described. It felt like standing by the sea and feeling the pull and push. He waited until the push softened. He shifted 3 lines in the pattern with a twist of his wrist and slid through the seam sideways. He felt it close behind him like a door. He crouched by the wall and took 3 slow breaths. He moved across the grounds in short runs, keeping to shadows, freezing when the night moved wrong. Twice he heard Hagrid's boots and the low waffle of Fong's breath. He kept low until they passed. He skirted the greenhouses. He cut across the lawn and into the shade of the castle. His palms were sweaty. He wiped them on his robes and kept going. He cast a soft silencing veil on his feet and winced when his wand sparked more than he meant. He dialed it back. He took the stairs down to the dungeons 2 at a time, letting his weight fall where the stones didn't echo. He knew those spots because he'd run these corridors for 4 years. At the turn before Snape's corridor, he stopped. A statue of a warlock sneered down. A small ward net hung like fine threads across the air. He felt it with the Potter ring and parted it with his fingers. Tingled. He let it settle behind him. He paused at the corner. He cast Hominum Revelio under his breath. 2 dots were far away. 1 was moving across the entrance hall. 1 was below in the Slytherin common room. Snape wasn't either of those. Harry swallowed, waited, then risked another breath of the castle's air. He felt a thread of motion, steady and slow. He placed it. Patrol. Down this corridor in 1 minute. He slipped into the shadow by a suit of armor and hid behind its leg. Footsteps. Soft. A whisper of robes. The steps passed. The smell of potions clung in the air. Then a door closed at the far end. A lock clicked. A ward hum rose and sat there. Harry waited 30 seconds, counted, then moved. He reached Snape's door and crouched. The lock had 3 layers. 1 muggle, 1 simple, 1 black-style twist. He grinned despite himself. He pressed his wand tip to the seam and whispered, "Aprio nigrum." The black ring helped the wand find the groove. The 3rd layer loosened. He prodded the simple layer with a bypass he'd learned that week. The muggle lock clicked like a muggle lock does. He slipped inside and shut the door. He didn't turn on the lights. He stood still and let his eyes adjust. The air smelled of herbs, old books, and something sharp. The sitting room had a low fire at the far end and a neat stack of essays on the table. He moved to the shadow by the bookcase and waited. His heart didn't slow. It hammered. He checked the shape of the room twice and planned where to throw himself if Snape threw something nasty. Footsteps again. The lock turned. The door opened. A slice of corridor light and then darkness. Snape closed the door without a sound and let out a breath through his nose as if he was glad to be alone. "Hello, Professor," Harry said from the dark. Snape's wand was in his hand faster than Harry could blink. "Who are you?" Snape said, voice low and dangerous. "Hands where I can see them. Now." Harry let the disguise fade. Bones shifted. Skin prickled. He stepped out of the shadow. "It's me." Snape didn't blink. "Potter," he said, disgust and warning in one word. "You are in my quarters. Night, during summer, breaking and entering. How delightfully Gryffindor." "We need to talk," Harry said. "No," Snape said. "You need to leave before I summon the headmaster and remove 20 points from every house you invent between now and September." Harry reached into his cloak slowly and put a thick file on the table. "Read that first." "Move and you will regret it," Snape said. But he moved to the table anyway, wand still up. He looked down at the top page. His face didn't change. He flipped to the second. His eyes narrowed. He turned 3 pages and then he stopped turning them at all. "Where did you get this?" he said. Not a question. An attack. "Same place Dumbledore got it," Harry said. "Grimmauld Place." Snape went very still. It wasn't the theatrical kind. It was the kind that meant something had hit hard and he was holding his body shut around it. He raised his eyes to Harry. "What do you want?" "I want to know why you're still working for the man who used your worst memories to control you," Harry said. He heard his own heartbeat. Snape's mouth twisted. "You know nothing, Potter." "I know you were at St. Mungo's 3 times before you turned 13, Harry said. "I know the healer wrote pattern suggests abuse, and the note says the headmaster was told. I know there's a letter where you begged him to protect my mother. I know he wrote leverage, guilt about Lily on the plan he made for you. I know he uses you to keep me in line." Snape's wand didn't lower. "You are a child who has picked up adult words and thinks they are a shield." "I know he signed a block on my magic," Harry said. 30%. With his signature. I had it removed." Snape blinked. The first crack. "What?" "Gringotts," Harry said. "Diagnostic parchment. 3. One with lines. One with a diagram of my scar with a label I don't want to repeat in this room. One with a spiral and the line signature. Albus P. W. B. Dumbledore written under the words 30% reduction. "That is impossible," Snape said, but it wasn't steady. "It's not," Harry said. "It's done. I felt it come off. The room shook. They've sealed the records. I've got copies." Snape's eyes flashed to the door, then back. "You expect me to believe a 14-year-old broke into Gringotts' deepest records, read ancient wards, and then walked into my quarters to accuse Albus Dumbledore of deliberate magical assault?" Harry held up his hands. "No. I expect you to read the file and use your own brain. You're not stupid." "Flattery," Snape said, acid dry. "Try again." "I hate you," Harry said. "You know that. I didn't come here to be friends. I came because I'm done playing the idiot and I'm not the only one he's been using. You, me, everyone." He tapped the file. "Look at the notes. Look at the dates." Snape flipped a page. He flipped another. His breath went shallow. He stopped at a photograph and did not touch it. The edges of the page curled under his fingers. "Where did you get this?" he said again, voice flat. "Specifically." "Black family files," Harry said. "Secret compartment in the library. Your file was thickest. It had his notes attached. Not copies. Originals." Snape looked up. He studied Harry's face as if he could peel it back. "Why come to me?" he said finally. "You could run to the Aurors. You could run to the Prophet. You could run to Minerva and cry." "I'm not crying," Harry said. "And the Prophet would print what he tells them. The Aurors work for people he owns. McGonagall would take it to him, thinking it was for the best. I came to you because you're his, and because he made sure you stayed his by keeping you ashamed and angry and useful. He did the same to me. Different shape. Same collar. The word hung there. Snape flinched like he'd been struck. Then he bared his teeth and the anger came, hot and sharp. "Do not presume to understand me." "I don't," Harry said. "I'm saying facts. You can hate me and still see them." "Facts," Snape said, almost a laugh. "Very well, Potter. Facts. You break into my quarters. You present stolen documents. You accuse the man who kept you alive of unthinkable crimes. You expect me to, what? Fall into your arms? Weep? Betray him for you because you have discovered the world is ugly? Don't be an arse," Harry snapped. "I expect you to stop pretending you don't see it because it hurts. I expect you to ask yourself why the headmaster had hospital records on a 12-year-old and notes on how to push his guilt later. I expect you to ask why he needed my magic chained. I expect you to decide whether you want to be angry at me or at the right person." Snape's wand hand didn't move. His face didn't move. His eyes did. They went sharp, then flat, then distant. He closed the file very carefully and set it down. "How?" he said. "How did you get it off?" "The block?" Harry asked. Snape made a sharp, impatient gesture. "Do not play games." "How?" "Blood ritual," Harry said. "Inheritance test. Diagnostic. Removal. It hurt. A lot. It's gone." "And you expect me to trust Gringotts more than Albus," Snape said. "I don't care who you trust," Harry said. "I care what you do next." A long silence. The fire popped. Something somewhere in the castle groaned as stone settled. Harry could hear his own breathing and Snape's, nothing else. "Show me," Snape said. Harry held up his hands. "What?" "Show me," Snape repeated. "If you are what you claim, if you hold what you claim, prove it." Harry slid the Potter ring up his finger and let the ward-reading trick catch. He traced the shape of the alarm above the door with his finger without touching it and listed the runes under his breath. He shifted his stance and let the black ring settle his weight. He lifted his wand and threw a silent shield that hummed once and sat there, clean and solid. He held the Peveril change for 3 breaths and let it go. Snape watched the ward sketching more than the glamour. He stepped closer to the shield and sniffed once, like a healer. "That is not a schoolboy's work." "I'm not a schoolboy anymore," Harry said. His stomach nodded because it was true and it felt wrong to say. Snape stared for another 10 seconds. He lowered his wand a fraction. "Sit," he said. It sounded like a command he was giving himself as well. Harry sat. He shoved the anger down and put his palms flat on his knees to keep them steady. "Explain," Snape said. So Harry did. Gringotts, the letter, the office, Fanklaw's voice, the parchment, the diagram of his scar with a word he hated, the signature on the block, the removal, the pain, the surge, the rings, the knowledge that felt like it had always been there, Grimmauld Place, the files, the notes in Dumbledore's hand, the plan to get here. He did not make speeches. He kept it to what happened and what he had in front of him now. Snape didn't interrupt for a while. When he did, it was sharp. "Describe the pattern of the block." Harry told him. Layered constriction, healer grade, with a key tied to the signature. Snape's mouth twitched as if he recognized the technique and hated that he did. "And the foreign presence," Snape said, not looking at Harry's scar. "It's quiet," Harry said. He swallowed. "They said it's bound to the scar and to me. Removing it wrong would kill me. There are methods. Old ones. I'm not ready. Yet." Snape's jaw tightened. "And you think Peveril notes will save you?" "I think Dumbledore's notes tell me what he wants," Harry said. "And the Peveril ones tell me how to stop it." Snape leaned back. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him. His eyes were bloodshot around the edges. He pressed his fingers to his temple and held them there. "Why come to me?" he said again, but it was different. Tired. "You could run with this. Hide. Play at war from your cursed townhouse. Why risk this?" "Because I need someone inside Hogwarts who isn't his," Harry said. "Because you know how to survive him. Because you hate me enough to tell me the truth even when I don't want to hear it. Because you hate him more and you've never said it. Snape barked a sound that could have been a laugh if you'd taken a knife to it. Do not attempt to read me, Potter. You will cut yourself. I've already bled for this, Harry said. I'll live. You are a child, Snape said, soft and vicious. You are a child walking into a game that kills adults. I didn't start it, Harry said. He did. And he kept you on the board by kicking you every time you thought about standing up. Snape's lips parted. No sound. He closed them. He looked at the file again. He put his hand on it like he might crush it or hold it down so it didn't fly away. His chest rose and fell. When he spoke again, his voice was clean. What do you propose? Harry didn't look away. You give me information from Hogwarts. Not gossip. Not guesses. Real things. Who comes and goes. What he's building. What he asks you to brew. What he asks you to do. I share what I learn from Black and Peveril. I'm not giving you everything. You're not giving me everything. We use each other and we don't lie. If one of us needs out, we say so. If one of us gets caught, the other doesn't play hero. Snape's eyebrows rose a millimeter. How noble. It's practical, Harry said. I'm not here for noble. I'm here because I want him to stop. I want it to stop. And if I tell him you were here, Snape said, if I call him now, then I say I broke in because I'm an idiot, Harry said. And you look like a good guard dog. He'll love you for it. But you won't do that. Snape's eyes flicked down. And why not? Because you read the same lines I did, Harry said. And because there's a piece of you that wants to tear that page out and set it on fire. Language, Snape said dryly, almost automatic. Then he went quiet. The fire shifted. A clock ticked behind the wall. When he spoke, it was clipped. Terms. If I do this, I do it my way. I control what I bring you and when. You do not appear here again without an agreed signal and time. If you jeopardize my position, I will end our arrangement. If you breathe a word of this to anyone, I will bury you. Understood, Harry said. His throat was dry. He didn't drink from the glass on the table. He didn't trust anything in this room yet. Communication, Snape said. Harry slid a small iron token across the table. Goblin make. Fanklaw's people had left it in a drawer with a price tag Harry had paid without blinking. Tap once with your wand and say the phrase on the back. It will mark a place I can collect a message. No owl. No names. Snape picked it up like it might bite him. He flipped it. He read the word. Subtle. Cheap, Harry said. And fast. A clumency, Snape said. Harry tensed. I know what you're going to say. I'm not. You are not ready, Snape said. You are not safe. If Albus suspects and looks in your head, you will lose everything. You will lose me. He stood. Get up. Harry stood. Empty your mind, Snape said. What does that even? Do not argue, Snape snapped. Close your eyes. Focus on one point. A dot. Hold it. When your thoughts start to run, drag them back. Do not chase them. Do not wrestle them. Let them go past. Keep the dot. Harry shut his eyes. He found a dot behind them and it lasted for seconds before 100 other thoughts butted in. He dragged them away. The dot came back, slipped, came back again. Sweat ran down his spine because he was trying too hard and because Snape was standing there and because everything could fall apart if he failed. Again, Snape said, voice softer. Slow your breathing. Even. You cannot force this. You can only choose it over and over. Harry did it again. He lost it. He found it. He held it a little longer. The Peveril ring wasn't buzzing now. It was steady. He used that steadiness like a weight. Better, Snape said. Now imagine a wall. Smooth. No cracks. Put the dot on the wall. When the thoughts hit the wall, let them slide down. It was stupid. It worked. Not perfectly. Not even well. But it worked enough that the noise in his head dropped. Open, Snape said. Harry opened his eyes. Again later, Snape said. Every night. 10 minutes. Then longer. Build the habit. When he looks at you, do not flinch. Do not fight. Be still. Think of the wall. Think of your breath. Think of the dot. Right, Harry said. Okay. And if you are tempted to use legilimency yourself, Snape said, eyes cutting to him, do not. You will be caught. You will be punished. You are not ready. I wasn't planning to, Harry said. Liar, Snape said. But there was no heat in it. Terms, he said again, brisk now, businesslike. I will provide you with a list of potions orders and their dates. You will provide the schematics you used to bypass the north wall. I will maintain my cover at school. You will play the ignorant student until you cannot. If you fail to keep your temper, I will not protect you. You don't protect me now, Harry said, and got the look he deserved. He nodded. Fine. Binding, Snape said. Unbreakable vow? Harry asked, even though his stomach turned at the thought. Do not be ridiculous, Snape said. He would smell it on us. A simple oath. Secrecy. Breach will sting, maim, and warn. Goblin form? Harry asked. Short. Sharp. Acceptable, Snape said. Harry pricked his thumb and smeared a line on a small slip. Snape did the same with his wand hand and didn't wince. They spoke the 2 lines Faunclaw had said were common and safe. The mark heated and sank into the skin. Harry felt the oath settle like a band around his wrist. It wasn't heavy. It was there. If you betray me, Potter, Snape said, tone neutral, eyes not, I will destroy you. Same, Harry said, just as flat. Snape's mouth twitched. Not a smile. Something close to it and meaner. I almost prefer you like this, he said. At least you are honest about your bloodlust. I'm honest about wanting my life back, Harry said. Semantics, Snape said. He looked at the clock on the mantel. The hands pointed to a time that meant staff would be waking soon. Go! Harry stood. His legs were still steady. He had not realized how much he'd been ready to be thrown out until he wasn't. He paused at the door. Professor. Snape lifted a brow. I'm not asking you to like me, Harry said. I'm asking you to stop letting him decide who you are. Snape's face didn't change. His eyes did. Leave, Potter. Harry left. He put the disguise back on in the corridor and moved fast and quiet. He traced his path in reverse. The ward seam at the north wall breathed in. He slipped through on the out-breath and landed outside with his heart banging. He didn't stop moving until he was past the gates and onto the road. Then he sat on a fence post and let his hands shake for exactly 10 seconds. Back at Grimmauld Place, he stood in the hall and listened. The house clicked and settled. Creature muttered in the kitchen about disrespectful brooms. The portrait was quiet behind the curtain. He went to the library and shut the door and sat where he had sat that morning. He put Snape's file back in the stack and shoved it into the hidden compartment. He closed the panel and sealed it. Then he took a clean page and wrote what they'd agreed in neat bullet points until his brain stopped acting like it was still in a dungeon. The ring on his finger warmed. He pressed his thumb to it. His magic thrummed, steady now. Creature popped in with a plate and scowled. Master eats, he said. Master looks less stupid when he eats. Thanks, Harry said. He took a bite. It tasted of salt and old pan, and it made his stomach stop hurting. We're going to need a better pantry. Creature will fetch, Creature said, sniffing. Later, Harry said. We need a secure owl post drop, black warded, and a list of any order charms in this house. All of them. Creature knows, the elf said, eyes gleaming meanly at the idea of taking things down. Creature hates the blood traitor things. Great, Harry said. We'll strip them and reinstall my own. He set the plate aside, wiped his hands, and opened binding and release again. He found the chapter on anchors and underlined 3 lines. He made a list of ingredients he'd need. He wrote Ask Goblin for supplier next to two that sounded illegal. He closed his eyes for a minute and did the stupid dot exercise. It worked better than it should. It didn't make him calm. It made him clear. He'd gone into Snape's quarters expecting to get thrown into a wall. He'd come out with a deal that could break at any second but was still a deal. He had a line inside the castle. He had a file that proved what he needed it to prove. He had Peveril notes that were going to be a problem and a solution. He wasn't safe. He wasn't close to safe. But he wasn't alone in the way he had been yesterday. He opened his eyes and reached for another book. They were not friends. They were not close. They were two people who had been bent into shapes someone else wanted and had decided to stop bending. He turned the page and started to read what he would need to survive his own head. He would hold the wall. He would build the wards. He would watch the man who watched him. At dawn, the first light pushed at the filthy window. He looked up and made himself a promise he could keep. He would use what he had. He would be careful. Fast he'd try. And if Dumbledore tried to pull the strings again, Harry would cut them. The abandoned black property in Lancashire smelled like mold and old secrets. Harry eased the back door open with his wand tip and slipped inside. Floorboards groaned. Damp air. Old wallpaper bubbled near the ceiling. In the dining room, a single oil lamp burned over a table covered in books and files. Snape was already there, arms folded, wand on the table but close to his hand. "You're late," Snape said. "I'm 2 minutes early," Harry said, shutting the door behind him. "You're just earlier." Snape's mouth twitched. "Sit. We do this quickly and we do it cleanly. No dramatics." Harry dropped his satchel and pulled out the black files, the Peveril texts, and a roll of blank parchment. He set the goblin token near the lamp. "Ground rules." Snape's eyebrow rose. "How precious." "Humor me," Harry said. "No lies. If either of us guesses, we say it's a guess. If either of us needs to leave, we leave. No casting at each other unless we say stop first." "How sentimental," Snape said, but he nodded. "And we keep our voices down." "Fine." Harry rubbed his hands together. They were cold. "We start with what we know, then go year by year. Post Grindelwald first." Snape sat, pulled a thin folder from his cloak, and laid it flat. "I brought public records, the parts that aren't nonsense." He looked at the mess Harry had brought. "We will also need order." "I've got order," Harry said. He pushed over a rough timeline he'd scribbled from the library at Grimmauld. "Open to being improved." Snape scanned it, then reached for a quill without asking and began to mark it. "We will improve it." Harry's jaw tightened. "You could say, please." "I could," Snape said. "I won't." Harry sat back, sucked in a breath, and let it go. "Right? Business." They set the piles into 3 stacks. History, alchemy, politics. Snape lined the quills by length. Harry didn't comment. The lamp hissed. Rain hit the windows in light taps. "Start," Snape said. They worked in silence at first, sifting clippings and copies. Harry laid out a run of Old Daily Prophet front pages and Wisingamot announcements. Snape spread ministry circulars and short reports from the International Confederation. "Official story," Harry said, tapping the 1945 headline. "Dumbledore defeats Grindelwald in a duel of the century. For love. Puts him in Nurmengard. Goes back to teaching." Snape snorted. He did not go back to teaching. He took seats. Harry pointed to dates Snape had just written down. Chief Warlock within 3 years. Supreme Mugwump within 5. Headmaster soon after. Snape pushed across a black memo from 1946. "Read that." Harry read aloud. Source reports Dumbledore and Grindelwald worked together in their youth on order through control schemes. Break occurred over use of force, not goal. He looked up. So, not different dreams, just different tools. Snape tapped another sheet. This, he said. An internal ICW note from 1947. Dumbledore advocates standards of magical conduct across borders, proposes unified curriculum oversight. Harry blinked. Hogwarts as template. Of course, Snape said. Control the school. Control the generation. Harry laid out a 5-year map. So after the duel, he builds reputation as the man who saved everyone. Leverages it into titles. Then he writes the rules and hires the teachers. And the paper tells everyone it is noble. Snape's mouth went thin. He also learns. From Grindelwald, Harry said. From failure, Snape said. Not his. Grindelwald's. Open conquest fails. Quiet conquest lasts. Harry slid over a clipping with a photo of Dumbledore shaking hands with a row of white-bearded men. He looks harmless. That is the point, Snape said. Harmless men are given keys. Harry set 3 pins into the parchment timeline. 1945, 1948, 1950. We're not going to find a line that says, I will take over the world, are we? No, Snape said. We will find a list of small levers. We will follow them. Harry rubbed his scar once and pulled his hand back. Next pile. Harry opened the Peveril texts and a folder of copied notes in a hand he knew too well. He passed one to Snape. His handwriting. Yours is neater. Do not try flattery, Snape said, but he leaned in. On the first page, cohobation of base solution fails at 3rd circulation. Subject shows improved vigor for 72 hours. Relapse follows. Sal ammoniac acts as weak binder. Fixative inadequate. Harry frowned. What's cohobation again? Repeated distillation and return of the distillate to the residue, Snape said. Automatic. He traced a diagram with one finger. He is not copying Flammel. This is different. Harry flipped to the index of terms he'd built and pointed. Here. Philosophical salt as stability agent. He keeps coming back to it. Snape held up another page. Tincture of antimony improves recovery but increases brittleness. Risk of fracture. He looked at Harry. Bodies shatter. There are dates, Harry said. 1953, 1961, 1970. He's been at this forever. Not forever, Snape said. Long enough. Harry turned a page and froze. A short, tidy list. Initials and outcomes. HM, vitality plus 18 months. Cognitive decline. Deceased. EF, vitality plus 6 months. Organ failure. Deceased. RB, stable at plus 9 months. Removed from program. Harry swallowed. He used people. Snape's eyes tightened. He pointed at RB. That will be someone I know. Who? Snape pressed his lips together. A colleague. Former. It does not matter. Keep reading. Harry read to the end of the page. United Instruments required 3. Wand control increases precision. Stone critical for recall. Cloak for safe passage. He looked up. Hallows. Yes, Snape said. He already has one. The Elder Wand, Harry said. His skin went cold. He took it from Grindelwald. Snape nodded once. It sits in a case in his office as if it were wood and air. Harry pulled another sheet. Resurrection Stone rumored set in Peveril Ring. Black family had a ring. Ring broken. He felt the Peveril band on his hand. Felt heavy. We don't have the stone, he said. No, Snape said. But he thinks it exists. Harry flipped again. A ritual marked with neat circles. Separation of decay from form. Anchoring through name, mark, and will. He thought of the thing in his head and clenched his jaw. Some of these notes are 20 years apart, he said. He didn't stop. He does not stop, Snape said. That is the point of the work. Harry ran his thumb along a margin where Dumbledore had written. True peace requires continuity. He wanted to tear the page. He didn't. Snape's finger paused over a name halfway down a list of assistants. He should not have written that down, he said quietly. Who? An apprentice healer. Gone. Snape's face changed in the way it did when he was holding a memory still so it didn't break. Next. Harry nodded, throat tight. Next. They moved to the third stack. Harry unrolled a blank parchment and drew a rough web. Top circle, Dumbledore. He drew lines down to Hogwarts, Headmaster, Wizengamot, Chief Warlock, ICW, Supreme Mugwump, Order of the Phoenix, unofficial. Add the governors, Snape said. Even when he stepped aside, they are his. Harry added Board of Governors. Ministry. Snape wrote fudge with a small arrow and the word influence. He is not a puppet. He is cowardice in a hat. It serves. Harry drew circles for Amelia Bones, Barty Crouch Sr., Lucius Malfoy, Arthur Weasley, Dolores Umbridge. He put lines and dotted lines where files suggested deals. Opposition, Harry said, who pushed back and then didn't. Snape set a small list on the table. Accidents, sudden retirements, scandals that appear at useful times. Nothing you can take to a court yet. Harry read, Tiberius Ogden resignation under pressure. Griselda Marchbank sidelined from exam board vote. Arcturus Black removed from Wizengamot role after illness. Caradoc Dearborn missing. He put tick marks by each. The tick marks made his stomach turn. Snape tapped the order circle. Here he holds hearts. Hestia, Shacklebolt, Moody, Lupin, each with a string. Harry pushed the black files across. And here are the strings. Money for one. Work for another. A healed child for a third. If not Dumbledore directly, then his people. Who can be turned? Snape asked. Not gentle. Shacklebolt, Harry said. If presented with proof. Hestia maybe. Priors from the Wizengamot who are tired of being managed. Anyone who hates Umbridge. Half the country. Proof, Snape said. We do not have it yet. We'll get it, Harry said too fast. Snape's eyes flicked to him. We will try. Harry kept drawing. He added press, profit, and circled it twice. Control of information. Snape snorted. The profit is control of gossip. Information sits in drawers, in offices, in rooms like this one. Harry wrote records in block letters and underlined it. So we steal them. Snape's mouth curved. That, Potter, is a plan. They hit this wall hard and fast. Harry said, About my scar. Snape went very still. Say it. It's a Horcrux, Harry said. The word felt like a stone. Your face did something when I said that. Snape's jaw clenched. I know what a Horcrux is. How? Harry asked. Because he asked me, Snape said. He did not use the name. Years ago, he wanted methods. He wanted fail-safes. He wanted language. His voice scraped on the word. He asked me to find texts. I found them. I told him not to use them. He said he would not. He said he only needed to understand the enemy. Harry swallowed. The room felt too small. Did he know it was in me? Snape didn't answer at once. He pressed his fingers to his nose and then to the bridge of it. It looked like a man pushing down a pain that had lived there for years. He knew there was a foreign presence, he said at last. He suspected the nature. He would have confirmed it the evening he saw the diary. He is not a fool. And he left it, Harry said. His voice came out flat. He looked at me and he left it. Yes, Snape said. Harry put both hands on the table because he needed to not throw something. Why? Snape met his eyes. There was no softness in it. There was nothing to soften. Because the cleanest line in his head ends with you and the Dark Lord destroying each other at the same time. Harry laughed once. It wasn't nice. Clean. He would not call it that. He would call it necessary, Snape said. He would say there is a cost to peace and that you were brave enough to pay it. You mean useful, Harry said. His throat hurt. Expendable. Snape's face didn't change. Yes. Harry breathed in through his nose and let it out slow. We're not telling him we know. No, Snape said at once. You will hold your face still. You will do your little dot tricks until your skull is a brick. And we will find a way to remove it without killing you. Peveril notes, Harry said. There are sections on pulling anchors. Snape nodded once. We will need time, and something like the stone we do not have, or a substitute. Harry wrote Alt removal in the margin and underlined it twice. His hand shook. He forced it to stop. Snape watched him for a long second. You are allowed to be angry. I am, Harry said. I'm also busy. That got him the smallest, meanest huff of approval he had ever seen. Good. Harry pulled out a thin packet from the hidden panel cache. It was stamped with a black sigil and labeled in a tight, careful hand. Journals, copies. Black spies, Harry said. Someone got into his rooms years ago. These are extracts. Not much. Enough. Snape reached without comment. Harry found a page that made his skin crawl and read aloud. Steady. Power lasts when it is boring. People tolerate steady hands. They fear motion. Another line. Peace that relies on the virtue of many fails. Peace that relies on the judgment of one can hold. Another. Children repeat what they are taught. Choose the lessons. Remove instructors who prefer noise to order. Harry swallowed and kept going. War ends, but desire does not. Desire must be guided. Guiders must not die. 3 together end the problem of death. 1 alone is a lever only. 2 tempt. 3 solve. I do not want worship. I want compliance and quiet. He stopped. The room creaked. Snape had stopped moving. His hands were flat on the table. His eyes looked like stone. He wrote that down, he said. Yeah, Harry said. Guiders must not die, Snape repeated, voice scraped raw. He means himself. Harry nodded. Snape stared at the page another few seconds and then said, Quiet. He is not mad. I know, Harry said. That's what scares me. He has reasoned himself into this, Snape said. Step by step. And he's been in charge of the steps for 50 years, Harry said. School, court, world. Snape shut the packet like he was putting a lid on something that would burn holes in the table. We will need to show this without looking like children shrieking at a thunderstorm. We show ledgers, Harry said. Signatures, transfers, ward maps. Not he's bad. He did this. Snape inclined his head a fraction. And we do not flinch when he smiles at us in the corridor. I won't, Harry said. Not anymore. They were both tired by then. Shoulders hunched. Eyes gritty. The lamp hissed. Rain still tapped. Harry looked at the web and saw a knot. 5 pillars, he said, holding up his hand. Positions. Network. Reputation. Information. Magic. Snape nodded once. We do not pull all at once. No, Harry said. We document first. Build proof. Move money and legal control out of his reach. Get the vault filings done. That's in motion. Then we shore up our side. Protect Grimmauld. Get my safe houses proper. Build a way to talk that isn't obvious. Done, Snape said, tapping the goblin token. We add dead drops. 3, Harry said. Behind the statue at Ambrose Lane. Under the second stair at the Leaky. A loose flagstone behind the Owl Emporium. We rotate. Snape made a face at the Owl Emporium and wrote it anyway. Who do we turn? Shacklebolt, Harry said. I said it before. Bones if we can get her proof. She's not stupid. She is dead in some lines of this future, Snape said. We stop that, Harry said. If we can. Snape didn't argue. Control of the Prophet? Not yet, Harry said. We start with secondary outlets. Whisper to the Quibbler on small things to test reaction. Save the big things for court. We want them forced to cover it. Information, Snape said. I will collect lists of potions orders and special requests that cannot be explained by school needs. Harry nodded and wrote Snape orders. I'll pull more from the black files. Names and dates. Cross them with ministry payroll. Reputation, Snape said. We do not attack him in the open. We show faults around him. Umbridge is a gift. Use her. Use her how? Harry asked. Let her be herself, Snape said dry. People will beg for change. Magic, Harry said, and both of them looked at the Peveril pages. I need a way to get this thing out of my head without dying. We do not start the last fight until I'm not a bomb. Agreed, Snape said. You will continue occlumency. Every night. You will not skip it because your head hurts. Fine, Harry said. We need a meeting schedule. Not here every time. No, Snape said. Once here. Once at a warehouse I will mark. Once in a room at Spinner's End. Then repeat. If I do not come, you leave. Signals, Harry said, and pushed a small list. Bell marks on door frames. Chalk triangles on the right, circles on the left. No letters. Good, Snape said. He pushed his empty teacup away. Cover story at school. Harry grimaced. I act normal. You act slightly damaged, Snape said. Which is not acting. You keep your head down, you complain about homework, you fight with your friends in small, ordinary ways. You do not reveal new competence. You do not duel in corridors. I wasn't planning to duel in corridors, Harry said. Snape looked at him. Much, Harry said. Snape's mouth did the small curve again. Next meeting. 1 week. Same time. Different place. I will send the mark. Right? Harry packed the files, then stopped. You know, thanks. Do not, Snape said. Fine. I won't. Harry slung the satchel. We're going to need help. We will get it, Snape said. We will pay for it. Harry nodded. And if I betray you, you'll destroy me. Glad we understand each other, Snape said, standing. Go. Harry went. Grimmauld was quiet. Creature was asleep under the sink, muttering about traitors. The hall smelled of old polish and damp wool. Harry shut himself in the library and dropped the satchel on the table. He sat. He didn't move for a minute because it felt like moving would knock everything out of place. He put both palms flat and counted his breaths to 20. His hands stopped shaking. He laid the timeline on the table. Dots, lines, names, 50 years of small moves. He traced the rise again with one finger and watched it like a path he had to walk backward without tripping. He saw the dual headline in his head and the way the story had always been told to him. He pushed it aside and saw the job titles instead. He saw the files with initials and deceased written next to them. He saw the neat line, Guiders must not die. He rubbed his scar once. It was quiet. He didn't trust it. He pulled binding and release closer and flipped to a chapter on anchor severing. The steps were clear. The risks were clear. He made a list of ingredients. 2 were rare. 1 was illegal unless you had access to an old license. He wrote Get Through Goblins and put a box next to it. He thought about his friends and felt a sick tug. Hermione would see the logic in steps. She'd hate the line about him dying and call it unjust and then try to fix it with a plan that used school rules. Ron would swear and make jokes and then stand in front of him and refuse to move. Both of those things were true and neither would help if he told them everything now. He couldn't. Not yet. He thought about Dumbledore's smile and felt his jaw hurt from clenching it. He thought about how easy it would be to stand in the office and shout. He pictured the warm sweets on the table and the kind voice and the way the man tilted his head when he said, "My boy," and he felt the urge to smash the bowl. He breathed and let the picture go. He ran his finger along the edge of the Peveril ring. It was cool. It buzzed when he thought about transfiguration and went still when he thought about snaring runes. He tried the dot exercise again and felt dumb for 3 breaths and then less dumb when it worked. He held the dot, let the panic slide, and sat up straighter. He wrote 5 lines at the top of a new page. Proof first. Protect mind. Build network. Break anchors. Choose fights. He underlined the second one until the quill cut the page. He wasn't just fighting a man. He was unpicking a system that had been laced into everything before he was born. Felt too big. Felt like standing under a wall that didn't end. He let that thought come and then let it go past the dot. He had time. Not forever. Enough to make moves. Enough to gather people who were sick of being told what to think. Enough to learn his own power without throwing it at the first target he saw. He read until the lamp guttered and his eyes burned. He fell asleep with his forehead on a page that said, "Separation requires intent, witness, and a place where the rules are thin." His hand was still on the pen. His other hand curled around the edge of the table like he could hold the room steady. The war didn't start with a bang in a hall. It started here, in a damp house, at a table, with a boy reading and a man somewhere else writing lines that had to be stopped. Harry slept. The lamp hissed out. The list at his elbow dried. The first plan sat there in ink. And for the first time he knew what he was aiming at. Not a face, a machine. And he would take it apart, piece by piece. The marble hall at Gringotts was loud with polite voices and hard shoes. Robes brushed. Rings flashed. Goblins watched everything from their high desks. Harry adjusted the collar on his formal robes and tried not to tug at it again. The black ring sat heavy on his finger. The Potter ring buzzed when ward lines shifted near the ceiling. He kept his hands still. "Lord Potter," a wizard old enough to be his grandfather said, beaming like they were best friends. "A pleasure. Your grandfather and I." "I never met him," Harry said even. "He's over there." The man blinked and drifted away. 2 young heirs laughed too loudly near the table. Someone's mother was explaining yield curves as if they were cake recipes. A goblin with a scar across his nose ticked names off a list. Harry nodded to him and kept moving. He was here because Fonklaw had sent a message. Investment briefing for ancient houses, quarterly, attendance useful. Translation: watch who talks to who. Also, make sure goblins see you being sensible. "Potter," someone said at his shoulder. He turned. The girl from Slytherin he'd seen across exam halls without speaking was not a girl here. Hair up, lines clean, a greengrass emerald at her throat. Calm eyes. She didn't curtsy. Thank God. "Greengrass," he said. "Daphne," she corrected. "You don't look like you enjoy this." "I don't," he said. "You do." "I'm good at it." She took a glass of water from a passing tray. "You're wearing 3 rings in a room full of people who want them. Keep your hands lower." He almost said something sharp. He didn't. He lowered his hands. "Do you give free advice to all the competition?" "I don't see competition," she said. "I see hazards and resources." "And I'm which?" he asked. "Undecided." She glanced at the goblins setting ledgers at the front. "You're about to say something that offends 3 families and amuses the other 4, and a goblin will mark it in a book." "How would you know what I'm about to say?" he asked. "You look like you're about to talk about fees," she said. "Everyone does the first time." He closed his mouth. She smirked. It wasn't cruel. It was accurate. A shorter goblin banged a staff. "My lords and ladies, quarterly performance. Then questions if they are intelligent." The room chuckled carefully. Harry felt Daphne's eyes on him when he took a seat. He ignored it or tried to. The goblins went through numbers in plain, clipped words. He listened and learned which names got nodded at and which drew frowns. Twice he felt someone watching and found an old witch weighing him like a goose. He didn't flinch. Questions started. A blond boy asked something meant to sound clever and got told to read a pamphlet. A lord with a red face asked if muggles should be allowed to have banks. A goblin stared at him until he sat down. Harry raised his hand. He kept his voice level. Moving house funds into smaller, separate vehicles would reduce exposure to any single ministry seizure order. Can Gringotts set up staggered red lines that trigger automatically if a named office signs a warrant? Heads turned, some in surprise, some in annoyance, some to the goblins to see their reaction. The scar-nosed goblin said, "We can. Fees apply." "I assumed," Harry said. "Send me the schedule." A few heirs blinked. One wrote something down. Across the aisle, Daphne's mouth curved. Not mocking, not friendly, noted. After, people moved toward him like birds to a crumb. He sidestepped two, cut off one with a nod he'd seen serious use at a distance, and ended up near the wall next to a tapestry of a dragon eating a ship. "You didn't ask about fees," Daphne said, drifting over with her water. "I'm learning," he said. She studied him. "Are you?" "Enough to know you enjoy watching me figure it out," he said. "It is entertaining," she said. "Also useful. The question you asked protects you and embarrasses 3 men who've bragged for 20 years about being untouchable." "Good," he said. "They can be touched." Her eyes flicked to his. "Dangerous sentence in this room." "I meant financially," he said. "Of course," she said, calm. "Who taught you to ask for staggered triggers? That's not Hogwarts." "Reading," he said. She tilted her head. "Which books?" "Ones with dust," he said. "Ones that didn't make reading lists." She hummed. "We're done here." "We?" he asked. I refused to stand near the canapes a second longer. She set her empty glass on a tray. "If you plan to survive this world, stop letting them decide your pace." "I'm not," he said. "Prove it," she said, and was gone, sliding through relatives like smoke. He watched her go. Annoying, sharp, correct. He rubbed the black ring once and stopped himself. He left before anyone else could try to be his friend. 2 weeks later, he signed into the Gringotts archival reading room under a false initial Faunclaw had approved and took a seat under a blue lamp. The room was cold on purpose. The tables were clean. No coughing. No small talk. He liked it. He asked for Wisingamot Proceedings 1945 to 1950 and a bound volume of ICW minutes. The goblin clerk brought them, watched where he put his hands, and left. He set a sheet on the side for notes. He breathed and started. A shadow fell across the page. He looked up. "Of course," Daphne said, one eyebrow up. "Of course you're here." "Because I read," he said. "Because you know where records live," she said. She nodded at the book. "I requested that 2 hours ago." "Then we're lucky there are 2 copies," he said, and didn't move. "There aren't," she said. "This is the only complete one that isn't in the ministry." She planted her hands on the table. "We can argue or you can share." He glanced at the goblin clerk, who glanced back without interest. "Sit," Harry said. "We'll take turns. You start." She hesitated a beat, then Saturday very well. They slid the volume between them and set a ruler to mark columns. The pages crackled. The ink was faded. They leaned in. Their shoulders almost touched twice. He didn't move closer. She didn't either. "April 1946, Daphne said, scanning. "Motion to censure Arcturus Black for obstruction in war levies. Dumbledore speaks in favor of rebuilding taxes. He calls them temporary. He always calls them temporary." Harry made a note. "They weren't." "No," she said. "They became permanent allocations by year 3. Look 2 pages later. Petition to formalize emergency measures. Passed with a simple majority because he framed it as continuity." "You don't like him," Harry said, neutral. She kept her eyes on the page. "I like stability. I don't like men who make themselves the only way to get it." Harry flipped to ICW minutes. "International Confederation," He proposes uniform curriculum guidelines. That's not just local control. That's export. She nodded once. Hogwarts as standard. Everyone's children taught by the man who writes the standard. He checked a margin note in Goblin script. Black files said the same. You knew to look. You too, she said. Her mouth twitched. You weren't the boy who fell off his broom in second year, were you? I did fall off my broom, he said. Still red. Her lips pressed, fighting a smile. Fine. What are you looking for specifically? Inconsistencies, he said. Places where the official record is clean because someone wiped the fingerprints. Transfers. Quiet votes. Lists that don't match. She tapped the page. Here. Quorum missing 2 names. Both men still alive. A week later they resign. No reason given. He wrote both names. What do you think happened? Someone gave them reasons, she said. He sat back. Why are you here, Greengrass? This is not a Slytherin revision session. Daphne, she said. Automatic, then paused. Her eyes went cool. Official histories are written by people who keep their jobs because they write them that way. I like original sources. That's not an answer, he said. She held his gaze. My family has been told what is best for us by men who wear kind smiles for as long as I've been alive. I do not trust kind smiles. He found he was gripping the quill too tight and loosened his fingers. Good, he said. We agree on something. Miracles, she said lightly, and they read. They argued over a footnote that cut 3 names out of a speech and only printed the applause. He pointed out a warding clause in a school governor's decision that looked like a simple maintenance budget and wasn't. She caught the part where it said those wards could be adjusted by the headmaster without a governor vote. She made a small, low sound. They gave him keys, she said, for convenience. People always do, he said. She looked at him then like she was seeing the shape of him instead of his scar. He felt his neck heat and went back to the page. They worked for an hour and didn't speak except to swap pages. Then she said, Why staggered triggers? What? He asked, caught up in a line about proxy votes. At the meeting, she said, you asked about staggered triggers on seizures. That's not a schoolboy question. I told you, he said, reading. And someone who knows what warrants look like, she said. You're 14. Almost 15, he said, defensive before he could stop it. She huffed. Congratulations. You sounded like a lord. Was that a compliment? He said. Don't get used to it, she said. Move your elbow. You're creasing the spine. He moved it. You're bossy. I'm effective, she said. He wanted to roll his eyes and didn't. Same thing sometimes. She smiled properly then. It made his stomach do something annoying. He looked down until it stopped. They finished the column. Daphne closed the book carefully. Again next week, she said like a statement. You're assuming I'll be here, he said. You will, she said. You're greedy for it. Information. She tapped the cover. Me too. He nodded once. Same day. Same time. She stood. Don't be late. She turned, paused, and looked back. And it's Daphne. Harry, he said before he could not. I know, she said dry. Everyone does. She left. He watched the door after it shut and then wrote 3 more names in his list. He chose a private room at Gringotts for the next meeting and paid for it. The goblin clerk checked his ring, checked Daphne's, looked bored, and showed them in. Thick door. No windows. 2 chairs. 1 table. Words like a wall. Daphne set a box of parchment on the table and Saturday. You're taking this seriously. Are you not? He said. I am, she said. I wanted to see if you were the type who plays at Rebellion and then runs home for supper. I don't run home, he said, and kept the rest of it behind his teeth. She watched his face. She nodded once, like she'd heard it anyway. I brought copies of Board of Governors minutes for the last 10 years. she said, and a list of committee changes that weren't reported to the prophet. He slid a folder over. I brought financials on 5 ministry departments that don't match their authorizations. How did you get them? She asked, sharp. Legal channels, he said, and an account manager who likes rules more than people. She sat back. We're going to get on. Maybe, he said, but he was already sorting the papers into a map in his head. They worked. She had handwriting that made you want to be neat. He had shorthand he had to translate aloud, which made her smirk, which made him write clearer so she'd stop enjoying herself. After an hour, he said, I'm going to say something. Don't interrupt. That's not how I function, she said. Try, he said, and waited until she put down her quill and folded her arms, impatient. He kept his voice low. I found things that don't match. Old things. I think Dumbledore has been moving pieces for longer than people talk about. I think he writes rules that look nice because people are tired, and then he keeps the bits that give him control. I think he's studying magic that would make him very hard to remove. I think official stories are written to keep everyone calm. She went very still. It looked like someone had turned a key in her. I was wondering when someone else would notice, she said quietly. He blinked. So you? My aunt refused to change a vote 15 years ago, she said. 2 weeks later, an audit found a problem in a company my uncle owned. The problem wasn't real. He settled because it was cheaper than months of headlines. My aunt stopped getting invited to meetings. She was ill for a year. Then she recovered and voted like everyone else. Harry's jaw clenched. That's legal, she said, flat. Technically, I was 9. I learned something. What? He asked. That men who smile at you can also bury you under paper, she said. And you either learn the paper or you get used to the taste of dirt. He swallowed because he recognized the taste. I learned it too, he said. Different place. She looked at him for a beat that felt like a test. You don't have to tell me, she said. Not if you don't want to. He shook his head. You don't get the whole story. Not yet. But I know he puts blocks where they benefit him. Blocks, she said, eyes flicking to his hand and back. Metaphorically and not, he said. She didn't gasp. She didn't reach. Respect. Fine, she said. What do you want from me? Names, he said. Rules. The bits you only learn if your mother teaches you which fork to use at a hearing. I'll bring wards and money. You bring process. Her chin lifted. I'm not your secretary. I didn't say you were, he said. I said partner. She watched him for 3 breaths. All right, she said. Partner. He let out the breath he didn't know he was holding. We need to share without writing our names on anything. She opened her box. I prepared for that. Code phrases. Places. Greengrass solicitors used to run a quiet line during the last war. We kept the hardware. You planned to tell me this before I asked, he said. No, she said. I planned to tell someone worthy. She smirked when he rolled his eyes. You'll do. They set codes. She suggested garden for Wisengamot matters and weather for Hogwarts. He suggested rotating dead drops near places no one wanted to loiter. She had a list. He had a better one. They argued. They split the difference. At one point, they both reached for the same folder and their hands bumped. Warm skin. Both pulled back like it burned. Neither said anything. Both knew. Show me what you have on ward authorizations, she said briskly. I know the vote procedure. You know the line work. He spread his notes. She leaned in. They found a blind spot in how Hogwarts security refreshes during August that let the headmaster write exceptions that never hit the minutes. She explained the statute that let him call it maintenance. He showed her the rune trick that made it undetectable to a casual audit. Their heads almost hit when they both circled the same sentence. This is bad, she said. It's useful, he said. She shot him a look. For us. For justice, he said, and was surprised he meant it. She saw he meant it. She nodded. We can use it to show pattern. Later. They worked until the goblin clerk knocked twice to warn them the hour was up. They packed in silence. At the door she paused. I'm not asking permission, Potter, she said. I'm doing this because I choose to. If you try to keep me safe by keeping me out, I will go around you. I wasn't going to, he said. You were, she said, not unkind. Don't. He nodded. Okay. Good, she said, and left him with a stack of notes and a heart beating too fast. Grimald looked less awful with some curtains down and 2 carpets blasted clean. Still smelled like dust and old soap. Harry led Daphne into the front room he'd warded 3 times. Creature popped in, saw Daphne, scowled, and vanished. Friendly, Daphne said. He's not, Harry said. Sit. Don't touch the cabinet. I'm not a toddler, she said, but didn't go near it. He showed her the table covered in maps, lists, and black journals. She stood with her hands behind her back like a prefect pretending not to judge a mess. You made a war room, she said. I made a table, he said, defensive. It's a good table, she said, and that took the sting out of it. He explained in short sentences how the knowledge felt in his hands when he worked a ward now, how the black battle notes read like muscle memory he hadn't earned, how the Peveril texts talked about time and anchors and things that made his stomach turn. He didn't talk about the thing in his head. Not yet. Daphne took it in without looking at him like he was a freak. She opened her own folder. I brought rules, she said. Wiesengemot procedure. How censure works. How to force a public session. The things people pretend are boring. They are boring, he said. And deadly. She smiled grimly. Exactly. They stacked his ward notes next to her statutes. Patterns emerged. He saw how a petition could be forced to the floor if 2 ancient houses demanded it with specific language. She showed him how that language had been buried under traditions and how to drag it back out. At one point she reached for a book and her sleeve slid up. A thin scar ran along her wrist, pale like an old memory. She saw him see it, pulled the sleeve down, then paused and pushed it back up again on purpose. Fell off a pony, she said, deadpan. Or if you prefer the truth, I caught a hex in the corridor at 12 because an older boy liked making first years flinch. Did anyone stop him? Harry asked, voice flat. Eventually, she said. Me. He nodded once. He set a black dueling manual on the table. Don't get hexed in my corridors, he said. She snorted. Who says they're yours? Me, he said with a straight face. Arrogant, she said, amused. Useful. They kept working. She was good at pulling the one sentence that mattered out of a wall of text. He was good at turning that sentence into a working switch you could flip. Together, annoyingly, it was exciting. Useful. He felt the itch in his hands that meant he was about to solve a thing he hadn't known how to approach yesterday. Late, when the room was quiet and the house creaked like old bones, her voice dropped without her deciding to change it. What's it like? She asked. Being you. He didn't make a joke. Loud. People talk to you like they already decided what you think. Or like you're a story they can tell their friends. And there's a camera in your face a lot. That sounds awful, she said. It's not all bad, he said. Sometimes it's free ice cream. Mostly it's being alone in a room full of people. She watched his hands. Do you have actual friends or just people who want to be near the noise? I have friends, he said. They don't know this part. Yet, she said. He looked at the table. Maybe never. That's lonely, she said. Isn't it for you? He said. Yes, she said. She didn't dress it up. Everyone assumes I believe what my father believes. He doesn't ask me what I think. He tells me what our family thinks. There's a difference. What do you think? He asked. I think rules matter, she said. I think the ministry is a mess, and that's not an argument for replacing it with one old man's smile. I think if someone writes the rules, he shouldn't also grade all the exams. Harry laughed once, surprised. Okay, that's funny. It's true, she said, mouth quirking. Then she sobered. And I think if you don't learn how the game works, you get played. He nodded. I got played. Me too, she said. Once. She looked at him straight and didn't look away. Not again. He swallowed. Same. The air changed between them. He noticed the way she tucked hair behind her ear with 2 fingers when she was thinking hard, the way she leaned on one hip when she was done arguing and waiting for him to catch up, the way she made space for him to talk and didn't fill it with her own cleverness. He wanted to touch her hand. He didn't. Creature popped in with a pot of tea, glared, and popped out. They both jumped and then pretended they hadn't. We should set the next steps, she said, voice steady again. Agreed, he said, grateful for the ground. You push on board minutes. I pull more financials. We meet in 4 days. Make it 3, she said.
I'm impatient.
Shocking, he said. She smiled. She closed her box. I need to go before my father asks where I've been. You can tell him you were learning to argue better, Harry said. He'll be thrilled, she said dryly. At the door she hesitated. This is probably a terrible idea. Working with me, he asked, or the rest? Yes, she said, honest. Her mouth tilted. We'll do the smart thing and pretend it's only the first. Smart, he said. Neither of them moved for 2 seconds. 3. She stepped out. He let out a breath and rubbed his face hard. Snape watched him walk in and narrowed his eyes before Harry even sat. Spinner's end smelled like damp wool and boiled cabbage. The table between them had scratches in a pattern that looked like a bored student had attacked it with a fork. You've met someone, Snape said, tone grave as a funeral. Harry stared. What? No, I mean an ally. Snape's mouth twitched. Do not insult both of us. You are transparent. I'm not. Harry stopped. He flushed. He hated that he flushed. It's politics. She's useful. Snape said. And pretty. Harry glared. This is stupid. This is human, Snape said. He steepled his fingers. Say her name. No, Harry said on reflex. Snape's eyebrow went up. You do not have to tell me anything. You do have to hear this. Attachments are leverage. I know, Harry said, jaw tight. You do not, Snape said. You are a boy who has been starved and now finds a meal. You will think with your hunger. He will count on it. Harry's hands curled on his knees. She is not a weakness. She is a person, Snape said, which means she can be hurt, which means you can be made to bleed. That is not an argument for solitude. It is an argument for discipline. Harry looked away, then back. I didn't ask your blessing. Good, Snape said. You do not have it. Harry opened his mouth, closed it, then said, We're building a case. She sees angles I don't. She knows the board. She saw through me in 6 seconds and didn't flinch. That's rare. Snape's face went still at the last word. Yes, he said softly. It is. Don't, Harry said. Don't make it about Lily. Snape's knuckles went white on the chair. I was going to say that when you care about one person, you will do impossible things and you will think you are strong because of it. Sometimes you are. Sometimes you are a string. Harry looked at his hands. I'm not letting him pull. Then do not hand him the end, Snape said. He breathed out once. Use the ally. Guard the rest. If she is as clever as you say, she will not need rescuing. She will require respect. Give it. Harry nodded, slow. You don't approve. I approve of you not dying, Snape said. I approve of you learning to work with people who are not Gryffindors with loud voices. I approve of discipline. Do not mistake my experience for a curse I wish to lay on you. Harry frowned. That was almost kind. Do not tell anyone, Snape said, and the moment was over. They moved to work. Orders, lists, dead drops, But when Harry left, Snape watched him go, expression tight and complicated, and didn't say the thing on his tongue. That happiness was rare and might be worth the risk if you didn't let it turn you stupid. Daphne sat on her bed with files spread around her like walls. Greengrass Manor was too quiet when it was like this. Doors closed softly. People spoke through servants. You could drown in manners. Astoria knocked once and came in without waiting. "You're doing the face," she said. "The one where you've just decided to break something and are picking what?" Daphne didn't look up from the board minutes. "Hello, Tori." "Hello," Astoria said, flopping onto the other end of the bed. "Is this about the boring men and their boring meetings?" "Yes," Daphne said, then after a beat, "No." Oh, Astoria said, delighted. "A boy." Daphne gave her a look that should have withered a hedge.
Astoria grinned back, unwithered.
"He's not what I thought," Daphne said finally, under her breath. "Who?" Astoria asked, so wide-eyed it was a parody. "Potter," Daphne said, and saying his name felt like dropping a pebble in a pond and watching how far the circles would go. "He's not a fool. He's angry, but he knows why, and he listens." Astoria propped her chin on her hands. "And he's pretty." Daphne made a face she would never make in public. "That too." "And you're going to help him topple the country," Astoria said cheerfully. "I'm going to help him stop one man," Daphne said, more to herself than to her sister. "If he tries to replace that man with himself, I'll stop him too." Astoria's smile softened. "He'll be lucky to have you." "He doesn't have me," Daphne said. "We're partners. Temporary. Useful." Hum," Astoria said. "Your ears go pink when you lie." "Get out," Daphne said without heat. Astoria kissed her cheek and bounced away. "Don't die," she sang from the door. "Working on it," Daphne said. Alone again, she set the minutes in order. She marked the places where the votes didn't match the conversations people remembered. She wrote a list of names and made small crosses next to the ones she thought could be turned with proof. She thought of Potter's hands on a map, steady. His voice when he said partner. The way he looked like he wanted to touch her hand and didn't. Respect. She liked that more than she expected. "This is stupid," she told the empty room. "And worth it." She tucked the files into a satchel and hid them behind the third shelf. She put on walking boots under her robes and told her father she was going to the library. It was even true. They met at a tea shop that had closed 3 months ago and hadn't found a buyer. The back room had a table and a door that locked. Harry warded it twice. Daphne checked the locks herself. They arrived 2 minutes early and stood there like strangers for half a second before their work pulled them into the same orbit. "I got this," she said, holding up board notes. "Dumbledore called a maintenance vote 3 summers ago. No discussion. No details. It passed." Harry held up a rubbing of a ward plate from Hogwarts that Snape had sketched from memory. "And this is what he wrote while they thought they were voting to fix gutters." They put the papers down and the lines kissed. It felt like solving a puzzle with a second pair of hands that knew the shape before you did. "Garden," she said, "code," and handed him a list of 2 governors who had second thoughts later and could be leaned on. "Weather," he said, "code," and slid her a column of potion orders that made no sense for a school. They worked. They pressed shoulders by accident. Neither moved away. They both noticed. Kept derailing. Not in a stupid way. In a human way. He'd say, "If we file this before term starts, he'll have less room." And she'd say, "Do you even like flying, or is it just what people expect?" And then they'd both blink and laugh because they were supposed to be talking about warrants. He'd say, "I hate flying and love it." And she'd say, "I hate parties and am good at them." And they'd nod like they'd found something rare. She touched a bruise on his wrist with 2 fingers without thinking. He pulled back and then didn't. "Training," he said. "With who?" she asked. "Someone who hates me less than he used to," he said, and that was as much as she'd get. She accepted it. "All right." They fell quiet, Then the silence changed, and they both knew it. "This is probably a terrible idea," he said, voice low. "Definitely," she said. "We should stop," he said. "We should," she said. They didn't move. He leaned in half a breath. She did too. The air felt hot, which was ridiculous in a cold back room. His hand hovered like an idiot above the table because he didn't know where to put it if he wasn't going to be stupid. An owl thumped into the front door and hooted like an alarm. They jumped like guilty teenagers because they were. He swore. She laughed once, breathless and annoyed. "Saved by commerce," she said. "We have to be smarter than this," he said, scrubbing his face. "We are," she said. "We just forgot for 20 seconds. "Right," he said. "Mission first." "Mission first," she echoed. She reached across the table and held out her hand like they were in a Muggle film making a deal. "Partners." He took it. Their fingers fit like they'd been doing this longer than a week. A small shock ran up his arm. He pretended it was static. She pretended nothing. They packed. At the door, they both looked back. Stupid. Soft. Real. 3 days, she said. 2, he said, and left before he changed his mind. He walked fast until the air cooled his face. He wanted to grin and wanted to panic. He did neither. He went to Grimald, wrote everything down, did his dot exercise until his head was quiet, and slept 4 hours because 3 would have made him stupid. She went home, told Astoria nothing useful, wrote 3 letters to people she could sway, burned one because it was too risky, and hid the other 2 inside a cookbook that had never seen a kitchen. She sat on the edge of her bed and let herself think about his mouth for exactly 10 seconds, then stopped and read the statute on emergency sessions until her eyes hurt. They were both in over their heads. They were both better swimmers than they had any right to be. And for the first time in a long time, neither of them felt alone in the thing they were choosing. They checked each other's disguises in the cracked mirror above the alley sink behind Purge and Dow's. The mirror fogged at the edges. Harry wiped it with his sleeve. "Jawline," Daphne said, watching his reflection. "Sharpen it more. You're 26 tonight, not 15. He rolled his shoulders, focused, and eased the bones tighter with a peveral shift. Cheekbones edged up. Nose lengthened a touch. He blinked at the stranger. "Good. Better." She tapped his badge. "Name?" "Alan Pruitt, Records Audit." He smirked. "Family trees are a mess." She clipped her own badge to her robes. "Miriam Burke, Facilities Compliance." The badges were real enough to pass a glance, pulled through a greengrass solicitor loophole that made him want to hug Daphne's boring old statutes. He would not do that. He adjusted his cuffs. The black ring hummed against the peveril ring like it disapproved of playing civil servant. Daphne checked the time. "We have 19 minutes before the custodial sweep hits sub-level 3. We're in the door at 14 past. We're out before 31. Right?" He drew a breath, found the dot, and let the nerves slide. "We go quiet if anyone challenges. Let me handle the ward plates." "And I'll handle people," she said deadpan. "Try not to hex anyone we might need later." "No promises," he said, and she smiled like he'd passed a test. They took the staff flu in 2 at a time, bland, forgettable, heads down. Tonight's ministry smelled like old paper and soap, like it always did after midnight when the workaday noise died. Their footsteps echoed once in the atrium. The guard in the glass booth looked up, looked bored, and looked down again. Daphne's badge glowed green at the security arch. Harry's followed. The arch didn't even grumble. "Left," she murmured. They moved. Disillusionment slid over them in a thin, cool film for the last corridor. He let Daphne take point in the bright parts and shadowed past the dull-eyed portraits, the ones that asked no questions after midnight. "Door," he breathed at the records annex. Daphne coughed once, signal, and Harry crouched at the brass ward plate. The Potter knowledge mapped the runes the way sight mapped corridors. He traced the sequence with his thumb, felt the pulse, and slid a counter-sigil into place without burning his skin. The plate sighed. The bolt eased. "You're ridiculous," she whispered. "Useful," he whispered back, and pushed the door. Stacks, cold air, dry pages, a clerk's lantern on low at the far desk with no clerk attached. They moved like they'd practiced. Left, right, inside the aisle, pause. Harry slid open cabinet 67, fiche drawers rattling quietly, and found the set Daphne had flagged by date, Board of Governors proxies, maintenance exemptions, unlogged authorizations. Footsteps in the corridor. Closer. Daphne hissed, grabbed Harry's sleeve, and dragged him into the narrow space between two record stacks, shoulder to shoulder, chest to back. Heat, paper dust. His heart kicked like it wanted out. "Don't breathe like that," she mouthed. "Like what?" he mouthed back. "Like a hunted animal." The door opened. A man wandered in, whistling off key, carrying a cup that smelled like burnt coffee. He set it down, took a quill, flipped a ledger, scratched his ear, and wandered toward their aisle. Harry felt Daphne's fingers slide down his forearm, steady, not scared, reminding him to go still. He did. The clerk paused at the end of the aisle, looked straight through them, and yawned. A blot of ink fell off his quill and landed on his shoe. He swore, bent to wipe it, and left. The door shut. Daphne's breath hit his jaw. He swallowed. "Okay?" she whispered. "Fine," he whispered. He wasn't. It didn't matter. 2 sets. Top copies. They worked fast. Harry unrolled the copying parchment they charmed to pull the ink without tripping the no reproduction wards. Daphne redlined heads and dates like she'd written them herself. He handled the seals, split them neatly, and reseated them exact. It looked like nothing had happened because nothing obvious had. 5 minutes later they were out the door, through the bright corridor, past the board guard. The air outside the atrium felt clean. They didn't speak until the alley spit them out again. Then they both laughed once, too loud. "That," Daphne said, breath showing white, "that was fun." "Terrifying," Harry said, grinning despite himself. "Same thing," she said. "Give me your hand." He did. She pressed her fingers to his pulse, found it hammering, and let go. "Alive. Good." "Cheeky," he said. "Admit you loved it." "I loved that we didn't get arrested," he said, and felt the same tight, bright spark he got after flying too close to a stand and not dying. "Okay, what's next?" "Next week," she said. "Sub-basement access logs. If he's moving people through the place he doesn't write in minutes, it's down there." "Next week," he agreed. They shook hands like business partners. They walked away like kids who'd just gotten away with everything. The next week wasn't fun. They went in through a waste chute with a charm on it that made Harry's teeth ache. Daphne went first because she fit better and because she refused to be sheltered like a princess Potter, which would have been funny if it hadn't been true. "Left," she whispered from the bottom. "Watch the step. It's slick." He dropped, slid, and landed silent because the Peveril practice was paying off. The sub-basement smelled like wet stone and old spells. No lights. Runes on the floor like bruises. 2 minutes, Daphne said, checking her watch by wandlight. "We trip a ward, we run. Don't argue. We run." "Agreed," he said. His throat felt tight for no good reason and for every good reason. They found the cabinet she'd mapped. A metal thing with a stupid padlock and 5 layers of spellwork behind it. Harry cracked the physical lock with a pick because sometimes the simplest thing worked. He pressed his palm to the ward hinge. The Potter lines opened under his hand like a book that didn't mind being read. "Got it," he breathed. He looked up. Daphne was already reading a thin ledger. "What does authorized late access, cloakroom circuit, even mean?" She stopped. The hair on Harry's arms lifted. "Back," he snapped. The floor under Daphne's feet flashed. A sliver of light cut the air. She pushed off, but not fast enough. The curse sang past her chest and clipped her side. She went down hard and didn't shout, which scared him more. "Daphne," he said, voice too loud in the stone room. Two figures hit the far door at a run. Security, not Aurors, robes gray, wands out, shouting. Harry didn't think. The black ring thrummed. He threw up a shield and it held under the first bolt and the second. He moved forward anyway, because he needed them away from her. "Expelliarmus," he snapped, left hand wand, loud. Both wands twitched but didn't fly. They were tethered with straps. Fine. He changed angles. Incarcerus. Ropes flew. One guard tripped and slammed into the ledger case, cursing. The other flung a stunner at his head. Harry dropped sideways, felt his ear sing, and rolled. "Potter," Daphne grated from the floor. "Behind." He spun. A third shape melted out of a side passage. He didn't recognize the mask, didn't care. He went for the knee. Furio. The non-lethal black hex hit the joint. The man screamed, fell, and cracked his head on the stone. Harry didn't feel sorry. He heard Daphne's breath go ragged and his stomach lurched. He threw a blinding flare into the corridor, scooped the ledger with one hand, then slid on his knees to her. "Hey," he said stupidly, because words were all he had. "Hey." "I'm fine," she said through her teeth. She wasn't. The curse had slashed lower left ribs, shallow but burning. The air smelled like hot metal. His hands shook. He pressed his palm above the wound, threw up a wide shield around them with the other hand, and snapped a wordless shove that sent a charging guard into a wall. "Don't you dare die on me," he said, voice cracking, because the fear punched straight through everything smart. "Not planning to," she said, breath short. "Work faster." He did. "Episki," he whispered, careful. "Closed the worst of it." The burn didn't like being closed. He poured cooling charm into the skin and laid salve from the kit in his pocket because he carried it now, always. She caught his wrist. "Harry." "I've got you," he said. And he did, hand firm, pressure steady, shield humming under 2 more impacts. He wanted to scream. He didn't. He kept his voice flat. "On 3, we move. Ready?" She nodded once. He helped her up, braced her with his shoulder, reached out with his magic, and snapped the wall sconces down the hall to life. The sudden light shocked the nearest guard, who flinched. Good. Harry threw a stinging hex into his hand hard enough to break the grip. The wand fell. Daphne kicked it away. They ran. They hit the waste chute at speed, slid like idiots, and crashed into the alley behind Purge and Dows in a heap. The night air slapped his face. She was shaking. He realized he was too. "Sit," he said, louder than he meant to. He eased her onto a crate. He cleaned his hands and went for the wound properly. Salve. Bandage. Slower now. Careful. He could do careful. "Breathe," she said, eyes on his face. "You're holding your breath." He swore, exhaled, inhaled again. His hands didn't stop shaking until the bandage stayed clean for a count of 10. "Okay," she said finally, voice small and steady at the same time. "Okay. It hurts like hell." "Good," he said, and then choked on the word. "I mean, not good, just God." She touched his wrist. "I'm here." He nodded and swallowed the hot mess jammed in his throat. "I thought you dropped. I thought you were." "I'm not," she said. "I'm angry and alive." He laughed once, a hitch that didn't feel like laughing. Brilliant. They sat there, backs against the brick, breathing in wet alley air like it was gold. "Next time," she said after a minute, "I take the left." That floor rune was keyed to weight shift. "Next time," he said, "I throw you over my shoulder and we leave." She snorted and then winced. "Don't make me laugh."
"Sorry."
"Also don't carry me anywhere," she said. "I'll hex you." "Noted," he said, and realized his hand was still on her knee. He didn't move it. She didn't move either. Back at Grimald, He sat her on the kitchen table like it was a hospital bed and made tea because that was the only useful thing he could do while Creature fetched cloths and muttered about sly witches without malice. "I'm okay, Harry," she said around the rim of the cup. "Really? I thought you were dead," he said. The words came out bare. His voice didn't feel like his. "I know." He rubbed a hand over his face. "I've seen too much of that." She set the cup down and covered his hand with hers. "Warm, small, strong. I'm not leaving you to fight this alone. You'll have to get rid of me on purpose." "Don't joke." "Not joking," she said. "Look at me." He did. Her pupils were still wide from pain. Her mouth had that determined line he was getting hooked on. "We're doing this," she said. "Together. Or we stop now. And we're not stopping." He nodded once. "Okay." Silence stretched. Not empty. Heavy. He had a dozen things on his tongue. Stay. Need you. I can't lose you. But he held them because timing mattered and because she deserved more than panic. "Sleep," he said instead, hoarse. "You can have the sofa. I'll take the chair." "Rubbish," she said. "I'm not an invalid." She stood carefully and swayed. His hands shot out. She caught his sleeve and steadied. "Fine. Sofa." He dragged a blanket over her and sat in the chair too close. She closed her eyes. He didn't. After 5 minutes, he realized his hand had found hers under the blanket, like it had a mind of its own. He didn't move it. Her fingers curled around his. Her breathing evened. He watched her sleep and didn't let go. Sometime toward morning, his head dropped to his chest and he slept, still holding her hand. The next afternoon, Theo not turned up at Grimald with a folder and a smirk that Harry had disliked since second year. Daphne had asked him for copies of old committee lists. Theo's father had been on 3. It made sense. Harry still wanted him gone. "Theo," Daphne said from the end of the table, paler than usual but upright. "Thank you." "Anything for you," Theo said, lazy. He didn't look at Harry. He looked at Daphne like he'd invented being helpful. "You look, well, you always look good. Busy, though." Harry's jaw clenched. He took the folder from Theo's hand a fraction too sharp. "Cheers." Theo blinked at him like he'd just noticed he existed. "Potter," he said, polite like he was greeting a farm hand. "Didn't expect to see you here." "I live here," Harry said. "Sometimes." "Right?" Theo leaned on the chair next to Daphne without asking. "You shouldn't work alone. If you need a partner, I'm—" "She has one," Harry said, cold. Theo's eyebrows went up. "Does she?" "Yes," Harry said. "Boys," Daphne said, pinching the bridge of her nose. "This is tedious."
There's my un boat.
"You know where to find me," he told her low. "If you need anything real." He looked at Harry when he said real, which was funny because Harry was the only one in the room who'd bled in a ministry basement last night. "Thanks for the folder," Harry said flat. "Doors that way." Theo's smile didn't touch his eyes. He went without another word. The door clicked. The kitchen felt bigger. "Were you jealous?" Daphne asked, amused. "No," Harry said then, "maybe, yes." "Good," she said. He choked. "What?" She shrugged, wincing a little. "It means this isn't theater. I don't want theater." "That wasn't—" He rubbed his face. "I'm not. I don't own you." "Obviously," she said, smiling. "I like that you minded. Not because I need it. Because I wanted you to." He breathed out and in, trying to get his stupid heart under control. "What are we, then?" "Not dating," she said. "Not nothing, either." "Infuriating," he said. "Accurate," she said. "We work. We like each other. We don't do anything that makes us stupider or more likely to die." "High bar," he said. "Start with not glaring at every boy who brings me a folder." "No promises," he muttered. She laughed. "Don't make me laugh."
Sorry.
"Stop apologizing." "Sorry," he said again, and she threw a balled napkin at him. They trained that evening because Snape refused to let him use "we nearly died" as an excuse to skip. Daphne looked like hell and refused to sit out. "If I can't fight, this is pointless," she told Snape. "I'm not glass." "I would never accuse you of fragility," Snape said dryly. "Impatience, arrogance, but not fragility." He nodded at the marked floor. "Begin." They started slow. Harry took her through the black defensive set, short shields that move with your wrist, counter angles, quick jabs that flick a wand off target so you don't need to win the whole fight, just the next second. She learned fast. She didn't try to look pretty. She tried to win. He loved that. "Left," he called. "Eyes." "Don't say eyes," she shot back, blocking. "It makes me blink." "Don't blink," he said. "Shut up," she said and swept his ankle. He jumped, grinning, and snapped a non-verbal stupefy at her hip. She rolled. The red flash kissed floorboards and hissed. Snape watched, arms crossed, face unreadable. When they flowed through a combination that ended with Harry stepping into her shield as she dropped hers for a half-second so his covered both of them, Snape lifted his chin. "You fight like you share one mind," he said. Harry froze. Daphne did too. They looked at each other and then away, suddenly aware of how close they were standing. "It's useful," Daphne said, too brisk. "It is," Snape said. "It is also dangerous if you forget to think on your own." "We won't," Harry said. "We might," Daphne said, honest. "We'll watch for it." Snape inclined his head. For him, it was nearly a compliment. "Again," he said. They drove each other hard for another half hour. Sweat, sore arms, shaky legs. No one complained. When their wands finally dipped in the same second for the first time, Snape hissed like a cat. "Sit before you fall." They collapsed on the floorboards with their backs against the wall, shoulders touching. Their breathing synced without trying. Neither said anything for long minutes. "Hungry," Harry said eventually. "Starving," Daphne said. "Chinese?" he asked. "You're rich," she said. "Order everything." "Creature," Harry called, and the elf appeared with a scowl that softened when he saw Daphne's bandage. "Food." Creature sniffed. "Creature can do better than cheap foreign," he said, and popped away in a huff to make roast potatoes. "Please don't tell him you called it cheap," Daphne said, eyes closed. "I value my life," Harry said. They ate on the floor when the food arrived, too tired to move to chairs. Grease, salt, quiet. Felt like being a person for a minute. That felt dangerous and good. They worked past midnight a lot now, because evidence didn't line itself up and because you didn't outplan a man like Dumbledore with nap time. Papers everywhere. Floor, table, sofa. They'd learned to sit on the floor with their backs to the sofa so they didn't sleep by accident. "Garden item 2, Daphne said around a yawn. Governor Flint took a donation from Educational Oversight and voted to approve emergency discretion 2 weeks later. The donation didn't hit the public register. It hit a charity his sister runs. Harry circled the name. Weather Lead. She rubbed her eyes. "You're staring." "I know," he said. Her hand went still on the paper. "Say something clever." He didn't. "I want to kiss you." "Oh," she said, small and bright. "Same." They leaned in, slow, careful, like if they startled the air the world would break. An enchanted paperweight on the desk to their left chimed. Then again, urgent. They both flinched. Harry swore. Daphne laughed once. Helpless. "Saved by admin," she said, breathless and annoyed. "Again." Harry snatched the note. "Snape. Short. Move on Selwyn at 8. Bones ready to listen. Bring proof." Daphne's face dropped back into focus. "Right. Work. We really need to win this war soon," she said after a beat, not joking. "Top of my priorities," he said. They sat a little too close for a minute longer. Then they sat back and wrote and didn't touch and did not forget. They hit Felix Selwyn in the Department of Magical Transportation 2 days later. Not with spells, with documents. Daphne wore her cleanest, "I am a serious person" robes and went through the visitor entrance like she owned the place. Harry took the back again with Snape's pass and a goblin letter of attestation that would make a lesser man sweat. Kingsley Shacklebolt was already in the little conference room on level 6, leaning against the wall like he had a back problem. Amelia Bones sat at the table, glasses pushed down her nose, expression flat. "Lord Potter," she said, neutral. "Madam Bones," he said, "thank you for seeing us." Daphne slid the first packet across the table. "We can show a pattern of forged flu permits and maintenance outages that conveniently tracked dissidents' travel plans. The signatures are Selwyn's. The authorizations claim board oversight that never happened. We have the board minutes." Shacklebolt's eyebrow went up. "How?" "Reading," Daphne said. Harry almost smiled. Harry set down the second packet. "We also have receipts for equipment, charged to a shell account that belongs to Selwyn's brother-in-law. The equipment didn't exist." Bones read the top pages without a word. "Proof that the outages were used for surveillance?" Harry tapped the next sheet. "Wand trace logs routed through a third-party array. The array sits in a private office 1 floor above Selwyn's. The lease is in a fake name. The rent is paid by a fund tied to Dumbledore's Albus Relief of something or other." Bones looked up sharply. "Careful." "Facts," Harry said. "We're not accusing the man of building the array. We're saying someone did, and Selwyn left a door open for it, and he got paid." Shacklebolt let out a low whistle and straightened. He took the receipts, glanced at Bones, and left without a word. Bones kept reading. "This is a lot of paper," she said at last. "And a lot of people who shouldn't have been watched were watched," Daphne said, cool. "Including members of your department. Including you." Bones looked at Daphne like she was seeing her properly for the first time. Then she stood, tucked the packets under her arm and said, "If this blows back on my office, I'll roast you." "Understood," Harry said. 2 hours later, Selwyn was led out of his office white-faced and tight-lipped while 3 junior clerks pretended to be shocked and 2 others looked relieved. The prophet would call it a misunderstanding in the morning. Bones would call it suspension pending inquiry. Harry called it a win anyway. So did Daphne. So did Snape, who didn't smile but whose shoulders lost a tight inch of anger when Harry told him. "Small," Snape said, "but real. And loud enough in the right hallways," Daphne said. "People will be careful for a week. Then they'll get sloppy again. We'll be ready." They celebrated at Grimald with 3 other people who didn't ask questions and didn't try to hug him. Shacklebolt came by late, ducked his head through the door and said, "Good work," like a man who didn't waste praise. Daphne beamed at him in a way she didn't at anyone else. Harry noted it and refused to be stupid about it. "You did it," he told her when the house was quiet again. "We did," she said. He bumped her shoulder with his. "Show off." "Takes one," she said. They both knew it was small and that the man behind it all hadn't been touched. They both let themselves feel good anyway for one night. You had to. They cleaned up together, shoving papers back into folders, stacking plates, bumping hips in the narrow kitchen on purpose. The house creaked. Rain tapped the window. "When this is over," Harry said, before he could lose his nerve. She looked up, waiting. "When this is over?" "I want to do this properly," he said. His ears burned. He didn't care. "Take you to dinner. Court you like you deserve." Her mouth twitched. "Court me? How old-fashioned." "Blame the lordship rings," he said. "They make me ridiculous." She laughed. Then she went quiet. "I wouldn't hate it." "Yeah. Yeah." She stepped closer. "But we wait until after. I won't split my brain between staying alive and you." "Same," he said. "We wait." "Good," she said, and her voice softened in a way he'd never heard. She reached up, stood on her toes, and kissed his forehead. It was quick, warm, honest. He closed his eyes because he couldn't not. "Don't die," she said against his skin. "Planning not to," he said, voice rough. They stood there, stupid and happy and tired, for a long minute. Then they stepped apart without needing to say why. "Back to work tomorrow?" she asked. "Back to work," he said. She picked up her satchel. He walked her to the door. She looked back from the step and smiled like the night they hadn't kissed in the tea shop. "2 days," she said. "1," he said, and watched her go. He shut the door, leaned his head against it, and smiled at nothing like a fool. Then he went back to the table, underlined proof first twice, and started on the next list. The house settled around him. The war didn't care if he was in love. He did. He'd make it wait, and he'd make sure they both lived long enough to be stupid about dinner. They spread parchment across the kitchen table at Grimald and started a list. Names, notes, angles. Harry tapped the quill against the margin. "Neville," he said. "Private. No crowd. He hates crowds." Daphne nodded. "Bring proof, not speeches. His grandmother already suspects things. He'll follow her lead if you give her a reason to trust you." "Luna," Harry said. Daphne's mouth curved. "You'll think she's talking nonsense for 5 minutes. Then she'll hand you the truth in a sock. Handle with care. She's nobody's fool." "Zabini?" "Neutral. Money first. He can be bought but not cheap. Don't offer gold. Offer insulation." "Susan Bones." "She'll come if it smells lawful." Daphne wrote procedure next to Susan's name. "Ernie Macmillan will follow the rules in a burning building. He's useful if we need someone to say, 'Point of order,' without flinching." Harry grinned. "Hannah." "Heart first," Daphne said. "If she believes it helps people, she's in." They worked through names until the parchment was a map. Harry circled 3. "We start with Neville, Luna, Susan," he said. "1 quiet, 1 odd, 1 official. That gives a spine, eyes, and a badge." Daphne tapped Neville. "Go tonight. Don't wear all 3 rings. Don't make it a performance." "I won't," he said. "You will if you're nervous," she said, not unkind. "Breathe. Tell the truth. Ask. Don't order." He stared at her for a beat. "You're very good at this." "I was born in a house where dinner is a negotiation," she said. "Go." Neville's greenhouse behind the Longbottom home glowed warm in the evening. Plants rustled when Harry stepped in, and one of them tried to brush his sleeve. He brushed it back. Neville looked up from a tray of seedlings, hands dirty, hair sticking up. "Harry? What? Hello." "Hey," Harry said. "Can we talk?" Neville glanced at the back door. "Gran's having tea. She'll want to say hello." "Good," Harry said. "I want her to hear some of it." Neville blinked. "Right. Come in." Augusta Longbottom's hat was a small tower. Her eyes were sharp in a way that made most boys forget their names. She looked Harry up and down when he bowed his head and didn't flinch at the vulture. "Mr. Potter," she said, "you look tired." "Working," he said.
Mum.
She waved him into a chair and poured tea without spilling a drop. "Neville tells me you've been busy." "Quietly," Harry said. He set a thin packet on the table. "I need to show you something. It's about guardianship procedures, and about how they were used on me." Her mouth tightened. "Go on." He did. Not the whole story. No scar, no Horcrux, but enough. Forged consents, blocked choices, money moved under temporary oversight that never ended. There was nothing dramatic in his voice. He stuck to facts page by page. Neville's hands clenched on his cup. He wouldn't." "He did," Harry said, gentle. Augusta read faster than he expected. "You want my grandson," she said after a long minute. Not a question. A shot over the bow. "I want Neville to know what's going on. Harry said. If he chooses to help, I want him safe. If he doesn't, I want him safe. Neville swallowed. What would you want me to do? Plants, Harry said. You know herbology better than anyone our age. We need antidotes. We need ways to clear minds. We need to protect against slow poisons, not just flashy curses. And we need someone who isn't impressed by robes and speeches. Neville stared at him. You think I'm brave? I think you're steady, Harry said. Sometimes that's harder. Augusta's eyes softened for a second. You won't make promises you can't keep, she said. I can't, Harry said. I can promise to tell you the truth. I can promise I won't throw Neville at danger because it looks heroic. I can promise I will stand in front when it counts. Neville's chin lifted. What do you need me to do? His voice didn't shake. Harry let out a breath he hadn't noticed he was holding. First, look at these plants I brought, he said, pulling a wrapped bundle from his bag. Snape says they're common and ignored. He thinks they're useful. He won't say why in writing. Neville brightened despite himself. Oh, Merlin, this is brilliant. If you boil this with mooncalf milk you can, Don't apologize, Harry said, grinning. That's why I'm here.
Augusta stood.
Neville will help, she said. So will I. I've seen enough of men with long beards and longer memories. You'll keep him informed. Yes, ma'am, Harry said. Good, she said, and left them with the tea and the plants and a future that felt less lonely. Luna found Harry before he could go looking for her. She stepped out of a shadow under the orrery with a radish earring tangled in her hair and a serious look he didn't see on her often. The Nargles told me you were fighting the man with too many secrets, she said. They're noisy when they're anxious. Hi, Luna, Harry said. Because if you started by arguing you never caught up. I could use help. I know, she said. I've been getting bored. He blinked. You what? You keep walking around like you're the only one who notices the wrong shape of things, she said, like she was discussing muffins. You're not. Portraits talk. House elves talk when you ask nicely. Peeves is awful, but he loves chaos and he hates rules, so if you trade him a whistle he'll tell you where the prefects hide their notes. Ghosts remember everything. People ignore them. People ignore me. It's very convenient. Harry stared. Luna, are you running an intelligence network? She tilted her head. Don't call it that. It makes people nervous. But yes. He laughed short and real. Okay, what do you need? A list of questions, she said. Not the answers. You ask the wrong questions and you get stories. You ask the right ones and you get maps. Harry rubbed his eyebrow. I can do that. And an oath, she said. Not to use my friends. You can ask. You can be kind. You can never treat them like tools. Done, he said instantly. She stepped closer and peered at his eyes like she could see the gears. You look tired, she said. Don't forget to sit in the grass sometimes. I'll put it on the calendar, he said. You won't, she said, smiling. That's why I'll remind you. He did something he almost never did. He hugged her. She hugged back like she'd been expecting it for months and let go before it got complicated. Welcome to the part where it gets interesting, Luna said. Finally. Greengrass Manor was quiet and expensive. You could hear the rugs. A butler took Harry's cloak like it might bite and led him into a dining room with long windows and longer cutlery. Daphne met him at the threshold with a look that said behave. He tried. Lord Greengrass stood when they entered. He was lean, with a face made for neutral expressions. Lady Greengrass's eyes were a softer version of Daphne's, which made Harry's stomach do something stupid, so he focused on the chair. Lord Potter, Lord Greengrass said, thank you for accepting dinner. Thank you for inviting me, Harry said, and sat when they sat. The first course tasted like it had a degree. No one spoke for a minute, and Harry used the time to not knock anything over. So, Lady Greengrass said, voice even, you and my daughter are working together. Yes, ma'am, Harry said. She's very good at it. She is, Lady Greengrass said. What do you want from her? Support, advice, correction when I'm being thick, Harry said, honest. And equal say. Lord Greengrass's fork clicked softly. Equal say, he repeated. Yes, Harry said, meeting his eyes. I'm not looking for a follower. And personally, Lady Greengrass asked, light but sharp, what do you want? Harry swallowed. After the war? Time. A chance to be boring with her. Dinner without codes. A garden. Daphne's ears went pink. Lord Greengrass's eyebrows lifted a millimeter. You can't promise her safety, Lady Greengrass said. I won't, Harry said. I can promise I won't risk her to make myself feel brave. I can promise to treat her like a person, not a symbol. Lord Greengrass set down his fork. You're asking her to risk everything. I'm not asking, Harry said, hands flat on the table so he wouldn't clench them. She chose.
I'm grateful.
Daphne glanced at her mother with a tiny, private smile. Lady Greengrass saw it and sighed like a woman who had once been young and clever and impossible. Dessert? She said to no one, and the staff appeared like magic, which it was. After, Lady Greengrass asked Daphne to walk her to the conservatory. Lord Greengrass poured Harry a finger of something brown and expensive. You're honest at least, he said. Not stupidly, I hope, Harry said. Lord Greengrass considered him. Do you trust Severus Snape? Harry didn't blink. Enough. That's more than most would say, Greengrass murmured. You've built something unusual. If it protects my family's ability to choose our lives, I will not stand in its way. Thank you, Harry said. He stood to leave when Daphne came back. In the hall, Lady Greengrass caught her daughter's hand. Are you sure? She asked, quiet. Completely, Daphne said, and didn't look back. The Wisingamot chamber was a bowl of purple and whispers. Harry's formal robes felt like a joke that wasn't funny. The Potter ring was calm. The black ring buzzed irritably. The Peveril ring was quiet like a knife. He stood when it was time. Motion for guardianship oversight reform, he said, clear. Require dual external review for the appointment of magical guardians for heirs under 17. Independent healer assessments filed with Gringotts in sealed copy. And a prohibition on unilateral core interventions without a 3-signature protocol, guardian, healer, and bank representative. A murmur. He kept going. This would have protected me. It will protect others. It doesn't accuse anyone. It creates process. He sat. The chief warlock rose. Albus Dumbledore's beard looked very white today. His eyes did not twinkle. They were cold stars. An admirable concern for the young, Dumbledore said, warm enough to make lesser spines melt. Surely Lord Potter understands the necessity of proper guidance for those not yet prepared to manage the complexities of our world. Too many hands on the wheel can delay urgent decisions. Harry stood again before his heart could pound a hole in his ribs. Urgent decisions should be visible, he said. If the decision is sound, it survives a signature. A soft laugh traveled a row. Dumbledore's smile didn't move. Of course, Dumbledore said, but we must be wary of hamstringing those who have, for many years, worked tirelessly for the good of all. We cannot let suspicion stand in for wisdom. Harry kept his voice even. Wisdom is not allergic to paper. Someone snorted. Someone else hissed. The vote took 5 minutes and 4 speeches he didn't listen to. Failed by 3 hands. He sat jaw tight, throat dry. Daphne's knuckles brushed his sleeve as she passed in the aisle like she was just another heir leaving early. He saw Dumbledore looking down at him over the rim of his glasses. The look said, I see you. Harry looked back with a face that said good. War declared, not in fireworks, but in forms. Outside, Kingsley met him in the corridor. Close, he said. Closer than it should have been. Next time, Harry said. Next time, Kingsley agreed. They met the younger heirs in a side room borrowed from the Bones office.
No reporters. No parents.
A pot of tea and too many chairs. Susan Bones sat straight-backed and looked pleased to be useful. Ernie Macmillan had a notebook with tabs. Hannah Abbott brought biscuits like a shield. Blaise Zabini lounged and watched. Tracy Davis had a pen that clicked too loudly. "We're not forming an army," Harry said. "We're building a spine. We press for rules that protect us from anyone who decides they know what's best for us." "Meaning Dumbledore," Blaise said, lazy. "Meaning anyone," Daphne said. "Don't be obtuse." Susan raised a hand like they were in class. "What's the next motion?" "Small," Harry said. "Guardian Oversight, Part 1. Public Register of Guardians with term limits and mandatory review at 5 years."
Ernie nodded, jotting.
"Framed as transparency. Hard to oppose without looking guilty." "Exactly," Daphne said. "We're not waving flags. We're filing paperwork." Hannah smiled. "I can talk to my dad. He knows people in the Department of Families." Blaise tilted his head. "What do I get?" "A world where no one can make your mother's mistakes for you," Daphne said, mild. Blaise's eyes flashed. He sat up. "I'll not vote against you," he said. "That's as generous as I get." "That's enough," Harry said. They set tasks, calls, quiet visits, no speeches. Everyone left with a list and a feeling they were doing something grown, not just loud. Daphne lingered. "You didn't shout," she said. "I wanted to," he said. "I know," she said. "I'm proud of you." He rolled his eyes on purpose. "Shut up." She laughed. He grinned because he liked making her laugh even when he pretended he didn't. Training looked different now. It wasn't just dueling. It was staying alive. First rule, Harry told a half-circle of wary faces in the Grimald sitting room. "You are not interesting. You are boring. You don't use the same route twice. You don't write names. You don't say more than you have to." Snape took the next bit, pacing like a metronome. "Occlumency is not mystical. You will learn to hold a wall in your head. You will practice with me. You will hate me. You will thank me later, or you will die before you can." Silence. "Good." Daphne laid out a stack of forms. "This is ministry procedure for records access. Learn it. If you don't know the form number, you look like a child. If you do, doors open." Neville, face set, taught them which herbs keep your head clear after a mild confundus. Luna explained how to ask a portrait a question without letting it posture for 10 minutes. Kingsley dropped in twice to show them how to walk like they belong somewhere. "Signals," Harry said, holding up a string. "1 knot means don't come in. 2 means safe but watched. 3 means run. If you see 3 knots on a doorknob, don't be clever. Leave." They practiced hands-on. How to shake a tail, how to hide a list in plain sight, how to listen to your spine when it tells you a room is wrong. Snape watched it all and, at the end, said, "You might not die. Miracles." "High praise," Daphne muttered. "Don't get used to it," Snape said. The minor victory didn't feel minor from the inside. It felt like 10 days of too many cups of tea and 100 short conversations and 4 late-night drafts of the same 2 sentences. They didn't aim for everything. They aimed for a window, public register of magical guardians. Not sexy, necessary. Daphne wrote the language. Susan ran it past 2 clerks who owed her aunt a favor. Kingsley whispered in the right ear. Harry stood in a corridor where an old man could see him and didn't move away first. When the vote came, it was barely a vote. The old guard didn't care enough to block it. The middle thought it looked tidy. The young didn't want to look like they liked secrets. Passed by 6 hands. No fireworks. Just a line on a board and a copy delivered to the prophet. Hannah cried anyway. Ernie looked like he'd won a scholarship. Susan squeezed Harry's arm hard enough to bruise and said, "See? The system breathes if you push the right ribs." Harry didn't laugh. He looked at the line again and let himself feel the click of it. 1, he said. 2 by Christmas, Daphne said, fierce. 3 by spring. Careful, Snape said from the doorway. Pride falls. We're not proud, Harry said. We're not done. That night the kitchen at Grimmauld was loud. Creature pretended to hate it and cooked twice as much. Neville brought butterbeer he said was awful, and it was. Luna stuck star stickers on the edge of a map until Daphne made her stop. Harry stood at the sink and watched it all with his hands in the dishwater and thought, this is a team. Daphne bumped his hip with hers. You're allowed to smile, she said. I am, he said and did. In a different building, high and quiet, a man sat at a desk and read. The room hummed softly with wards. A phoenix slept on a perch with its head under its wing. Albus Dumbledore did not look amused. He read the notice of the public register 3 times. He set it down. He read the report from Amelia Bones's office about Felix Selwyn. He set it down. He read a list of names, the ones who had met in a Bones conference room when they thought the walls didn't listen. He set it down last. Curious, he said to the empty room. He looked at a shelf where 2 old books sat with bookmarks. He looked at a drawer that wasn't a drawer. He did not open either. Snape, he said very soft, or the goblins, or both. He stood and walked to the window. The castle sat still in the night. He had shaped this world so carefully. He could feel it tug when someone pulled on a loose thread. Not the boy alone, he said. Someone teaches him to ask grown questions. The phoenix lifted its head and watched him. Dumbledore stroked its feathers once and turned back to the desk. Pressure, he said to the papers. Not on the boy, not yet. On his circle. The edges fray first. He wrote 3 short notes in tidy hand. One went to a governor who liked feeling important. One went to a clerk who liked being asked. One went to a woman who owed him for saving her brother in 1978. None of them looked like orders. All of them were. He sealed them. He sat. He steepled his fingers and let his eyes go very kind for a moment so he could remember which mask to put on tomorrow. Time to remind young Harry, he murmured, why I have led for 50 years. He smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. Reports piled up so fast he stopped reading them twice and just listened. Neville stood in the kitchen with dirt on his cuffs and a tight face. St. Mungo's changed visiting rules again. Gran says it's nonsense. The ward sister says it came from above. We got turned away for sanitation checks. It's never happened like that. Pressure, Daphne said, already writing it down. Who else? Susan arrived with 2 folders and a headache. Random quality reviews in Guardian Services. Not random. 3 families who spoke to you last week all got notices. 2 audits. 1 warning about improper filings. It's a message. Kingsley sent a short note in his neat hand. Watch your backs. New standing order for discreet observation tied to your name, Harry. Officially to keep you safe. Unofficially to box you in. Blaise sent his mother's latest invitation and a separate card with 2 words. Don't come. Luna drifted in, put a feather on the table like it mattered, and said, the portraits say the headmaster's been walking at odd hours. He stops under the 6th arch on the east corridor. He listens for the castle. Wonderful, Snape said, dry. He's decided to be poetic about power. Harry rubbed his eyes. Anyone leaving us? Not traitors, Daphne said, scanning her list. People with mortgages. A cousin with a ministry job. A sick aunt. They're saying not now and stepping back. We can't blame them. No, Harry said. We also can't pretend it isn't happening, she added calm. Our circle is tightening. Susan pinched the bridge of her nose. We need a clean win. Visible. Legal. Soon. Or you'll spend the next month putting out small fires while the house burns. Agreed, Snape said. He's forcing you to react. You must make him react. Harry nodded once. Then we pick the strike. Not tonight. Soon. Soon, Daphne echoed, and wrote it twice like she could pin the word to the table. They noticed the watchers first at Flourish and Blots when Moody pretended to be interested in book plates and stood with his back to the window for 20 minutes straight. Then in Hogsmeade when a witch with purple hair tripped over nothing 3 times and laughed too loud every time Harry looked at her. Tonks waved when their eyes met. She didn't stop following. Daphne clocked a man with a prophet under his arm who never turned a page. Neville said a different gardener showed up at the Longbottom home and knew nothing about pruning. Susan's friendly audit became 2. Not just Hogwarts, Daphne said after the 3rd day of it. They're shadowing in Muggle London, too. I caught 2 wizards trying to work out how a bus stop works. Harry adjusted routes. They used 3 entrances to Grimmauld and only 2 in a week. Luna moved their dead drops from obvious cracks to stupid places. Inside a broken gramophone. Under the stuck lid of a sweet jar in a shop nobody liked. Behind a portrait that snored. Snape added extra locks and extra rules and extra scorn. Paranoia keeps you breathing, he said. Trust is a luxury. Harry didn't say what he was thinking. I don't want to live in a world where we never trust anybody. He wrote assume watched at the top of the day's list and underlined it until the quill tore the parchment. The night it broke, they'd just shaken a tail. Moody this time, limping and grinning and asking Harry to come have a chat with an old man. Harry had smiled and lied and kept walking. Daphne had drifted onto a different street without looking back. They waited 15 minutes in separate corners of a square and then met in the alley behind a bakery where the air always smelled like sugar. Daphne leaned her head back against the brick. She closed her eyes. I hate this. Same, he said. He could still feel Moody's stare between his shoulders. His hands shook once and he made them stop. She looked at his hands and then at his face. We could die tomorrow. We could, he said. I'm tired of waiting, she said, voice even but thin. For the good moment. For a day that might not come. I don't want my last memory to be filing a form. He stared at her. He didn't say anything stupid. He stepped close until he could feel her breath on his mouth. Say stop, he whispered. I won't, she said, and then she didn't. The first kiss wasn't careful. It was messy and honest and full of the last week's fear. She grabbed his collar. He caught her waist and felt her shake and realized he was shaking too. He tasted salt and mint tea and adrenaline. The brick was cold under his hand. The night hummed. They didn't go far. They went home. Grimmauld was dark. The hall smelled like polish and dust. He shut the door and leaned his forehead against it for a second because his heart was beating like it had hands. She took his chin in her fingers and made him look at her. No speeches, she said.
No regrets.
God, no, he said, and meant it. They tripped over their shoes. They laughed into each other's mouths. He pulled away once to check the wards because he couldn't not, and she said, Harry, in a way that made him come back fast. They didn't rush and they didn't stage anything. Shirts, skin, kisses that got slower when the first rush burned down to something heavy and steady. He learned the sound she made when he got it right. She learned how to get his head to stop running for once. They kept their voices down because old houses carry sound. They forgot twice and didn't care. When they finally stopped moving, they were a tangle of warm limbs and blankets and quiet. He fell asleep with her hair in his mouth and her hand on his chest, the beat under her fingers slowing in a way that felt like safety. It was the first night in weeks he slept through. Morning came soft through the grimy curtains. His neck hurt. He smiled anyway. Daphne blinked awake, squinted at the ceiling, and groaned. I can't feel my arm. He shifted.
Sorry.
Don't be, she said and rolled toward him. Close again. Quiet again. He kissed her because he could. She kissed him back because she wanted to. I love you, he said, like he was saying his own name. Simple. True. Not a performance. I know, she said, and the smile hit him in the chest. Love you too. They lay there for another 5 minutes trying to pretend the world wasn't waiting. Then Daphne's stomach growled, loud. He laughed. Domestic bliss, he said. Toast. Toast and eggs and tea, she said into the pillow. And no files for 1 hour. 1 hour, he promised. They made breakfast together, bumping hips, sharing the kettle, moving around each other like they'd been practicing for months, which in a way they had. He dropped a plate. She caught it with a wand flick without looking. He buttered the toast like it was a task for the Order of Merlin. This, she said around a mouthful, waving the toast. This is why we're doing it. Yeah, he said, and meant that too. They didn't talk about rings or vows or any other word that would make the air heavy. They talked about who would feed the owl if they slept late, creature grumbling. They talked about whose turn it was to do the washing up, his. When they finally sat down with the files, the tea had gone lukewarm. He didn't care. Hermione wrote him first. Tea? Short. That was normal. The time she insisted on, the exact minute, wasn't. She met him at a little place in Diagon Alley that did weak coffee and better scones. She looked thin. Her hair was pulled back like she wanted to pull herself together with it. Her hands wouldn't stop twisting the napkin. Hey, he said, sitting. You okay? Fine, she said too fast. Sorry, just school work and my parents and… How are you? Busy. He waited. What's up? She swallowed. When's the next thing? The operation. Roughly. He blinked. Hermione. I don't need details, she said quickly, eyes flicking to the window. Just timing. I want to make sure I'm available to help. He wanted to believe that. He did. Soon, he said. Within a fortnight. We're picking the day. She nodded like she'd been told to nod. Right? Good. Albus, Professor Dumbledore's been asking me questions. Nothing awful. Just checking in. You know how he is. Harry kept his face flat by force. What did you tell him? Nothing, she said, too loud then quieter. Nothing he hasn't already guessed. That you're frustrated. That you're busy. That you're thinking about reforms. Her eyes shone for a second. She blinked hard. I'd never, Harry, I'd never. I know, he said, because he did. Because he wanted to. You look tired. So do you, she shot back, and tried for a smile that didn't live long. Please be careful. You too. He reached for her hand. She let him squeeze it and then pulled away like it burned. Hermione. I have to go, she said, standing. I'll send an owl. She left a half-eaten scone. He watched it like it could give him an answer. He told himself she was just scared and that he was making ghosts out of steam. He was good at telling himself things. 2 days later, she turned up at Grimald with a tin of biscuits and asked if he could remind her which coin they were using for emergency signals now, the galleon or the canute. Daphne answered from the doorway without looking up, Canute, and Hermione flinched like she'd been slapped. Harry saw it. He filed it under not enough sleep and moved on. The third time, at training, she refused to practice the short oath of secrecy Snape used for planning sessions. I don't like oaths, she said, shaky. Not after. She stopped.
I'm sorry.
I'll write notes. Snape stared at her too long. Harry said, It's fine, and meant it. He wanted her in the room. He needed her in the room. They met in the war room, really the dining room with a map laid over the wood and bits of string like bad craft. Inner circle only. Snape, Kingsley, Susan, Neville, Luna, Daphne, Hermione. Harry stood because he did better standing. 3 objectives, he said. 1. Expose the private trace array on level 6 and the money line that pays for it. 2. Grab the sealed oath registry we think he's been using to bind people off the books. 3. Pull the real minutes from the board archive for the last year. Ambitious, Susan said, eyes bright, but doable if we split. We split, Daphne said, tapping the map. Team A, Harry, Kingsley, me, takes the array and the lease documents. Team B, Susan, Ernie, Neville, gets the oath registry from records with a signed writ. Team C, Snape, Hermione, Luna, pulls the minutes and plants a clean copy for the prophet. Why Luna with me? Snape asked cool. Because the portraits in that corridor think she's a painting, Daphne said. They won't tattle. Also because you like pretending you don't need help. Snape sniffed. He didn't argue. Timing, Kingsley said. We need to hit at once. Exactly, Harry said. Dumbledore can't be everywhere. He'll try to block one door. He can't block 3 if we move clean. Exit plans, Susan said. For routes each, Daphne said, sliding a sheet to everyone. No improvisation unless you must. If you get pinned, you don't try to be a hero. You burn the papers and live. Press, Kingsley put in. Bones has a sympathetic clerk who hates secrets. She'll slide the array lease to the prophet if we get it to her. Not before. Snape steepled his fingers. It assumes he doesn't already know you know. Then we act like he doesn't, Harry said, and we move before he can decide which trap to spring. Hermione cleared her throat. When? She asked too casually. What night? 2 nights, Harry said. Start at 9. Done by 9:40. Out by 10. She nodded and wrote it down like she was trying to make her hand look normal. His stomach pulled tight for no reason he would admit. This is the turning point, Neville said, voice low but steady. If we can show them hard proof, not just stories. They'll listen, Susan finished, or they'll have to pretend to. Snape cut across the hope with a knife. Do not get overconfident, he said. He's survived this long by preferring chess to duels. We're not overconfident, Harry said. We're ready. Snape looked at him a long time and didn't argue, which somehow felt worse. Assignments went out. Coins synced. Signals reviewed. Hermione took a coordination role, timing the 3 teams, watching the clock, sending the go if anyone lagged. It made sense. She was good at timing and lists. It also put her at the center where one wrong call could crack the whole thing. Tomorrow night, Harry said, closing the meeting. Be early. They didn't cheer. They didn't have a song. They left with tight faces and lists and the feeling of weather building. Final prep tasted like metal. They checked gear twice and then a 3rd time because nervous hands forget. Neville packed vials and labeled them big because small labels get you killed. Susan read the writ so many times the ink looked thin. Luna put 2 peppermint humbugs in her coat and said they were for Snape if he got grumpy. He said he never got grumpy. No one believed him. Daphne found Harry by the stairs with a fistful of coins. Breathe, she said. I am, he said, and then did. We've got this, she said, quiet. We do. Yeah, he said. We do. Snape pulled him aside as everyone else ran drills. Watch for signs of compromise, he said, low. The obvious and the stupid. The friend who suddenly needs to know when. The person who doesn't take an oath. The way a hand shakes when it never shakes. Harry stared at him. I always do. No, Snape said, and there was no sarcasm in it. You trust too easily. That's not always bad, Harry said. It will be, Snape said. Soon. Harry's jaw clenched. Thanks for the pep talk. It isn't a pep talk, Snape said. It's a request. Keep your eyes open. Harry nodded because fighting him would waste breath. He told himself his eyes were open. He missed 2 small things that afternoon. Hermione standing too long by the flue when she thought no one was looking, and the way she pressed her left hand when she thought no one saw. He told himself she had a new ring. He told himself a lot of things. The night before the operation, they didn't work late. They went upstairs when the house went quiet and shut the door and let it be them for a few hours. They didn't rush. They didn't need to prove anything. It wasn't about fear this time. It was about choosing. They kissed lazy and long. They talked in between. Where would we live? Harry asked into her hair. Somewhere with a kitchen that isn't haunted, she said. And a garden. Garden, he said, smiling in the dark. We'll murder so many plants. Speak for yourself, she said, poking his ribs. You'll murder them. I'll make them forgive you. What would you do, he asked, if there wasn't all this? Be boring, she said, certain. Sleep in, complain about meetings, teach some stubborn idiot how to fill out forms, yell at you for leaving teacups everywhere. I do not. You do, she said, laughing into his chest. Then quieter, what about you? Fly, he said. Read books nobody expects me to read. Learn to cook something that isn't toast. Take you out and not scan the room first. God, I hope we're boring, she said. Boring sounds perfect, he said. The quiet got heavier. Not bad. Full. If something goes wrong tomorrow, he started. Nothing will, she cut in sharp. Yeah, he said, and then softer. But if it does, I want you to know. I know, she said, saving him from having to say it again. Me too. They kissed. They didn't talk about death again. They fell asleep in a tangle that felt like a promise. Downstairs, the house was still. In another part of the city, a girl stared at a clock and a door and a piece of parchment with a time on it. In a tower, an old man folded his hands and waited. The air felt heavy even to people who didn't believe in omens. Harry slept anyway. He earned one night. Tomorrow would take what it wanted. He held on to what he had. He didn't let go. The pressure was getting to everyone, and Snape wasn't afraid to say so. It's systematic, he said, voice flat, eyes tired. He's tightening the ring, Potter. Around you, around anyone who stands too close. We were in his quarters. Stone. Low light. Kettle hissing. Smelled like tea and old books. My shoulders ached. I hadn't slept much. Order members watching me is nothing new, I said. It isn't just you. He set a folder down. Moody outside the leaky twice this week. Tonks at Hogsmeade. Accidentally bumping into Miss Greengrass indoors and out. Shacklebolt has been assigned a file with your name on it. He sent word carefully. The Watchers have Watchers. I rubbed my face. Ministry. Financial oversight, Snape said. Ostensibly. Routine review of the Potter Trusts. A note to Bones's office about concerns with guardian reform advocates. 3 neutral families received letters warning them to consider reputational risk. Reputational risk, I repeated, bitter. Right? He poured tea and didn't offer sugar. He's working both sides. Public sympathy. Poor boy, traumatized, needs guidance, and private pressure. It isolates you. People convince themselves stepping back is kindness. Some have, I admitted, not traitors, just self-preservation, he said, saving me from the word. He will keep at it until something gives. It won't be my people, I said. They know what he is. Snape's mouth thinned. Everyone has a breaking point. Everyone. Not Daphne, I said before I could stop myself. I didn't say her, he said too fast. We stared at each other a second. Then who? I asked. He sighed. The one who can't bear to be wrong. The one who thinks rules save lives. The one who believes adults when they say, trust me, because once, trusting saved hers. My stomach pulled tight. Hermione came out small. I said no name, he snapped, then softer. You asked me how he breaks people. Not Imperius. Not Veritaserum. He offers them the one thing they cannot stand to lose. And then he makes you the price. I shook my head. She wouldn't. She would if he convinces her it saves you, he said. Or her parents. Or her future. He's not asking your allies to betray you because they hate you. He's telling them betrayal is how they love you. I stood up because sitting felt like drowning. You're wrong, I said. I hope I am, he said, and he meant it. Watch. Listen. Do not assume loyalty is a shield. I'm not. I started. Then shut up because my voice was getting loud. The kettle clicked. I wanted to throw it. Snape watched me over the rim of his cup. Overconfidence will cost you. I'm telling you now so when it happens, you don't let it take everything. I took the cup he didn't offer and drank even though it burned my mouth. Thanks for the pep talk. It isn't a pep talk, he said. It's triage. I left angry and more scared than I wanted to admit. Hermione picked the library. She always did when she wanted control. It was late, most tables empty. The lamps hummed. Dust hovered in the light. Hey, I said, dropping into the chair across from her. Hi, she said, eyes flicking past me, then down to a book she wasn't reading. The skin under her eyes was gray. Her nails were chewed. You okay? Fine, she said too quick. I wanted to check something. Where are you staying right now? I keep sending letters to Grimald and they take ages to come back. It's complicated, I said. Grimald mostly. Some nights not. Right, she said. Her quill tapped. Who else has access to, your planning notes? I frowned. Why? So I know who to. Harry, I'm trying to help, she said, voice fraying. If something happens, I need to know who to contact. That's all. Daphne, Snape, a few others, I said. The usual. Right? She said again, as if that answered something in her head. She swallowed. When is your next? She inhaled. You said you were moving the big thing. Yeah, I said carefully. We're reassessing timings. Her mouth pressed flat. He's been asking me questions, she blurted. Professor Dumbledore. About you. About what you're planning. What did you tell him? Nothing. Nothing useful. General things. That you're busy. That you're angry. She blew out a breath that sounded like a sob she hadn't given permission to leave. You don't understand what he can do. I do, I said. That's why I'm stopping him. Maybe, she said, barely above a whisper. Maybe he's right about some things. The air went cold. Like what? He thinks you're... She shut her eyes. He says you're in pain, Harry. That you're not thinking clearly. That people will get hurt. He says you need guidance. Guidance is what got me here, I said. Guidance put me in a cupboard and called it, for the greater good. I didn't say I agreed, she said fast, hands shaking. I'm just scared. I know, I said softer. Me too. She nodded like her head was too heavy. I shouldn't be here, she muttered, grabbing her bag. I have to go. Hermione. All right, she said, and left like the chair was on fire. I stared at the empty seat and tried not to hear Snape's voice in my head. We planned the raid like always. Small team, tight window, in and out. Not the big operation we'd sketched for later. This was a grab for 3 pages, procurement memos from a back office Susan swore existed because the ministry never deletes anything, they just misfile it. 30 minutes, Daphne said, checking her watch for the 3rd time. No heroics. Never, I said and kissed her knuckles. Neville rolled his eyes and pretended not to smile. We went in dressed like night shift clerks. Illusion work. A borrowed badge. A stack of forms so no one would stop us in the corridor. Catherine wheels of nerves under my skin. First hallway, fine. Second hallway, fine. The door we needed a quiet unlocking spell. Neville whispered it, hands steady. We slipped inside. Cabinet, Susan said, pointing. Bottom drawer. Stamped orange. Across the room. Something was wrong. The air felt tight. Harry, Daphne said low. Listen. Boots. More than 2. Coming toward us. Out, I said, already moving. The door blew inward before we reached it. For Ors. Wands up. The leader's voice boomed. Hands where I can see them. We went for cover before he finished the sentence. Spells cracked the air. My shield took 3 hits then buckled. Neville whipped a vial and the floor slicked under 2 Ors' feet. Daphne's curse knocked a wand hard left without breaking the man's wrist because she'd promised me we'd keep it non-lethal unless we didn't have a choice. Back door, Susan yelled. There's a back door. She got clipped in the shoulder mid-sentence and hit the desk, gasping. I slid across the floor and dragged her behind a cabinet. My heart pounded in my ears. I'm fine, she gritted. She wasn't, but she could move. We fell back in a stagger, firing to keep heads down. I threw up a ward that hummed like a hive and felt it strain as two stunners hit it at once. Daphne darted. Fast. Hair in her face, wand a blur. A silent cutter took a chunk out of the door frame and my stomach lurched. Smoke, Neville said, and snapped a pellet under his shoe. The room filled with choke and gray. Coughing exploded on both sides. I grabbed Daphne's hand. She squeezed hard. We smashed through the back door and hit a service corridor. My lungs burned. Susan half ran, half stumbled. Footsteps pounded behind us. Left, Daphne snapped. We took it. Another left. A narrow stair. The world shrank to breath and feet and the sting in my eyes. We burst out into an alley. The cold slapped me. I yanked the port key out of my pocket. Grab on, I said. Everyone touched, even Neville's hand shaking. The tug behind my navel hit and the alley dropped away. We landed in the backup safe house, toppling into a heap. Susan swore. Neville threw up. Daphne sat down hard and rubbed a hand over her face. No one spoke for a long minute. Then Susan looked at the blood on her sleeve and said, Well, that wasn't luck, was it? No, I said. My throat hurt. They were waiting. Who knew? Neville asked, eyes wide. Who knew the time and the room? 5 of us, Daphne said. Us and Kingsley and… Not Kingsley, Susan said flat. He's the one who pulled that patrol off our backs last month. He wouldn't. I know, Daphne said.
I'm listening.
Snape wasn't in the plan, I said. He only knew we were trying for records this week.
Luna.
Neville said, guilty, like saying her name was betrayal on its own. She doesn't set times, Daphne said. She sets snacks and riddles. Silence. The room felt too small. Someone talked, Susan said. Or someone's been got at. Imperious. Legitimacy. A bug. Something. No one in the circle would sell us, I said. That isn't what I said. Susan shot back. Harry, use your head. We told 6 people. 4 of them were in this room. 1 is an Auror who staked his job on us. The last is… Don't, I said, too sharp. Daphne's eyes flicked to me. We have to talk about it, she said. We can't keep pretending. I'm not pretending, I said. We compartmentalize. From now on, no one gets full plans except the team on the job. Times go to me and me alone. If anyone asks specifics they don't need, they're out of the room until we know why they're asking. We lock information down and we move forward. What if it's in the inner circle? Neville asked, quiet. Then we find it, I said, and we fix it. No witch hunts, Daphne said, firm. We don't eat ourselves. We won't, I said. I looked at each of them. We won't. The person who would betray me wasn't on this operation. For one stupid second that felt like proof they were clean. It wasn't. It was just another way for me to feel better. The letter arrived in the afternoon. It was folded clean, the handwriting neat. No name, no seal. Daphne set it on the table between us and didn't touch it again. Read, she said. I did. The words were simple. Step away from Potter. You are clever enough to see he is not stable. If you do not, your family's assets and reputation will suffer. We know where your mother takes her weekly walk. We know which clerk processes your father's contracts. We know which cousin drinks too much on Friday nights. There will be accidents. My hands went cold. I'm going to… You're going to breathe, she said. Her jaw was clenched. Then you're going to help me put my parents somewhere no one can reach them. I brought this to your door, I said. I did this. Don't, she said sharply.
Issues.
Not this, I said, shoving the letter back. Threatening your mum's routine? Threatening your dad's livelihood? That's politics, she said, bitter. Our kind of politics. They're just saying it out loud. Tell me you'll step back, I said. Just say it. Say you'll step back until this is over. My throat closed. I'll make do. Her eyes flashed. Don't make decisions for me. I'm trying to keep you safe, I shot back. And I'm telling you I'm not a prize to put back in a case when it gets dusty, she snapped. I'm in this. Your war is my war. Or are we just doing breakfast now but not the rest? I flinched. She exhaled hard and scrubbed a hand over her face. Sorry, that was cheap. No, I said. It wasn't. My parents are scared, she said, quieter. My mother said she would understand if I took some space. My father asked me if I trusted you to outthink a man who's been playing this game longer than our grandparents have been alive. I said yes. Don't make me a liar. I won't, I said. My chest hurt. We'll get them out. We will, she said. And Harry, if you ever tell me to leave you to save me again, I'll hex your eyebrows off. A laugh crawled out of my throat and felt like a bruise. Deal. We spent the evening making calls. Creature packed a bag with an expression that said the household had standards even under duress. We moved her parents with enough layers of misdirection to make Snape grunt approval. It still didn't feel like enough. When they were safely away and the house was quiet again, Daphne slid onto the sofa next to me and leaned her head on my shoulder. I'm scared, she said. Me too, I said, but I'm not letting him take this from us. I know, she said, and squeezed my hand until my fingers stopped shaking. Grimald was loud when it was full. It sounded wrong when it wasn't. That night it was just me and the tick of the hall clock and the stupid hum the fridge made when it thought no one was listening. I spread names on the table. My people. Not just names, faces, moments. Neville's hands steady in a crisis. Luna's odd little smile before she said something that sounded like nonsense and was actually the plan. Susan's fierce, tidy fury when the ministry tried to bury a report. Kingsley's silent nods that meant 10 moves had been made already. Daphne's hand on the back of my neck when my head wouldn't stop running. Who leaked? Who could leak? Who would? I went through methods like a list in a classroom. Imperius, Veritaserum, Legilimency, Panic. A quietly terrified clerk who couldn't say no to a man with a grandfatherly voice and a folder of concerns. Parent pulled in for a chat. A job threatened. A cousin's marriage contract suddenly up for review. I hated myself a little for thinking any of it. It felt like betrayal to put their names next to those words. Felt like I was already losing them. My eyes burned. I pressed my fingers to them and saw spots. Maybe he's right about some things. Hermione's voice wouldn't leave. Maybe I was doing exactly what he said. Running hurt and making it everyone's problem. Maybe I was dangerous. Maybe the safest thing would be to walk into his office, put the rings on his desk and say, "Fine, you win. Tell me where to stand." The thought made me nauseous. He'd like that. He'd tilt his head and call it wisdom and say I was finally growing up. He'd pat me on the shoulder like a good boy. No, I said out loud. The word steadied me. He wanted me doubting. He wanted me to get small. He wanted me to choose his safety over everyone else's freedom. I wasn't doing that. Not again. I wrote 3 lines on a blank sheet. Protect them. Find the leak. Don't break. My hands stopped shaking. It wasn't brave. It was stubborn. I cleaned up the names. I washed my face. I went upstairs. I didn't sleep for long, but when I did, I didn't dream about cupboards. How do I recognize it? I asked. When someone's compromised. Snape didn't answer right away. He was looking at the fire like it owed him money. Sometimes you don't, he said. That's the point. I need more than that. He exhaled through his nose. He doesn't press in straight lines. He offers bargains. He presents them as choices. You choose him. Imperius would be easier. For him and for you, Snape said. He hates easy. I watched the lines at the corners of his eyes. What did he offer you? He went very still. The room seemed to hold its breath. After she died, he said, careful. There was a hole. Rage is loud. Grief is louder. He spoke softly. He offered purpose. A chance to make it mean something. A way to be useful instead of monstrous. Work that would hurt me enough to feel like penance. Lily? I said, because not saying her name felt cowardly. He flinched like I'd thrown something. He used my guilt, he said. He fed it just enough to keep it from starving me. He told me I was the only one who could keep you safe. Who else was left? He set the board so that leaving him meant abandoning you. He made service feel like duty. He didn't bind me. He didn't have to. I bound myself. Every day. For 15 years. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like penny metal. So if he comes for one of mine, they'll pick the thing that hurts least, Snape said. And that will look like him. How do I fix it? You don't, he said. You endure it. You pull them out if you can. You don't let it turn you into what he says you are. My throat felt tight. And if it's Hermione, then it is, he said, and let me see something like pity. If it isn't, it will be someone else. Do not make this a story where you failed to love hard enough. That's one of his tricks. I hate him, I said low. Good, Snape said. Hate is cleaner than worship. Does it go away? I asked. The feeling of being owned. No, he said, but it stops being the only feeling. I nodded because I didn't know what else to do. He poured tea we didn't drink. We will plan again when you've calmed your head, he said. You're no good to anyone if all you can see are knives. Right? I said. Thanks. Don't thank me, he said. Just keep your eyes open. Daphne and I didn't talk strategy that night. No maps. No lists. Just the two of us on the sofa with a blanket and a terrible film creature pretended not to watch from the doorway. Whatever happens, she said, toes under my leg because her feet were cold. We face it. I wish I could put you in a bubble, I said. I'd pop it, she said. I don't need protection. I need you next to me. I'm not going anywhere, I said. She studied my face like she was memorizing it. What do you want when this is over? Toast that doesn't taste like war, I said. A door that doesn't have 6 locks. A broom. You on Sundays. A garden we mostly fail at. She smiled, small and sharp. Okay. What about you? A job where I get to say no to stupid people and make it stick, she said. A big, ugly dog that sheds on your black clothes. Dinners with my parents that don't feel like debates. You, obviously. She poked my side. Sometimes people forget to put that in the list. I won't, I said. We fell asleep there under the blanket, the house quiet for once. Felt like a pocket of air in deep water. The summons came on thick parchment with a neat line of ink. Please see me.
No signature.
None needed. Hermione climbed the stairs to the headmaster's office like she was walking into an exam she hadn't studied for. The gargoyle moved without a password. That told her too much. Miss Granger, Dumbledore said, warm, standing. Thank you. Please sit. She sat on the edge of the chair. She didn't touch the sweets. Her hands were fists in her lap. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, he said, and somehow made it sound like he was disappointed in himself for letting it get so far. I worry about you. About all of you. I haven't done anything wrong, she said, voice small, then stronger. I haven't broken any laws. He tilted his head. I would never accuse you, my dear. He folded his hands. But you are close to Harry. Closer than most. He is unwell. He is hurting. and he is making plans that will hurt others. He wants to fix things, she said. He has evidence. Collected by goblins and men who resent the order of things, Dumbledore said, mild. Do you know how easy it is to see conspiracy when one is grieving? I do not blame him. I do fear for him. Sir, I am not the villain in this story, he said, so gently she felt stupid for ever thinking he could be. I have led a long time, Miss Granger. Sometimes leadership means being blamed for doing the hard thing. I accept that. What I will not accept is watching one of my children run toward a cliff because it feels like freedom. I'm not she stopped. He smiled a little. I know you have been speaking with him, he said. I know he asks you to keep secrets. Loyalty is admirable. It is also dangerous when it prevents you from seeing the larger picture. I won't betray him, she said. Her stomach turned. You would never, he said, nodding. Betrayal is such an ugly word. I'm asking you to help me keep him safe. How? She asked. It came out like a challenge and a plea at the same time. Tell me when he plans to act, he said. Tell me who he intends to endanger. I can ensure no one is hurt. I can make certain mistakes are not fatal. That's not what you mean, she said. You'll stop him. I'll stop him from destroying his future, he said. And yours, and Miss Greengrass's, and Mr. Weasley's, and your parents, when they are dragged into tabloid muck for harboring a radical. Her hands clenched. Don't. I have spoken to certain parties, he said, still mild. There is an appetite for stern measures. I have held them back. I cannot hold them back if Harry continues. The ministry could prosecute. They have room. A trial would be unpleasant. Azkaban, she whispered. You're threatening. I am telling you the truth, he said. I am trying to spare you pain. I will protect you as long as I can. But I cannot protect you from him if he insists on dragging you with him. He isn't dragging, she said. We chose. Of course you did, he said. Because you are brave. Because you are kind. Because you trust. And that is why I must ask you to help me. Not to betray. To save. Her eyes burned. She thought of Harry in the library, stubborn and tired and alive. She thought of her parents, their little house, the way her dad read the paper every morning like bad news wouldn't surprise him if he saw it first. She thought of the way Dumbledore made the word Azkaban sound like a weather report, inevitable if you didn't bring an umbrella. I can't, she said, and meant it, and didn't know if it would be true tomorrow. He nodded like he'd expected that. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, he said again, and slid a thin folder across the desk. It held forms. Real ones. Her name. Her parents' names. A summary of associations with subversive elements. A draft of a summons. It smelled like ink and an ending. I can keep this from becoming official, he said softly. If you help me. If you tell me when. I will not harm him. I care for him deeply. I will guide him as I have always done. She stared at the paper until the words blurred. Her chest hurt. If I say yes, you won't. I will not let any harm come to him, he said, eyes kind, voice steady. You have my word. It sounded like safety. It sounded like when she was 11 and the train was too loud and a nice man told her everything would make sense if she got to the school on time. It sounded like lies and also like the only way out. I'll let you know, she said. It wasn't a yes. It was enough. Thank you, he said, and his smile reached his eyes this time because it didn't have to be kind anymore. She left the office with her hands shaking and the folder in her bag and the door closing behind her like a lock. On the stairs she stopped and put her head against the wall and hated herself. In the tower, Dumbledore sat alone for a long time. He didn't look triumphant. He looked like a man who'd set another piece where he wanted it. Pieces, he thought. They resent being pieces. That is the flaw in any board. He picked up a quill and wrote a date. 2 nights hence. Plenty of time to move 1 patrol and loosen 1 ward and wait. We hit them clean. 3 minutes in and out, no alarms that mattered. One clerk who looked up and then decided paperwork was above his pay grade. Daphne and I moved and stepped down the records annex corridor while Neville kept watch at the lift. Susan led us to the shelf because she'd memorized the index 3 days ago. "Second row, right side," she whispered. "Ledger bound in gray. Confluence accounts." Daphne's fingers skimmed spines. "Got it." I slid it into the false bottom of the file case. My pulse was loud. We'd been burned 2 weeks ago. This time we'd fed 3 fake timings to 3 different ears and only put the real time on a piece of parchment that dissolved 30 seconds after I read it. We walked out like we belonged. No ruse. No guilt. My back itched until the door thumped shut behind us, and then I let breath out and grinned at Daphne. She shook her head at me, smiling anyway. In the alley behind the ministry, the portkey tugged, and then we were standing in the Grimald kitchen with Luna already waiting, hair pinned up with a quill. "You smell like toner and stale warts," she said cheerfully. "That means you won." "We did," Susan said, setting the case on the table like it was gold. "Kingsley will have kittens." "Kittens are later," Daphne said, flipping the clasps. "Now we see if the sums match." They did. Names, transfers, shell accounts with sweet names that hid what they were, Guidance Endowment, Hogwarts Friends Council, War Orphans Fund, funneling straight to the same few signatures. People who'd voted exactly how Dumbledore needed 10 times out of 10. Susan's mouth set. "He's been buying independence with charity." "Of course he has," Luna said. "A soft rope still strangles." I shot her a look. She lifted a shoulder. "Plain facts." Neville peered over Susan's arm. "That one," he said, finger-tapping a line. "Cresswell. He's been blocking Amelia's reforms for years." "Wasn't Cresswell sacked last month?" Daphne asked. "Quietly," Susan said. "But he's got friends. And cousins. This lets us push a bigger domino." "Press," I said. "Selective leak. Not everything, yet. Enough to start a stink no one can ignore." "Even the prophet will print something if the numbers are this neat," Susan said. "And Auntie's old speechwriter owes me." Luna hummed, eyes distant. "We should release it from 3 directions at once, so the story has legs before anyone tries to cut them off." "That's not how legs work," Neville muttered. "It is today," she said. We planned the release, cut the extracts, prepared the duplicates. By dinner time, even Creature looked grudgingly pleased, which for him meant he didn't call us filthy anything when he brought the stew. It hit the night edition. We didn't even have to pay. "Charity funds funneled to power brokers?" The headline screamed. Inside were the neat rows and a polite little editorial asking whether the esteemed headmaster should answer some polite little questions. It wasn't a bomb. It was a slow leak that made the room stink. Kingsley sent a 2-word owl. "Nice work." 10 minutes later, 2 junior members of the Wisengamot old privately to say they'd support a public inquiry in the interests of good governance. Rita Skeeter did a special on the true cost of guidance, and for once she didn't invent half of it. People argued in pubs. People argued in ministry corridors. That was the point. For once, we weren't just running. We were making him move. We celebrated like we weren't waiting for the sky to fall. The big table at Grimald was crowded. Glasses clinked. Luna added fairy lights that made the ceiling look like it was breathing. Neville brought a plant he said would clean curses from the air, and Creature let it sit on the mantel without comment, which meant he had adopted it as a black heirloom in his head. Kingsley came by after midnight, hat low, smile quick. "Good," he said. "Not just for the mess it makes, for the feeling. People need to see he bleeds in newspapers too." Susan handed him a copy of the ledger extract. "Take this to Robards," she said. "He won't like it, but he hates being lied to." Kingsley tipped his head. "It'll move something." "Drink," Daphne said, shoving a glass at him. He took it, then slipped out again because he lived in the between places. We laughed more than we had in weeks. We were stupid a little. Felt good. I caught Hermione's eye once across the room. She was smiling at something Neville had said, and then she saw me watching and the smile faded in this small, guilty way I pretended not to notice. "Come on," Daphne said into my ear. "You're staring at everyone like you're memorizing where they'll sit when the music stops." "I am," I said. She threaded our fingers together under the table and squeezed until my shoulders relaxed. "Tonight you can let them be happy." "I'm trying." "You're doing it," she said. "Look around." Neville and Luna were arguing about whether to name the mantle plant. Susan and Daphne's sister, who drifted in late and pretended she hadn't, were negotiating how to bully 3 junior clerks without making them cry. Hermione was laughing at something Snape had said. He'd come, and no one had died of shock. He sat with his arms crossed, mouth smug, pretending he hadn't enjoyed insulting half the room. I raised my glass when he looked over. He tilted his head the smallest fraction, which from Snape was a standing ovation. "Speech," Luna said suddenly, pointing the quill pin at me. "No," I said automatically. "Yes," she said. "Anyone who steals numbers from thieves gets to say words." It wasn't just me. "All the more reason to talk," she said like that was obvious. Everyone went quiet. My face got hot. "I'm not good at speeches," I said. "That's why we trust you," Susan shot back, grinning. "Okay," I said. I stood because everyone else was already looking and it would have been weirder to stay seated. We did a thing. It was clever. It mattered. It's going to make him work to look like he's not scared. That's good. I'm proud of us. Not just because we nicked a book and fed it to vultures. Because we're doing this the right way. We're not burning the whole place down just to spite him. We're proving it can be better even if it's boring. That matters more than big bangs. I swallowed. "I'm glad you're here with me." "See," Luna said. "Perfect." Glasses lifted. Creature muttered about fingerprints on silver and then took a sip of elf wine when he thought we couldn't see and made a face. Hermione came up after with a plate of something and pressed it into my hand. "Eat." "Bossy," I said. "That's why you keep me," she said. But her voice wobbled and she didn't meet my eyes. "It was good work." "Yours too." She nodded, stepped like she was going to say more, then didn't. "I'm going to bed. Big day tomorrow." "Yeah." She squeezed my forearm and walked away. Felt like goodbye in a way that made my stomach turn. Daphne bumped my hip. "You okay?" "No," I said. "But I want to be. Come with me." We didn't go far. Just the little room off the kitchen with the ugly painted tiles and the kettle that never quite boiled right. She shut the door. The sounds of the house dropped to a muffled hum. My hands were already shaking. She saw and rolled her eyes at me in that soft way that meant you're an idiot and I love you anyway. "We're allowed one night," she said, "before we start pretending we don't need sleep again." "That ledger is done," she said. "And it was brilliant. And I am going to steal your toast now." She did, and I let her because her mouth was warm against my thumb when she licked butter off it and my chest did that stupid tight thing it only did for her. "I love you," I said, because we'd been saying it like a fact for weeks and it still felt like a secret I liked repeating. "I know," she said. "I love you too." We didn't make it complicated. We didn't try to make promises we couldn't keep. We curled up on the narrow sofa with the scratchy blanket and we kissed until I forgot what day it was. Clothes ended up on the floor in a line that made me laugh because mine was a mess and hers was neat even when she was undoing me with her hands. We took our time. We didn't need to prove anything. When it was over we lay there, sweaty and stupidly happy, and her heartbeat thudded against my side in time with mine. "Last peaceful night for a while," she said, eyes half closed. "Bit grim." "Realistic," she said. Then softer. "I want it to be not the last, so please try not to get dead." "I will do my best," I said. "You as well." She poked my chest. "I always do." We slept a little. Not enough. It was enough anyway. Snape found me on the back steps at sunrise. The garden was a mess. The sky was that nothing color before it picks one. He stood with his hands in his pockets like he'd wandered out and couldn't remember why. "Congratulations," he said. It sounded like an insult. It wasn't. "Thanks," I said. "You are learning to use fire without burning down the kitchen." Daphne made me practice with the knobs. He actually huffed a laugh through his nose. "Do not let this make you careless." "I won't." He flicked a glance at me. "You will want to spoil them today. It is human. Do it. And also tell them the truth." "I do." "Do it anyway," he said. "Say it again. People hear better the second time." I nodded. He stood for a moment like he was deciding how much more to say. "I did not expect to care if you succeeded." "You do," I said.
Sorry.
He made a face. Appalling. "Snape." He looked at me. "If something happens and I can't," I swallowed, "look after them. Daphne, Neville,
Luna.
even Hermione, especially Hermione." "I loathe this conversation," he said. His mouth tightened. "But yes. Thank you." "Do not make me collect on that now," he said. "It would ruin my evening." "Morning," I said. "Do not correct me," he said automatically, and the corner of his mouth twitched. We made the rounds like it was a holiday. Neville set up in the cellar with trays of seedlings and a box of jars. "I've brewed 3 batches," he said. 2 are for locking wards and 1 is for making people's feet stick to floors. Don't laugh. It works." "I'm not laughing," I said. "I've seen you deploy it. It's terrifying." He beamed. "Also, I got your wand holster adjusted. It won't catch on the coat anymore." "You're a marvel." "Tell my gran," he said dryly. "She thinks I'm practicing to be a gardener." "You are," Daphne said. "You're going to save all our lives with a weed." Luna spread maps on the parlor rug and put weights on the corners so they wouldn't curl. The weights were teacups. "Your dead drops are boring," she told me. "Boring is safe." "We can make them safer by making them slightly less boring," she said, and swapped 2 locations in a way that made the whole network harder to predict. "Also, the portrait of the woman with the warty chin knows more than she pretends." "I hate that portrait," I said. "She hates you too," Luna said absently. "That means you're even." Susan ran us through the messaging tree again. "If comms go down, you do not improvise," she said, jabbing a finger at me specifically. "You move to contingency B. If B fails, you move to C. There is no D. D is death. Do not be D." "Got it," I said, grinning. She hit me with a rolled-up plan, and I deserved it. Hermione was in the library writing out last-minute notes in her tidy hand. She looked up when I leaned on the doorframe. "I made you a list," she said, pushing the parchment across. "Things you forget under stress." "Rude." "Accurate," she said, trying to smile. It didn't reach her eyes. "Walk with me," I said. We did the loop of the hall. The floorboards creaked where they always creaked. I could feel her matching my steps like we were 11 again and sneaking to the kitchens. "You don't have to come tonight," I said. "It's coordination. You could sit it out." "I can't," she said, immediate. "I need to be where the maps are." Her hands twisted. "I'm good at it. You said so." "You are," I said. "You're the best." She swallowed. "Then let me do it. Please." "Okay." She stopped and looked at me hard. "Be careful," she said, and her voice cracked on the second word. "Please." "I will," I said. I wanted to hug her. I didn't. She looked like she'd shatter. She turned and walked away quickly, shoulders tight. Daphne came up behind me. "You don't get to fix it," she said softly. "I know. You can't." "I know," I said again, and hated how useless it sounded. By late afternoon, the house had a rhythm. People checked lists and packed bags and ate bites of things without tasting them. Kingsley sent one more message. Patrols moved. Window is clean. Someone upstairs is nervous. I read it twice and felt that little stab of pride again. We were making him move. We held the final briefing in the dining room because it fit everyone and also because the big table made it feel official. This is the last run-through, I said.
No surprises.
Snape stood by the mantel like a judgmental gargoyle. You have already built in 6 surprises, he said. Controlled surprises. I shot back. Section A hits the records office and pulls the staff list. Section B gets into the back of the communications division and plants the exposure rune on the line to the headmaster's office. Section C sets up the pensive capture in the committee room and pulls the memory when the clerk logs the false guidance order. We reconvene at Point Delta and move to Phase 2 if and only if we have all 3. Phase 2, Susan said, is the public drop if we get something that links him directly. Right? I said. If not, we sit. We wait. We don't give him a clean shot at calling us reckless. Assignments, Daphne said, taking over. A me, Neville Kingsley. B. Susan, Anthony, Terry.
C. R. Hermione, Luna.
She looked around. We use comms protocols. We fall back if anyone calls red. If you are separated and you don't have eyes on your team in 3 minutes, you go to your assigned bolt hole and stay put. Don't be a hero. Don't improvise. Don't be D. Who chose those letters? Neville muttered. Me, Susan said. Hermione's quill scratched as she wrote. Her fingers were too tight around it. She kept pressing her mouth flat like she was holding something in. When I asked if she was okay, she nodded without looking up. Snape cleared his throat. One more thing, he said. Everyone glanced at him. If any of you feel odd, as though you are walking into something that smells clean when it ought to smell dirty, stop. You are being handled. Practical, Luna said. Experience, he said, and his eyes were on Hermione when he said it for half a second too long. She flinched. No one else seemed to see. We broke after that. People drifted to grab last-minute gear. Neville hugged me like he thought I wouldn't let him if he asked. I hugged him back because I wasn't a monster. Susan squeezed my shoulder and told me again not to improvise. Kingsley tipped his hat. Luna whispered something that sounded like, "The clock is hungry but we'll feed it crumbs, not hands." And I decided not to ask for translation. Daphne waited until the room was almost empty. Then she stepped into my space, took my face in both hands, and kissed me like the room wasn't there. "You come back," she said. Not a question, not a plea. A rule. "Same," I said, breathless. "Obviously," she said. She pulled back just enough to look at me properly. "If it goes sideways, fall back. I don't need you to be impressive. I need you to be alive." "Yes, ma'am." She rolled her eyes. "Don't call me ma'am. It makes me feel like my mother." "Terrifying," I said. "Go," she said, but her thumb traced my cheekbone twice before she let me go. By evening the world narrowed to bags and wands and the feel of a portkey string against my skin. The house was quiet in that fake way where everyone whispers even if they don't need to. Hermione adjusted the map one more time. Her hands were steady now. Too steady. "You ready?" I asked. She nodded. "Yes." Luna handed each of us a tiny silver disc. "If you break this, it will tell me you're lying," she said. "I'm not sure that's legal," Hermione said faintly. "It isn't," Luna said. "That's why it works." Snape stood at the door. "Do not be stupid," he said to me. "If you feel your stomach drop, leave. That is your body being wiser than your pride." "Got it," I said. "Thanks." He looked like he wanted to say more. He didn't. He stepped aside. We moved to positions in 2s and 3s. Portkeys glinted. Coats creaked. Someone laughed too loud in the hall and then clapped a hand over their mouth, embarrassed. I caught Daphne's eye across the room. She lifted her hand.
I lifted mine.
It felt like something you might do before a long fall, wave at the person who'd jump after you. On my mark, I said, voice low. Everyone leaned in. 3, 2, 1. The pull took my breath and the house vanished. The operation started exactly as planned, which should have been the first warning. We split at the fountain outside the old post office, the one with the chipped mermaid and the permanent smell of damp owl. Coats up, hoods on, wands down by our sides like we were just cold and bored. My team took the alley to the service entrance of communications. Daphne's team, Daphne, Neville, Kingsley, headed for records. Susan had Anthony and Terry for the relay drop in the atrium gallery. Snape was on the inside line, feeding us ward timings from a corridor 3 floors up. Hermione stayed at Hub Delta with Luna, maps spread over the table and 3 mirrors propped against cups. I'll coordinate, she said, too bright, too steady. It's faster if I'm not running as well. I'd open my mouth to argue and then shut it. She was right. She was always right about that stuff. Check comms, Luna murmured, touching each disc she'd made us wear. 1, 2. 3, Susan said. 4, Neville whispered. 5, Kingsley said. 6, Daphne said, eyes on me. 7, I said, moving. We moved. The side door ward gave the little static prickle I was expecting when I slid the Potter key rune across it. Clicked open like a grumpy throat clearing. We slipped inside. The corridor smelled like old paper and hot dust. My heart was banging hard but steady. We'd drilled this 100 times. Line is clear for 80 seconds. Snape's voice rasped in my ear from the charmed coin. Lift you want is the second, not the first. The first has a silent alarm you missed. Copy, I said, already veering left. Hermione's voice chased his a second later, sharp and clean. Update. Patrol shift early on level 3. You've got a 3-minute pocket if you move now. We're moving, Daphne said over another line. Records door opened like a gentleman. Neville, stop grinning at the hinges and get inside. Can't help it, Neville muttered. They're perfect. Harry, Susan asked. We're in position. Relay goes on my count. Hold 2, Hermione said. There's a flux spike on the east ward line. Wait for it now. Everything slotted. 2 minutes of corridors and stairwells and me counting my own breaths so I wouldn't run. Then the communications backroom door. A Potter ward key pressed to a lock that wasn't supposed to exist. The whisper of tumblers, and we were in. The room had that quiet hum you feel more than hear. Lines layered over lines. Sigils woven into beams. I could see the thread we wanted because Peveril knowledge had rewired my brain. It glowed in my head like a diagram.
Rune?
Luna asked softly. I see it, I said, kneeling. There's a carrier glyph buried under the standard audit sigil. Sneaky. Of course it is, Hermione said, paper dry. They all hide it there. Right, left, right, pause, lift. I followed the pattern without thinking. A little click in my hand. Got you, I whispered. I slid our exposure rune, thin as a fingernail, under the line. Kissed the stone and vanished. 1, I said, breath fogging. Records are ours, Daphne said in my ear. Kingsley's got the staff list. Neville, for Merlin's sake, don't pocket that quill. I wasn't. You were, she said, amused despite herself. 2. Relay dropped, Susan said. The clerk will file the false guidance order in 10 minutes. We'll have a clean pensive pull and a matching paper trail. 3, I said. My mouth went dry. It was going too well. Don't say it, Daphne warned. I'm not saying anything, I lied. Timing to exfil, Hermione said briskly. 7 minutes for A and C, 9 for B. Red route for A, blue for C, B stays on green until the clerk signs. Snape again, that quiet weight he carried even through a coin. Potter, there is a tremor on the 5th corridor ward. Could be nothing. Could be my nerves. You don't have nerves, I said. Indeed, he said, and cut the line. We set to work on the pensive capture, Luna's hand steady while I anchored the threads. The silver memory roped itself into the vial. Pretty, she said. Don't get sentimental, I muttered. I won't, she said. It's just light. We were packing the last of the kit when the wrong alarm went off too early, 2 corridors away. It wasn't ours. Who tripped what? Susan snapped. Not us, Daphne said instantly. We're clear. It came from your floor, Hermione said, voice tight. But the wrong side. That shouldn't. The corridor outside us popped. It wasn't apparition. Apparition is a crack and a rush. This was like the air itself got punched. The door rattled in its frame. Move, I said. Now. We bolted for the service stairs. The door at the top blew inwards before I reached it. Splinters, metal, wind, and 5 cloaks came through low and fast like they'd rehearsed it 100 times. They had Aurors, Luna breathe. Not just Aurors, I said, because the man in front wore an old scar like a rule and had his wand already pointed exactly where my head had been a second ago. Expulso, he bellowed. I threw the black shield weave out of instinct, 3 layered bands snapping into place. The spell hit and the shield screamed like metal. My knees jolted. The second Auror sent a chain hex that rattled along the banister and wrapped my wrist. I cut it with a defindo and swore. Go, go! I yelled, shoving Luna down the stairs. Blue route. She didn't argue. She never did when the air went wrong. The corridor filled with shouts and light and the ugly smell of hot stone. I flung stunners and trippers in a rhythm Snape had drilled into me until it lived in my muscles. 1 Auror went down hard. Another hit the rail and swore. The third tried to flank. I slid a Peveril shift along the floorboards and the wood buckled up under his feet like a wave. He smashed into the wall and dropped his wand. Harry, talk to me, Hermione demanded in my ear. Busy, I snarled, blasting a confringo into the ceiling. Plaster rained. A 4th figure stepped through it as if dust didn't exist, wand flicking once, twice, precise. My shield flickered. Pain bit my left shoulder like teeth. Protego Maxima. I threw everything into it. The corridor lit white. Section A is engaged. Daphne shouted on another channel. Multiple hostiles and records. How the hell did they Neville down? Green is compromised, Susan barked. Pulling Terry move. The Auror with the scar raised a hand and the chaos calmed around him, like he carried a pocket of order. He didn't even raise his voice. Harry Potter, he said, stand down. No one has to die. I laughed once, harsh. You first. He sighed, almost sad. I did try. They pressed. I gave ground because living mattered more than being brave, because if I died here the rest of it didn't matter at all. I dropped a black smoke coil bomb over the stairwell and dragged Luna through it by the back of her robes. She coughed and threw a lento hex behind us. The steps went sticky and 2 Aurors cursed as their boots glued. Left, Luna choked. We went left. A red curse nicked my ear and blood ran hot down my neck. My shoulder throbbed. The building groaned like it had indigestion and the ward pressure spiked. Daphne, I snapped. Kingsley's hit, she panted. We're falling back, Neville, now. Another pop in the corridor ahead. Not apparition. Apparition was blocked. This was a key jump inside the ward web, and it was aimed at where our route would put us in 5 seconds. They were reading us like a map they'd drawn. Hermione, I said, breath gone. Who has our blue routes? Me, she said. Only me. Then someone's. Don't, she said, and I didn't, because I couldn't breathe around the thought anyway. We broke into the side stairwell and hit a wall of blue coats and grim faces. Stupefy, immobulus, incarcerus. I slammed my wand down and the Potter ward note I'd prepared broke like a glass. The stairwell shuddered. For 2 seconds all the magic in a 3-yard bubble forgot what it was doing. Run, I hissed, and we did. We came up in the alley we'd planned for 10 minutes from now, not 2, and I slammed my palm against the little iron vent cover where we'd hidden the fallback port key. It was cold and wrong, and then it tugged too hard and the world went sideways. We landed on our knees in the shadowed corner of a public bath off Fleet Street. My shoulder screamed. Luna's lip was split and she wiped blood away with the back of her hand calmly. "Your ear's leaking," she said. I noticed. I pressed my wrist against it. The mirror flickered. "Status," Susan demanded. Voices, crashing. The sound of her breathing fast through her nose. "C is dirty but mobile," I said. "Where are you?" "In the atrium." "No, scratch that. In a cupboard near the atrium because half the atrium has decided it wants to kill me. Anthony's down. He's breathing. I can't." The mirror went white noise for a second and my stomach dropped. "Daphne," I said too loud. "Daphne, talk to me." "Busy," she shot back, ragged. "We're cut off. Kingsley's taken too. He's still swinging. Neville, stay with me, don't you?" "Daphne," I said, pulse hammering. "Just give me Harry." Her breath hitched. "We're falling back to Delta 3. Delta 3's. "I know where it is," she snapped. "We're moving." The alley blurred. I swallowed, tasted copper. My hands shook so badly I had to hold the mirror with both. "Snape," I said. Static. "Snape. Alive," he grated finally. "Trapped on a landing with 2 members of the nuisance squad and a portrait who will not stop singing. Do not come for me. You will die pointlessly." "Cheery," I muttered. "Potter," he said, voice flattening. "You are expected. They are reading you." "I see that." "Change the rhythm," he said. "Now." I did. We didn't run to any of the planned routes. We ran wrong. We cut through a bakery and a bookshop and a shed full of cleaning supplies, and I laid false ward notes on 3 doors because spite is a kind of strategy. "Hermione," I said softer than I'd meant to. "Are you?" "Here," she said, breathless. "Hub Delta is hot. Someone tried the window and creature insulted their grandparents into leaving. I've got 5 pings, no, for Harry, we've lost one." "Who?" The word scraped. She didn't answer for half a second too long. Terry's mirror went dark. I closed my eyes. "Focus," she said sharply, like we were revising. "You can be sad later." "Right?" I said, and ran harder. We reached the old printworks we used as a pivot point. The floor was burnt and the air tasted like old ink. I checked the line etched in the floorboard, still there, tiny hours. We jumped again. We came up in a loading bay near the river and walked into a wall of wands. I saw Daphne first, hair out of its pins, jacket torn at the shoulder, wand up. Neville stood at her left, blood on his sleeve. Kingsley wasn't there. 3 Aurors formed a neat half-circle opposite them. And between, not quite in line with either side, Com's mirror in one hand and wand in the other, was Hermione. My heart did something ugly. "Harry," she said, voice too calm. "Drop your wand." "What?" Came out stupid. "Please," she said, and in that one word was the worst thing, the thing with edges. "They'll stun you otherwise." Daphne's head snapped toward her. "What are you doing?" Hermione swallowed. "I told you. She shook her head.
I'm sorry.
It was like my ribs got too small for my chest. Neville made a sound like a kicked chair. The scarred Auror from the stairwell stepped forward a fraction. "Make this simple, Potter." I didn't look at him. I looked at Hermione. She was shaking just a little, the way you shake when you're standing too close to a cliff. Her eyes were huge and wet and furious and miserable. There was a bruise on her jaw I hadn't seen before. "Hermione," I said, and my own voice broke.
No.
"I had to," she whispered. He has everything. He had my parents' Muggle records. He had a statement ready for the Prophet about what we've been doing. He had owls to the Board of Governors. He said if I didn't help, he'd make you a criminal and he'd make me help catch you anyway. She squeezed her eyes shut. Please, put it down. Don't make them hurt you. Daphne's wand didn't waver. You told him our routes. Yes, Hermione said and flinched. No, only some. I tried to. Her breath hitched. I steered them away from you when I could. Kingsley, he was going to be hit in the throat. I changed the angle. Neville's laugh was a horrible sound. Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Shut up. Daphne snapped at him without looking away from Hermione. Her voice was ice. Granger, last chance. Move. I can't, Hermione whispered. He's watching. Who? I demanded, even though I knew exactly who. Dumbledore, she said. He's got the line. He's listening to everything. She looked at me like she wanted me to hate her so she could hate herself properly.
I'm sorry, Harry.
Don't call me. The rest jammed in my throat. The Aurors moved because of course they did. I snapped up a shield. Spells smashed into it and my arm went numb. Daphne fired back, fast and vicious. Neville threw a binding spell that wrapped the legs of an Auror behind Hermione and took him off his feet. Hermione didn't cast at us. She cast sideways, cheap little trip jinxes that made the Auror stumble when Daphne moved, a light shove that sent a stunning spell off course. Stop helping, the scarred Auror snarled at her. I'm trying to keep everyone alive, she snapped back, voice shaking. Which is your job, isn't it? Stupefy, reducto, confringo. I moved forward on instinct to get between Daphne and the worst of it. A curse grazed my thigh and my leg went hot, then cold. Daphne swore. A chain hex clipped Neville's wrist and his wand clattered away. I've got it. Luna's voice rang from behind. I hadn't seen her slide along the wall like a ghost until she was there, winding the chain off Neville with a flick and a hum. Hello, Hermione. Hermione's mouth trembled. Leave, Luna said, almost gentle. You can't win standing there. Hermione shook her head once, tiny, like her neck hurt. I can't move. He said if I run now he'll go to my parents. He sent me a photo of their front door. He knows the number. Daphne's eyes cut to me. I knew that look. We didn't have time. We didn't have the numbers. We didn't even have the moral high ground. It had been dragged out from under us and set on fire. Harry, she said, that was all. Smoke, I said back. Neville slammed the vial of black fog potion at the Auror's feet and the world went thick and dirty. I grabbed Luna's sleeve and felt Daphne's fingers bite into my coat and we ran for the river door. Spells hissed through the fog. One caught the door frame and it exploded into splinters that hammered my cheek. I tasted blood. Behind us, Hermione's voice, choked, Don't shoot to kill. Make a hole, Daphne barked. I threw a Peveril rip across the floorboards and the wood peeled like paper. We dropped through into the delivery chute below and hit the stone hard. My shoulder screamed. Something in my thigh burned. Daphne rolled, came up, fired. Neville thumped into the wall and swore. Move, I yelled and we bolted along the tunnel. The Aurors crashed in the room above like a storm in a box. We broke out onto the river steps. Cold air hit my face like a slap. Daphne stumbled. I caught her and she hissed in pain and I saw why. Her side was soaked red. Pressure, I said, hand already there. Later, she said, eyes glassy. Boat?
No.
Portkey. Now. I fumbled the spare coin out with fingers that didn't feel like mine. Caught, spun. I grabbed Daphne and Neville and Luna grabbed the back of my coat and we yanked. The world ripped and we were at the emergency safe house. Damp and dark and smelling like stone and old tea. We collapsed in a pile. Roll call, Luna said, voice thin. Say names. Harry, I said. Daphne, she said through her teeth. Neville, he wheezed. Luna, she said, because she always finished the list she started. Silence. and then footsteps and the scrape of a chair, and Susan staggered out of the shadows with blood on her sleeve and her hair half out of its tie. "Jesus," she said, voice flat. "You're here." "Where's Anthony?" Neville asked too fast. "St. Mungo's," she said, eyes going away for a second. "Kingsley got him out." "Kingsley didn't, I don't know. He went the other way with 3 on him." She swallowed. "I lost Harry." My stomach lurched like I was going to be sick. "Snape." "Here," he said, stepping out of the dark with that infuriating quiet like he'd been there all along. He looked like a smashed picture frame, lines in the wrong places, coat torn. "I had the pleasure of a stairwell duet and 1 cracked rib. It will mend." I didn't say what I wanted to say. I looked at Daphne's side. "Let me." "Later," she said again, but softer this time, fingers white around my wrist. "Hermione," Neville said abruptly, like he was pulling a thorn out of his palm. It was Hermione. Susan's face twisted. "I saw her, with Robards. She told them where we'd cut the line. She told them our fallbacks." Her breath hitched. She looked at me and, "I've known her since we were 11. "She was crying," Luna said, like a fact, "and she kept pushing their wands down when they aimed at chests." "Don't," I snapped. The word cracked in the air. Everyone fell quiet. My hands were shaking again. I couldn't seem to stop them. "Don't make it tidy," she told them. "That's enough." "She didn't want to," Luna said, and for once there was no dream in her voice, just tired. "None of us wanted tonight." Snape leaned against the table, arms crossed. He looked at me for a long time, and the thing in his eyes wasn't triumph. It was old and tired and sorry. "I told you," he said quietly, "not because I wanted to be right, because I was." "Don't," I said again, and it sounded like a plea. He shut his mouth. We counted the living. There weren't enough of us. Names stayed in my throat like stones. Kingsley, unknown. Anthony, maybe. Terry, gone. 2 of the Greengrass clerks who'd ferried papers for us, taken. A junior healer who'd slipped us records twice, missing. The list didn't stop. My chest hurt. Daphne made a small noise and I realized I was crushing her hand. I loosened my grip.
"Sorry."
"Don't be stupid," she muttered, and then softer. "Look at me." I did. Her eyes were glass-bright but steady. "We're alive," she said. "We lost a lot, but we're here." "It's my fault," I said, and it came out flat. "I put her in that room with the maps. I put all of you in those hallways. I told you we could win this one." "No," Susan said, sharp enough to cut. "It's his fault." "He used her," Neville said, like he was trying to convince himself his mouth was working. He got in her head." "He got in all our heads years ago," Snape said, and the way he said it made my skin crawl. "He is very good at giving you the thing you think you need and then taking it away if you fail to behave." I stared at the wall until it blurred. My ears rang. The room smelled like blood and wet wool and smoke. Someone's hand shook beside me and the tremor ran up my arm where we were touching and I realized it was mine. "Stop," Daphne said quietly. She slid her fingers up to the back of my neck and pressed hard. A steady weight. "Breathe." I did. It didn't help. It left me here, breathing, in a room that had fewer people in it than it had this morning. "Where's your wand?" Snape asked, conversational, like we were in class and he'd caught me without a quill. "In my hand," I snapped. "Good," he said. "Keep it there. You will want to throw it. Do not." "I'm not 5. "No," he said. "You are 15 and you think pain is a debt you can pay by hurting yourself. It is not." I stared at him. He didn't blink. "Eat," Susan said hoarsely, shoving a plate at me. "Creature left bread and something that used to be stew." "I can't." "You can," she said, and I did, because she told me to and because chewing felt like doing something. We patched what we could. The healer on our side wasn't here, so Snape and I did the work. He muttered directions. I burned my magic through my hands until the edges of Daphne's wound knit and the bleeding slowed. Neville's wrist got splinted. Luna's lip got a charm and a kiss on the top of her head from Susan because Susan was like that when she was afraid. No one slept. We stared at the door like it might eat us. Hours later, maybe 2, maybe 10, the mirror on the table pulsed once. Not our pulse. His. Albus Dumbledore's voice filled the room like a comfortable armchair. "My dear friends," he said, and I wanted to smash the glass with my fist. "I am relieved to tell you that the unpleasantness is over for tonight. There will be no charges. You have been misled by a boy who is in pain. I have arranged for healing and for conversations. I ask only that you rest. There is no need for further excitement." Susan swore under her breath. Dumbledore's tone didn't change. It never did. "Harry," he added, and he said my name like it was a biscuit he'd baked. "You frightened a great many people tonight. Come to my office in the morning. We will talk. It is time you stopped letting others use you for their games." The mirror went dead. "Games," Neville said, empty. He called Anthony almost dying a game. "Language," Snape said automatically, because he was broken in very particular ways. I walked away from the table because I couldn't stand the smell of the glass anymore. I found a dark corner and sank down with my back against the wall and put my head in my hands. The stone was cold through my shirt. Daphne came a minute later and slid down beside me. She didn't touch me at first. She just sat until my breathing stopped sounding like I'd run a marathon. "What are you thinking?" she said finally, voice low. "That everyone I care about gets hurt," I said. It wasn't dramatic. It was just true. Maybe I should stop. Maybe I should, I don't know, go to him. End it. She turned her head slowly until her forehead rested against my temple. "Surrender. Stop putting you in front of bullets. That's not how bullets work," she said. She let out a breath. "It's not your choice. It's ours. He used her because of me. He used her because he knows how to hurt people," she said. "He'd have used anyone. He picked her because she mattered to you. That's on him. Not you. I should have seen it. He's been doing this since before you were born," she said, steady, no pity. "You saw a lot. You didn't see that. Okay. Learn from it." "I don't know how to put this back together," I said, and it hurt to say it like dragging a word over gravel. "You don't," she said. "We don't go back. We go forward. Smaller, meaner, smarter." I looked at her. "Meaner." "Yes," she said, and the corner of her mouth lifted without any humor. "He doesn't get to keep all the sharp. We take some." I closed my eyes. For a long minute there was just the sound of other people breathing, distant voices, a kettle somewhere that would never boil properly. The raw space inside me didn't fill. It just cooled. "Okay," I said. "He wants a war? He's been fighting one for 50 years. We'll give him one he doesn't recognize." "That's my boy," she murmured, and pressed a dry kiss to my cheekbone. "Not the golden one, the sharp one." I snorted, and it was half a laugh and half a cough. "I'm going to burn his world down." "Good," she said. "Let's start." We stood because sitting felt like dying. We went back to the table and I looked at the faces that were still there. "If anyone wants out, go," I said. My voice was rough. "No judgment. No questions. You walk and we never talk about any of this again." No one moved. "You should," I said, because honesty mattered, stupid as it was. "He'll come for you. You'll wake up to a polite note and a ruined life. He'll threaten your parents. He'll offer you jobs you think you want. He'll make it feel like your choice." "Harry," Neville said quietly. "Shut up." I shut up. "We do this differently now," I said after a second. "No more big moves that give him room to paint us as idiots. No more trusting anyone because they smiled the right way in school. We build a spine and we cut his supports off one by one until he falls over because there's nothing left keeping him upright. We get our people back. We make him bleed where it hurts. Reputation, money, time. We stop thinking like heroes. I swallowed. We're not heroes. Not right now. We're a knife. I like knives, Luna said thoughtfully. They're honest. You can see the sharp part. Targets, Susan said, business clicking back into her voice like a bone setting. We start with the committee that rubber stamps his guidance orders. We ruin 2 of them quietly. The others will scatter. I can poison a hedge, Neville muttered, a little wild around the edges. We're not murdering anyone's garden, Daphne said, and then, yet. Snape was watching me like I'd just grown up in front of him, and he didn't like the view but couldn't look away. This is war, he said, soft and deadly. Real war. It will not make you clean. I'm not clean now, I said. I'm not going to pretend otherwise to make him comfortable. He nodded once. Approval from him always felt like being pricked by a thorn. You bled a little and then you realized you could still use the hand. We make a compact, Luna said suddenly, pulling a bit of chalk from somewhere and drawing a small circle on the stone. Not unbreakable. That's rude. A promise that binds in the way a promise should. We don't have time for, Susan began, and then stopped because she looked like she wanted to put her hand in the chalk circle anyway. I put mine there first because someone had to. Daphne's hand covered mine. Neville's landed on top, rough and warm. Susan sighed and shoved in hard enough to dig my knuckles into the stone. Luna patted the little stack like a cat. Snape stared at us, long and unimpressed, and then, with terrible grace, set 2 fingers to the edge. That was as close as he got to anything. I, Harry James Potter, I said, and the words tasted like iron. Swear that I will end Albus Dumbledore's hold on our world. I will take apart what he's built and pull my people out from under him. I will not stop because it's hard or because I'm tired or because it hurts. I won't sacrifice the people I love to make it easy. I'll do it right and I'll do it to the end. I, Daphne Catherine Greengrass, Daphne said, calm but fierce. Swear to stand with him and keep him from being an idiot. I, Susan Amelia Bones, Susan said, chin up. Swear to use the law like a blade. I, Neville Longbottom, Neville said, voice shaking but steady. Swear to grow whatever you lot need to make this work. I, Luna Lovegood, Luna said, eyes bright. Swear to keep the secrets alive and moving. Snape didn't speak. He just looked at me and then at the circle and the chalk and our ridiculous pile of hands and said, very quietly, I will help you win. The chalk flared once. A tiny thread of light that wrapped my fingers and then sank into the skin. It didn't hurt. Felt like being seen. We let go. The room felt different. Empty because of who wasn't in it. Full because of who was. Outside, the sky was starting to pale. The light leaking under the curtains made the dust look like slow snow. We start with extraction, I said, the words coming in order like steps. We find out where they took Kingsley, where they put the clerks who's got eyes on Anthony. We break who we can without being seen. Snape. Do not tell me what to do, he said on reflex. Please, I said, because I could ask. Find out where Dumbledore keeps the people he thinks he's saving from me. He grimaced. I have some ideas. Good. I scrubbed a hand over my face. Came away streaked with dried blood. The rest of it, we'll build it as we go. Neville nudged the stew pot with his toe. We should also eat again. And sleep at some point. People fight worse when they're dizzy. Fine, Susan said, exasperated and fond. I'll make tea. Everyone sit before you fall down. Daphne caught my sleeve when I turned. One thing, she said, when we see her again. Hermione, I said, the name heavy. Yeah, she said. We deal with what she did, not with what we wish she'd done. We don't let him use her to break us twice. My throat felt tight. I don't know what that looks like. Me either, she said. We'll figure it out. The kettle on the useless stove clicked uselessly. Susan swore at it and lit a flame under it with her wand. Luna started humming something that sounded like a lullaby and a dirge at the same time. Neville fell asleep sitting up and tipped into Snape's shoulder. Snape made a disgusted noise and didn't move. I went to the door and put my hand on the frame and felt the wards answer me like a living thing. They weren't much. They were ours. Sun pushed a pale line under the door. We'd lost the night. We hadn't lost ourselves. Not yet. Harry tracked the magical signature through London at night, face set, not saying a word. Daphne kept pace at his right, silent, cloak hood up. Snape followed a few steps back, footfalls light, breath even. The only sound the faintest rustle when his coat brushed brick. Rain left the pavement slick. Buses hissed past at the end of the road. A fox barked somewhere behind a fence. The thread wasn't a color. It was a tug under the skin. Peveril scrying wasn't dramatic. It just made the world point. The point was northeast, 3 streets over, stopping and starting like someone who couldn't decide whether to run or hide. Harry stopped at a corner and pressed 2 fingers to the soot on the wall. The soot lifted in a thin line and curled toward a terrace of offices with dark windows. He exhaled once. "She's close," he said. "Are you certain?" Snape asked, dry as bone. "I keyed the coin to her wand's resonance the night we made the vow," Harry said. He didn't look at him. "It's her." Daphne shifted. "We do this your way," she said, like a reminder, not a question. "My way," Harry said. His voice sounded wrong. "We need information before anything else." Snape's mouth twitched. "Information is more valuable than revenge," he said, as if reading a line off a board. "You may also discover the two are not mutually exclusive." Harry rolled his shoulders. "Let's go." They cut across the road and slipped down a side path where the office backs met a narrow service lane. Yellow light pooled under a broken lamp. The rest was shadow and the smell of wet bins. Potter ward detection told him where magic clung to brick, where a ward had been laid by someone who learned quick and copied well. She'd used the right strokes. She'd left 2 gaps a Potter would never leave. He set his hand to the first and breathed out. The ward softened like wax and let them in. The second was black work, locks, not lids. He bled a whisper of magic through his knuckles and felt the teeth give. "3rd floor," he said. Daphne nodded once. Snape didn't nod at all. The stairwell was concrete and echo, old posters peeling off the walls. Harry's heart made itself known in his throat and his hands went cold and hot in waves. He kept the scrying thread tight and he didn't think about the last time he'd seen Hermione's face in the fog, eyes wide with sorry and nothing to do with it. At the 3rd landing, Harry held up a hand. Daphne stopped on a breath. Snape's steps stopped a beat later. The door in front of them had no sign. The gap under it showed stale carpet and no light. Potter detection said 2 wards inside. Alarm on time, alarm on location. Both were shoddy. Hermione was good in libraries. She was tired and sloppy when she was scared. Harry drew the Peveril unpick along the frame and felt the magic give like thread snapping. He pushed the door with his fingertips and it opened on a whisper. Hermione was sitting on the floor near the far window, back against a cabinet, legs pulled up, wand lying on her thigh. She looked at the doorway before they were fully in the room. She didn't raise her wand. She didn't stand. "I know you're here to kill me," she said. Her voice was wrecked. Harry shut the door behind them. He didn't go closer. He didn't go further away. "Not yet," he said. "First you talk." Hermione flinched. "All right." Daphne took the right side of the room, eyes on Hermione, hands relaxed, muscles not. Snape closed the door and put his back to it like a guard. He didn't speak. Harry kept his wand down and loose. "Where's your wand?" he asked, though he could see it. She looked at it like it belonged to someone else. "Here." "Pick it up," he said. "Slow." She did. He didn't have to disarm her. She put it on the floor and slid it toward him with 2 fingers. He stopped it with his boot and didn't take his eyes off her. "Why here?" he said. "No one comes," she said. Dumbledore didn't set watchers on this row because the landlord is a contributor to the St. Mungo's fundraiser, and he thinks that means he's sound. His word. Snape snorted once, a small cruel sound. "Of course." Hermione swallowed. I thought if I ran, you'd find me and this could end. I didn't know how to make it end." Harry breathed through his nose and didn't answer that. "Start talking." She closed her eyes for a second like she wanted to wipe them with her palms and decided against it. "After the pressure campaign started," she said. "After the Wisengamot session where you spoke and he countered. After that, he called me to his office twice a week. Checking in. Tea. Biscuits. You know how he—" "I know," Harry said. "He started with concern." Hermione went on. "You were acting out of trauma. I was enabling. He asked me to list risks. He asked about safe houses, because he didn't want you rough sleeping. He asked about routes, because he worried you were walking into traffic." Her mouth twisted. "And I said nothing. For weeks I said nothing. I thought if I kept quiet long enough, he'd realize I wouldn't break." "And when did you break?" Harry said. "No heat. A fact." Hermione's hands balled on her knees. "The day after the minor victory on Guardian Oversight," she said. "He sent letters to my parents' practice. He used their Muggle board to investigate them for fraud. It was nothing. It was a scare. But it was enough that Mum called me crying because a man in a suit had asked if she'd falsified records and whether she knew where her daughter spent her nights." Daphne's jaw flexed. Snape didn't move. "He showed me a draft for the Prophet," Hermione whispered. "It named you and me and Luna and Daphne as leaders of a radical cell. It used those words. It had quotes from board members, fake but good, that said we tried to blackmail them. It had a paragraph about your disturbance at the ministry atrium when you were 12. He told me he'd send it if I didn't help him prevent harm. He said he'd protect you from charges if I gave him enough to guide you." Harry let silence sit for 3 beats. "When did you start?" 3 days after that," she said. I cracked the first time and told him you were moving the safe house after the atrium leak. I told myself it was already burned. It wouldn't hurt us. He called it encouraging." "What else?" Harry said. "Don't make me list options." "All of it," Hermione said, voice breaking. "I'm not going to lie to make it smaller. I told him our routes. I told him our mirror's ranges. I told him Kingsley's tell when he's about to faint. I told him Neville's blind side in a duel. I told him Daphne will always go left when she has a choice because she's trained to circle. I told him the names of 3 clerks who liked you. I didn't know he'd go for their families, too. I told him." Harry stared at her and let the cold move in. "You told him everything." "I thought I could. He said no one would be hurt," she said, the last words thin and wild. "He said it would be controlled, that he'd stop you before anything bad happened. He said you wouldn't be arrested. He said it would be counseling." "And you believed him," Daphne said, voice low and sharp. "I wanted to," Hermione whispered. My dad stopped sleeping. He kept saying it's a misunderstanding, and then he had a panic attack when the post came through the door. Dumbledore showed me a photo of their house. The front door. He knew the number. He said if I ran, he'd send a letter to their neighbors about me. He said he'd send your head of house a report about me being unstable. He said a lot of things." Snape finally spoke. "He offered you what you could not resist. The illusion of control and the promise of safety," he said. "He has done it before." Hermione's eyes slid to him. "I know," she said, not a challenge, a fact that hurt. "You warned us." Harry's fingers tingled. He realized he'd been clenching his wand hard enough that his palm had gone numb and forced it to relax. "When did he get the key jumps into our routes?" Hermione blinked. "The ward web in the ministry is like a net. He didn't need our routes to move his people inside it." He needed timing. He got that from me. She winced. Hub Delta was my idea so we could adapt in real time. He used it. He got into the auxiliary mirror line with a device Flitwick built for him during the last war. It's technically a diagnostic charm for mirror interference. It's also a listening tool if you tell it to be. He used it. I didn't know until last night when he answered me on a line I hadn't spoken on. Daphne swore under her breath. So he heard everything. Not everything, Hermione said. Only what went through Hub Delta. But that was a lot. I did steer things when I could. I know it doesn't matter. I changed one angle. I shouted at Robards when he aimed for Susan's chest. She swallowed hard. It doesn't matter. No, Harry said. It doesn't. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. You knew what he is. We told you. You told me you believed us. You still told him. I chose wrong, Hermione said, and the words sounded like they scraped her throat raw. I chose to save my parents because I couldn't imagine them hurt because of me. I thought I could manage him, that I could feed him enough to keep him from killing anyone. I was wrong. You chose, Harry said again, colder. He gave you a choice that wasn't a choice. You still chose. She nodded once, a tiny shake, like her neck would break if she did more. Yes. Silence stretched. The room hummed with the ward he'd broken and the building's old systems and the sound of rain on glass. Hermione put her face in her hands. The sound that came out wasn't tidy. She gulped air like she'd been underwater for a long time, and her shoulders shook until she hugged them so tight her nails left marks on her forearms. She dragged her hands down and looked up, eyes red and bright. I thought I was saving you, she said, and now it was a child's voice, small and stubborn and wrecked. By helping him kill us, Harry said. He said no one would be hurt, she said again, and flinched at the words like she could feel how stupid they were as they left her mouth. I know. Daphne's jaw worked. You're cleverer than this. I'm not clever when I'm scared, Hermione whispered. I thought if I gave him enough he'd let you go. I didn't think he'd bring that many people. I didn't think. She made a sound like a hiccup and a sob. I didn't think it through. I only saw my parents' door. I saw you dead. I'm sorry. It's not enough. I know it's not enough. I don't want forgiveness. I just don't want you to die. Snape let out a long breath through his nose. This is how he wins, he said, like he was reading a lab result. Not with compulsion, with care. He tells you he cares, and then he shows you your mother's front step. Hermione's eyes went to the floor. She nodded once, miserable. Harry closed his eyes briefly and opened them. He put the rage down like a rock and looked at what was left to use. Where are they? He asked. Kingsley, the clerks, Terry's body. Hermione's hands fisted again. There was relief in being told what to do. Kingsley is in protective custody at the Tower Annex in the Auror Training Wing, she said. They have a medical room they use for debrief. It has restraints that don't look like restraints. They'll call it rest. There's a healer assigned who uses calming drafts and short-term memory softeners. Not wipes, just blur. He'll be released with a narrative and a warning. Names, Daphne said, writing already. Healer, duty officer. Healer Celia March, Hermione said quickly. Duty officer rotates. Last night it was Dawlish. This morning it will be Proudfoot. The clerks, Harry said. DMLE Conference Room 3, Hermione said. They'll tell them they're witnesses and that it's standard. They'll be asked to sign statements. They'll be threatened with losing their jobs if they refuse, then told they're heroic for telling the truth when they agree. Their families will get flowers. Daphne's mouth went thin. Terry, Neville said in Harry's head. Even though Neville wasn't here, it was just the name. It hurt. St. Mungo's morgue, Hermione said. Her voice wobbled once and steadied like she'd slapped herself in the mind. Dumbledore sent a note to the family at dawn. He signed it himself. He used the words tragic and preventable and influenced by others. Harry's teeth hurt. Next moves, he said. He'll go quiet for 48 hours, Hermione said, faster now, the one thing she could still do. He'll let the press build the radicals stopped story. He's already got letters in. The Prophet, the Owl, 2 small monthlies. The line will be, Harry Potter is a tragic figure, damaged by war, misled by ambitious pureblood families. Dumbledore, benevolent, has saved the day and will ensure no charges are filed. He'll call for healing. He'll ask for donations to St. Mungo's trauma ward. He'll get them. Who else is compromised? Daphne said. Hermione shook her head. He didn't tell me names. He's careful. But he hinted that a member of the board is giving him staff schedules. He hinted that someone close to Madame Bones is reasonable. He didn't say who. He wanted me to guess and give him more by showing what I feared. Communication methods, Snape said, brisk. How does he coordinate when apparition is blocked and flu is monitored? He uses a Phoenix courier on a private circuit for top-line messages, Hermione said. It's not Fox. It's another bird that's smaller. He also uses a set of linked paper strips invented in the last war. The Order used them. You write on one, it appears on the others. They burn when an Auror ward touches them. He hates them. He says they're crude. He uses them anyway. For the Ministry, he uses private flu codes that rotate every 6 hours. He keeps them in his desk in a drawer warded with a Gringotts sigil, because he thinks that's funny. Daphne's quill raced. Weaknesses.
Hermione blinkt fast.
He believes in himself too much. He thinks he can keep everyone liking him while he does this. He thinks he can make any narrative stick if he smiles while he says it. He thinks you'll come to him if he waits long enough. He thinks you're a child who will tire himself out. Snape's mouth curved in something that wasn't a smile. He is not entirely wrong about the narrative. He is wrong about the child. Hermione's eyes flicked to Harry and away, as if the look burned. He updates in his office between 9 and 10. He meets with a small advisory council at lunch 2 days a week. McGonagall, Flitwick, Hestia Jones, Elphia's Doge. He tells them as much as he thinks they need. He tells McGonagall almost everything. He thinks she agrees with him about you. Sometimes she does. Sometimes she doesn't. She thinks you need guidance. She doesn't think you need prison. Harry swallowed. His throat clicked. Fine. What are you going to do with me? Hermione asked, very small. He looked at her for a long time. He thought of Terry's mirror going dark. He thought of Kingsley dropping out of contact. He thought of Daphne's side, Neville's wrist, Susan's quiet hands. He thought of Hermione at 11 on the train, bossy and bright and brave, and then he thought of her last night, with Robards behind her and sorry on her tongue and not enough to stop anything. I don't know, he said. Daphne nudged his boot with hers and jerked her head to the hall. He stepped out with her. Snape didn't move from the door. He could hear them anyway. Daphne looked at him straight on. What do you want to do? She asked. Kill him, Harry said, and it came out before he could tidy it. He closed his eyes for a second. Her. I want to. I'm not going to. I think. Bloody hell, I don't know. She cost us, Daphne said, no softness. She cost us people. She nearly cost us all of it. I know, Harry said. His voice scraped again. She was coerced. So, Daphne's mouth pulled. Everyone is scared. Not everyone sells us out. What would you have done? He asked, his voice low. She hesitated. It was a good 2 seconds. I don't know, she said quietly. If my mother's door had a note pinned to it, and he had my father's accounts, and he said he'd ruin Astoria's chances at a job, I don't know. She breathed out. I like that I don't know. It keeps me from lying. Harry stared at the wall. Mercy because it's smart, not because I'm soft, he said almost to himself. Exactly, Daphne said. We can use her. Then we don't have to see her again. Snape spoke from the doorway without looking at them. Pragmatism suits you, Potter, he said. It's ugly. It works. Harry went back in. Hermione had her hands around her knees again, chin down. She didn't look up until he stopped 2 steps away. Here's what's going to happen, he said. He didn't make it sound kind. You're going to tell us everything you didn't remember 5 minutes ago. Then you're going to help us get our people out. You will write the orders we need, you will fake the signatures you can fake, you will draw the wards we need to slip. You will do this because you owe us and because I will bind you to it. When we're done, you'll leave Britain. Hermione flinched like he'd slapped her. Leave. You're done here, he said. You will take your parents and go. You won't write me letters. You won't send notes. You won't send books for Christmas. You will live with what you did, and you will live. That's worse than death, Hermione said, voice raw. I know, he said. She looked at Daphne like she might find a softer answer there. She didn't. How do I know you won't? Hermione swallowed. Won't kill me after you have what you need. You don't, Harry said. Trust is for people who didn't do what you did. She nodded once, small and jerky. Bind me, she whispered. It's all I have left to offer. Snape stepped forward finally, coat whispering. Allow me, he said. I have a form I prefer. It is tight and it does not kill by accident if one trips on a step. Fine, Harry said. They drew a narrow circle on the sticky office carpet with a chalk line Hermione conjured with a hand that barely stopped shaking. Snape laid runes inside it, precise and clean. Hermione stepped in. She didn't look away from Harry while she spoke. I, Hermione Jean Granger, she said, voice steadying as the magic took hold. Swear on my magic and my mind to obey the instructions of Harry James Potter, Daphne Catherine Greengrass, and Severus Tobias Snape as they pertain to the rescue of those taken on the night of last, and to the dismantling of the mechanisms used to take them. I swear to give all information I possess or acquire regarding Albus Dumbledore's network, communications, and plans. I swear that when the task is complete, I will remove myself and my parents from Britain for no fewer than 5 years and will not communicate with the above named without invitation. If I break this oath, may my magic break me. The circle took the words and flared once, pale and quick. Hermione sagged like the air had left her. Snape's mouth tightened with a kind of grim satisfaction. Acceptable, he said. Daphne rubbed her fingers together to get rid of chalk dust. Right? She said briskly. Work. Hermione nodded, wiped her face with the heel of her hand, and started talking again. It was easier for her with a task. It always had been. She gave names. Dawlish, Proudfoot, March. She gave codes. The flu sequence for the Tower Annex that changed at noon to a variant on the motto of a school in Devon. She gave a map of the annex she'd seen last year when she toured it with McGonagall, as a treat. She gave a list of words Dumbledore liked to use that meant specific moves. Reassure, for dosage increase. Reflect, for interview with pressure. Support, for humiliation disguised as care. Daphne wrote until her wrist cramped. Snape asked questions that sounded like insults. Hermione answered them. Harry stood and listened and put people where they needed to go in his head. He could see the hallways. He could see the doors. He could see the faces that should never have been there at all. When Hermione had given everything she could think of and gone back and added 3 things and then gone forward and remembered 2 more, Harry nodded once. Enough for now, he said. Move. They took her wand off the floor and gave it back in silence. Daphne gestured. Hermione walked. They left the office without tripping any of the alarms Hermione had laid badly. The stairwell felt longer going down. Outside, the rain had eased to a mist that made hair stick to faces. Cars went past with the indifferent sigh of a city that didn't care. They moved her to a safe location that wasn't one of theirs, because Harry wasn't mad. It was a middle flat above a shop that sold carpet and asked no questions. The wards went up quiet and deep. Hermione sat on the edge of the bed like she didn't know whether it was allowed. Daphne turned to Harry in the hall. You good? She asked. It wasn't sympathy. It was a check. No, he said, but I'm not about to do something stupid. Good, she said. I'll take first watch. Snape can glower. You go drink water before you pass out. Snape's eyebrow rose. I do not glower, he said. I monitor. Right, Daphne said. Do that. Harry washed his face in the tiny sink until the water ran clear and he could look at himself without wanting to punch the mirror. He came back out to find Daphne leaning in the doorway with her arms folded and Snape standing like a coat rack with a stick up its back, eyes on Hermione through the open door. What are you going to do with her? Daphne asked quietly, not taking her eyes off the room. I told you, Harry said. Use her. Then send her away. You sure? She said. You won't wake up in 3 days and want to change the plan because the guilt's shifted shape. He let out a breath that wasn't a laugh. No, I'm sure. She nodded. All right. He stepped into the room. Hermione looked up fast. Her face was streaked and clean and empty around the eyes. We'll start the extraction at dawn tomorrow, he said. You'll detail the duty shift. You'll write the internal memo that opens the side door at 9:05. You'll prep the desk for a missing page and you'll make sure the healer is on break. She nodded quickly, grateful for orders. You will not improvise, he said. You will not try to fix anything by being clever on your own. If you think of something, you tell Daphne or Snape and you wait. Yes, she said. You will keep your parents home tomorrow, he said. Sick day. Make them soup. Then you will tell them you're taking them abroad for a week. Don't tell them why. Hermione's mouth wobbled. Okay. He stood there and waited for something to feel like progress. Didn't. It just felt like moving a heavy thing because if he didn't it would crush him. We'll have a guard on you, he said. Not because I think you'll run. Because I don't trust myself if you do. She swallowed. Harry. Don't, he said. Don't say my name like we're still in the common room. She nodded, small and jerky again. All right. He stepped back. Daphne slid a look at him that said enough. Snape's mouth moved like he was going to say something cutting and didn't. They left Hermione in the flat with a plate of food she poked at and a blanket she didn't unfold. Daphne warded the door herself. Snape layered a silence charm so perfect Harry's ears popped. They walked back into night that had shifted toward morning without getting lighter. The city didn't know anything had happened. Harry felt the opposite of important and the opposite of small at the same time. He didn't speak until they were 2 streets away. Snape. Yes. Thank you, Harry said, the words awkward in his mouth. Snape's head tilted like a bird. For what? For not telling me I told you so. Snape made a face. I am not 12, he said, and it was not a game. They reached the bend where the road widened. Daphne slowed and let Harry pull in front. She tipped her head at him, a small nod soldier to soldier. He nodded back, clumsy but real. Back at the safe house, the air smelled like dust and boiled tea and old stone. Neville was asleep at the table with a map under his cheek. Susan had a stack of files in front of her and 3 cups lined up like a pattern. Luna had drawn a tiny fox in the corner of a parchment and was making it walk. We've got her, Daphne said. No extra words. Susan's shoulders dropped a fraction. Good. Names? Luna asked. Harry put the list on the table. March, Dawlish, Proudfoot, Annex Codes, Phoenix Courier, paper strips, lunch meetings. Snape ran a finger down the names and grunted. Manageable, he said. Unpleasant, but manageable. We go at dawn, Harry said. Small team, quiet, no speeches. Neville rubbed his eye and sat up, hair in 3 directions. Who's on it? Me, Harry said. Daphne. Snape. Susan stays here and runs the legal cover. Luna, you run comms but on a new set he hasn't touched. Neville, you plant the hedge. Neville blinked. I thought we weren't poisoning gardens. Figure of speech, Harry said. and a corner of his mouth twitched despite himself. I want a choking vine on the annex stairwell ward. Non-lethal. Just annoying. Neville's mouth curved, grim and pleased. I can do annoying. Good, Harry said. Eat, then sleep for 2 hours. Then we move. Susan pushed a cup at him. Drink this first, she said. You sound like you've got gravel in your throat. He drank it. It was vile and perfect. Daphne drifted close enough that their shoulders brushed and stayed there. Snape leaned over the table and began writing a list with that tidy, cruel hand of his, adding notes about who smiled when they lied and which door hinges squeaked. Luna hummed and traced a new line on the map. We'll be back by noon, she said like a blessing. We have to be. No promises, Harry said. Just work. He went to the doorway and looked at the gray strip of light under it. It wasn't hope. It was morning. That would do. He thought about Hermione in the flat, small on the bed, hands wrapped around herself like she was the only thing keeping her in one piece. He thought about the way Dumbledore said "my boy" as if ownership was kindness. He thought about how it would feel to let the rage run. He thought about how it would feel 5 minutes after that. He went back to the table and put his finger on the plan. Again, he said, from the top. They ran it until the words were muscle. They slept in chairs for an hour. They woke to the kind of tired that has edges you can hold. Dawn made the room look cleaner than it was. They ate toast that tasted of nothing and drank tea that tasted of iron. They checked wands. They checked knives. They checked each other. Daphne pulled him into the small space between the shelves and the door while Susan argued with Snape about who would sign which form. She stood close and looked at him like she was counting something and wanted to make sure the numbers still added up. You did the right thing, she said. It doesn't feel right, he said. It never does, she said. Do it anyway. He nodded. They went to get their people back. Not victory, not forgiveness, just survival and a clearer picture of the enemy's hands. Outside, the street was wet and ordinary. Harry pulled up his hood and tightened his grip on his wand and didn't look back. Maps covered the table. Pins, strings, copies of memos, a hand-drawn floor plan of the tower annex, a list of names in Susan's neat block letters. Everyone looked tired. Everyone looked ready. Harry pointed to the annex layout. Entry here at 9:05 when the internal memo opens the side door for ventilation maintenance. That memo is ready. He tapped the paper. Hermione's handwriting. It'll pass a glance. Daphne stood opposite him, sleeves rolled, eyes sharp. Rescue team is you, me, Snape, Neville. Susan runs the legal cover, prep statements, witness requests, emergency injunction if they try to move anyone. Luna handles comms and drops the packets at set times. Kingsley is priority. Clerk second. Any other detainees we can grab without getting pinned. Snape leaned over the map. March healer. Dawlish at shift change. Proudfoot after. The annex rotation we took last night is likely accurate for 12 more hours. He glanced up. If they've not already sensed Granger's absence. They think she's at home with her parents, Harry said. Because she is. 2 of our people on the building. No owls in or out. Secondary targets? Susan asked. Records, Daphne said. Comms. The paper strip network he uses for the order. We don't have to break it. We just need enough samples to prove it exists. Luna set a small clock on the table and wound it. Drops go at 10, 10:05, and 10:15, she said. Different publications, different owls, different routes. Redundancy. Neville rubbed his hands together. Stairwell vine is ready. Non-lethal. Annoying as hell. Good, Harry said. He looked at each of them. We do this clean. No speeches. In-out proof everywhere. If we get split, fallback is Safe House 3. If Safe House 3 is burned, fallback is the Greengrass townhouse. If that's burned. It won't be, Daphne said. But if it is, we use the goblin bolt hole. Snape's mouth twitched. Faunclaw will charge us double, he said. He can send a bill, Harry said. He put both palms on the table to stop his hands shaking. Everyone knows the risks. This ends it. One way or another. No one looked away. The annex looked like a normal ministry building if you didn't know what the locks were made of. It smelled like old stone and soap. The 905 side door clicked as the memo took, exactly on time. Harry slid in first with Daphne at his shoulder, Snape behind, Neville bringing up the rear with a satchel bumping his hip. The corridor hummed with wards. Potter knowledge mapped them like lines in his head. He pressed his hand to the first invisible threshold and slipped their signatures through, one by one. Daphne held breath and posture like she was walking past a sleeping dog. Snape didn't breathe at all. Two Aurors sat at a desk just inside the next bend. They were mid-shift, coffee half cold. Harry raised two fingers. Daphne flicked her wrist, silent stunner left, jinx right. Both hit clean. Snape stepped forward and bound hands and wands in one smooth wave. "March," Harry whispered. Snape tilted his head. "Down two, right? Door with the ward that pretends to be a cleaning charm." They moved. Neville peeled off for the stairwell, set the vine at knee height, whispered to it, coiled politely. The cleaning charm door had a sheen that tickled Harry's teeth. He ran the Peveril cutter along the seam and felt the web give like thread. Inside, a medical room that had posters about restorative rest, and a drawer full of restraints that looked like fluffy straps. He smelled sleeping potion and something sour under it. Kingsley lay on a narrow bed, eyes open, unfocused, and Fourline ran to his arm in a way that looked muggle but wasn't. He turned his head when Harry stepped in, slow, like underwater. "Potter," Kingsley said, voice fogged. "Late to the party." "Healer," Snape snapped, already at the tray, nostrils flaring.
Calming drogt plus obliviat softne.
"Half dose," repeated. "Brutish." "Healer March," Daphne said, scanning. "Not here." "She will be," Snape said. He pulled the line out with a twist and sealed the puncture. "Finite," he murmured at the haze over Kingsley's eyes. Then again, slower, careful not to strip his mind raw. "Can you stand?" "Tell me who won the Harpies match last week," Harry said, watching Kingsley's pupils. "Gwenog would hex you for that," Kingsley rumbled, clearer now. He grimaced and sat up. "Help me up, then." Neville reappeared in the doorway. "Two clerks in the interview room," he whispered, scared stiff. "One is crying. March is at the nurse's station. She's drinking tea. Dawlish is arguing with someone on the flu. Daphne, get the clerks. Snape, get March on a tea break forever," Harry said. Daphne was gone before he finished. Snape's coat swished. Harry braced Kingsley's weight with his shoulder. The big man's skin was damp. "Stay with me," Harry said. "We're not here for style points." They moved into the hall. The vine twitched on the stairwell as two boots hit it from above. The Auror it grabbed swore and toppled. His partner grabbed for him and got a face full of Neville's nettle dust. He howled and dropped his wand. Daphne flicked a binding that turned the howling into a muffled whine. "Sorry," she said as she stepped over them with two clerks clinging to her sleeves. Healer March came out of a side room with a clipboard and walked straight into Snape's wand. She opened her mouth. Snape said, very softly, "Don't." She didn't. They moved. Alarms hadn't started yet. Either Hermione's memo had bought them more blind time or someone was asleep at a desk. Good. Harry didn't trust good, but he would use it. They hit the final ward at the exit and Harry felt the surge, the building waking. "Time," he said. 2 minutes before they wonder why the manifest shows 4 extra heartbeats, Luna's voice said in his ear from the little bead tucked there. "Also, the Prophet has their packet." The editor swore. It was creative. "Copy," Daphne said. "Moving." The exit doors swung as if a wind took them. They spilled into the alley behind the annex and ran into the rear ward that should have been invisible and wasn't, shimmering like heat. Harry swore. "They've tuned it to respond to odd exits," he said. Hold! Snape stepped past him and carved a wedge in the shimmer with a gesture that looked like he was slicing bread. It wobbled and came apart. Go, he said. They went. Kingsley's stride improved with each step. The clerk's breathing sounded like paper bags. Neville's vine came along wrapped around his wrist like a pet. They turned 2 corners, slid into the bolt hole to change the rhythm of their movement, and apparat in staggered pairs. Harry's stomach lurched and settled. They tumbled into Safe House 3 and packed the rescued into chairs and onto a sofa that smelled like damp wool. Kingsley rubbed his face hard. What did you do? He asked, voice already steadier. Rescued you, Harry said. I gathered that, Kingsley said dryly. What else? Daphne flicked her wand and the wall lit up with a map covered in pins. Everything. At 10:05 exactly, the Prophet received copies of ledgers with goblin seals, extracts of Gringotts correspondence that made the air in the Prophet office feel colder, 3 memory files with certified witnesses showing protective custody that looked a lot like unlawful detention, and a letter from Lord Potter, Lord Black, Lord Peveril with attached signatures from 6 other househeads calling for an emergency session on misuse of office. At 10:10, the minister's office received the same packet, plus a letter from Susan Bones that quoted specific subclauses in the Rights of Magical Citizens Act and used the sentence, "You are on notice." At 10:15, the Wisingamot clerks found copies on their desks. The old men and women who liked to pretend they didn't read didn't have that option anymore. Daphne sat with 3 mirrors lined up and watched the ripples hit. They're running it, she said, head cocked. Meredith at the Prophet is fighting with her deputy on camera. He says we can't. She says we must. She wins. Page 1. Luna, the owl? They're faster, Luna said cheerfully in his ear. The editor printed a 1-page special before you finished that sentence. It's not pretty, but it's out. Susan's quill flew. Minister issued a holding statement. Says they take these allegations seriously and will cooperate fully. Translated. They're terrified. Harry paced once across the rug because he had to burn adrenaline somewhere that wasn't in someone's face. Kingsley sipped water and watched, eyes tired and sharp. Public reaction? Harry asked. Split, Daphne said. Shock, disbelief. A lot of surely not Dumbledore. A lot of, if even half is true. And look, Hestia Jones posted a letter to the Owl calling for an investigation. That matters. Romantic, Luna sang. Focus, Daphne said, but her mouth quirked. She looked up at Harry. You ready for the chamber? No, Harry said. We're going anyway. They didn't have time to breathe between the message that the Wisingamot had called an emergency session and the moment the great doors swung open and the chamber's cold stone and floating candles swallowed them. House banners hung heavy in the still air. Robes rustled like dry leaves. The murmur rose and broke when Harry walked in wearing 3 rings and a face that didn't feel like it belonged to a schoolboy. Dumbledore stood at his bench, blue eyes mild, hands folded. He looked exactly like a kindly headmaster who'd wandered into the wrong room. It made Harry's jaw tighten. Madame Marchbanks banged her staff. Lord Potter, she said, you requested floor time. Harry stepped to the circle and felt the wards of the chamber taste him. He put his packet on the plinth and met the eyes that would meet his. You all have the documents, he said. I won't read them at you. Gringotts attests to the ledgers. The memory files are witnessed. The arrest logs are signed by your Auror office. Dumbledore used his positions to control minors under the guise of guidance. He used that control to manipulate wealth, guardianships, and votes. He used protective custody to silence opposition. I move for censure, removal, and a full inquiry. Murmurs. 1 or 2 gasps. A scoff. Someone on the far bench muttered, Boy's gone mad, and got a glare from Susan's aunt that shut him up. Dumbledore lifted his chin a fraction. I'm saddened, he said. Truly. Lord Potter is a brave and wounded young man who has been misled by unscrupulous adults who wish to profit from his fame and trauma. I have done nothing but offer care. The so-called detentions were voluntary wellness holds. The finances were monitored to prevent exploitation. The guardianships were verified. These are misunderstandings and, I fear, malice. Gringotts doesn't do misunderstandings, a goblin voice said dryly from the gallery. Faunclaw didn't bother to stand. A ripple. Madame Marchbanks tapped her staff. We will vote on the motion. Removal of Albus Dumbledore as Chief Warlock pending investigation. She didn't look at Dumbledore when she said his name. Votes aye. Hands rose. Not enough at first. Then more. Hestia's hand went up and took 3 with it. Bones raised hers, jaw set. Tied. Votes nay. A chunk of hands, angry and red-faced. A few neutral eyes stayed neutral, cowards or cautious. The tally sparkled in the air. "I carries," Marchbanks said. Her voice didn't wobble. "Albus Dumbledore is removed as Chief Warlock. The board will appoint an interim." The chamber erupted, half in shock, half in outrage. Dumbledore stood very still. His eyes found Harry. They were not kind now. They were the eyes of a man who had watched wars and dictated their ends. He reached inside his sleeve and produced a slim parchment. "Lord Potter," he said, voice quiet enough that it cut through the noise. "You and I have a dispute. You impugn my honor. Under the old code, we may settle this." A dual challenge. He was smiling. Daphne's fingers closed on Harry's sleeve. "No," she breathed. "He wants a show." Harry looked at the parchment. The old sigils burned faintly. The duel would be binding. The winner's word would stand in the matter named. Harry took the parchment. "I accept," he said. "Harry," Susan hissed. "Don't." "I'm not going to beat him by throwing more paper," Harry said. His heart had sped up and gone steady again the way it did before a match. Dumbledore bowed his head a fraction and smiled like a priest. "Tomorrow, noon, the old grounds." "Fine," Harry said. "Bring your wand." Dumbledore's eyes warmed at that. It made Harry's skin crawl. Preparation wasn't dramatic. It was ink and sweat and chalk dust. Harry shut himself in the study with 3 Peveril texts open and 2 sheets of Snape's diagrams. Daphne set a timer and left him alone and came back every hour to put a cup by his elbow. He didn't drink most of them. He read. Longevity magic wasn't one thing. It was layers. Dumbledore used at least 3. Alchemical reinforcement of cellular repair. Auric lattice binding to slow decay. A siphoned anchor, likely the Elder Wand, stabilizing the whole construct. It wasn't immortality. It was cheat codes. It had counters. He repeated the counters until the words lost meaning and became shapes. A Peveril resonator to disrupt the repair cascade. A Potter ward tuned to frequencies that made the lattice stutter. A black binding to force the wand to do what Harry wanted for 6 beats at a time. Snape watched him test on a practice dummy and didn't comment when Harry blew it to splinters. "Again," he said. "Again until you can do it drunk and stabbed." "Lovely image," Daphne said from the doorway. Her eyes were red-rimmed from lack of sleep. "He won't be drunk." "Stabbed is not off the table," Snape said. Harry breathed and did it again. When dawn broke on duel day, he could feel the patterns in his hands like old scars. He closed his eyes and saw Dumbledore's aura like a net that could be cut if you pulled the right thread. Daphne tied his tie with quick fingers because his hands wouldn't behave. "You don't win this by blasting," she said. "I know," he said. "Say it," she said. "I don't win this by blasting," he said. "I win it by making him old." She kissed him once, quick and hard. "Good." The old combat grounds had wards and rules that had collected dust for 100 years. They pulled them off like sheets. The stands filled with faces Harry didn't want to think about while he was trying not to get killed. Students, Aurors, Wisingamot members, Order faces, goblins. The minister sat with a stiff spine. Madame Marchbanks held the old staff. 2 medi-wizards stood by a stretcher with expressions like they hoped this was pointless. Dumbledore walked into the ring like he owned the earth. elder wand loose in his hand. He wore his teaching robes, which made it worse. He smiled at the crowd. They sighed. Harry walked in like a boy who had slept 4 hours and had a stupid plan. He didn't smile. They bowed. The wards closed over them. They raised their wands. Dumbledore moved first because of course he did. A chain of transfigurations tried to catch Harry by the ankles, stone to rope to iron to something that would have bitten if he'd let it touch skin. Harry jumped and cut, Potter clean, severing the chain before it found purchase. Dumbledore followed with a hammer blow of force. Harry threw a ward that bent, screamed, held. Good, Dumbledore said, almost gentle. You've learned a great deal. Harry didn't answer. He moved. A black feint left, a hex right, a stinging curse low to test knee reflexes. Dumbledore batted them aside with contemptuous flicks. He summoned the air hot and threw it like a wall. Harry rolled under it and felt his hair singe. The crowd made sounds. Harry tuned them out. Dumbledore raised his wand and the ground buckled. Harry threw a lattice of Potter wards and rode the buckles. Dumbledore painted the air with light and shook fire out of it. Harry broke the fire into sparks before it ate his lungs. He got a cutting hex through Dumbledore's sleeve and saw a slash of blood. It slowed the old man for maybe a heartbeat. Impressive, Dumbledore said. His eyes were bright. But not enough. He stepped and vanished and reappeared in Harry's blind spot. Harry had anticipated that move because Snape had drilled it into him until he woke up swearing. He twisted, black quick, and threw a banisher point blank. Dumbledore's shield drank it and spat it back. Harry took it on his shoulder and skidded. Pain flared. He bit it and stayed up. Dumbledore's next spell wasn't pretty. It was efficient. It sliced past Harry's cheek with a cold hiss and left heat and blood. He tasted iron. He answered with a breaker's curse he'd sworn he'd only use on people trying to kill him. Dumbledore blocked it with an old-fashioned, stupidly simple block and sent a rope of light to tie Harry's wand hand to his ankle. Harry broke it, breath loud in his ears. Yield, Dumbledore said, and meant it. There's no need to play this out. I'm not trying to beat you with power, Harry panted. And you know that. Dumbledore's mouth thinned. He moved faster. It wasn't fancy now. It was pressure. Harry blocked, deflected, struck quick where there was tiny space, took hits when he had to. His side burned where a curse grazed him. His left wrist felt wrong as he parried a spell that should have shattered it. He breathed shallow to keep the pain from climbing into his throat. Dumbledore wasn't breathing hard. That was the problem. He should have been sweating like a man his age. He wasn't. The net held him up. It was time. Harry changed his angle and let Dumbledore hit his shield, hard. The impact rang through his bones and made spots dance. He used the ring of it to hide his first counter, whispered through his teeth. A Peveril resonator slid into the bright scaffold of Dumbledore's aura and made one corner buzz wrong. Dumbledore blinked. You could miss the blink if you didn't know him. Harry did. He circled. He let Dumbledore catch his hair with a freezing curse and snap it off at the ends because it bought him 3 seconds where the old man was amused. He laced a Potter ward through a block and tuned it to the frequency he'd felt in those old diagrams, the one that sat under the ribcage and held too steady. The ward kissed Dumbledore's aura and made it stutter for a heartbeat. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Don't, he said softly. Harry smiled, a small, mean thing. What's wrong, he said. Feeling your age? Dumbledore moved to close and break his neck in 3 spells. Harry let him. He let the Elder Wand's rhythm meet his blackguard and then, at the exact moment the wand sang high, he jammed the binding counter into it. For 6 beats the Elder Wand didn't sing to Dumbledore. It sang to Harry. That was enough to land the 3rd piece, the alchemical disruption that unbalanced the repair magic. It was delicate. It was like leaning on a table until one leg slid. Dumbledore stumbled. Only a step. Only a fraction. His eyes flashed panic, and he hit it so fast only someone who knew panic like a taste would have seen it. Harry didn't back off. He pressed. He threw simple, unpretty hexes with perfect timing. He used the cheap ones that landed a fraction of a beat after the fancy shield resets. He nicked Dumbledore's calf. He hit his wrist. He cut 2 hair-thin lines across his forearm where a lattice line sat in the diagrams. The crowd saw small blood. Harry saw something else. The glow of the net flicker. Dumbledore snarled under his breath. "How did you?" "Peveril Lord," Harry said. He spat blood. "Same books you studied. I read them properly." Dumbledore's face went still. He changed tactics and tried to end it fast, which told Harry he'd guessed right. He pulled power that made the wards hum and threw it in a shape that would have cracked stone. Harry dropped flat and threw his last resonator under it where it would look like the echo. A bit. The lattice stuttered again. The Elder Wand keened, brief and thin. Harry felt the shift like a sigh. The repair magic hiccuped. The normal damage a body ignores stopped being ignored. Not all at once. That wasn't how it worked. Knees twinged like real knees. Breath pulled a fraction shorter. Eyes dried. Dumbledore felt it and went for Harry's throat with old fury. He made the ground try to eat Harry again. He threw ropes and chains. He conjured a flock of glass birds with razors for wings and sent them to blind. Harry smashed them with a black blast that left his hand numb and shoved a Potter shield against a curse dull and gray and fatal. He felt the moment the lattice slipped another notch. Dumbledore's right hand trembled. Sweat beaded under the hair at his temple. His breath got loud. "Yield," Dumbledore snapped, and now there was anger. "Don't think so," Harry said. He hit him in the left shoulder with a spell that should have stung and watched Dumbledore wince like an old man. He went for the ribs with a simple stunner and watched Dumbledore's block come a fraction late. He threw another resonator to herniate the net where it crossed the sternum and watched the glow dim further. Dumbledore fought harder. He was still strong. He still had technique that made the air ring. He cut Harry's thigh and Harry nearly went to a knee. He burned Harry's forearm and Harry smelled his own skin. He punched through a shield and hit Harry's chest hard enough to send him sliding, lungs on fire. Harry got up. He couldn't feel 2 fingers. He adjusted. Dumbledore lifted his wand and whipped a curse that had killed men. Harry met it with a Potter wall and poured everything into the tune rather than the thickness. He sang the wall at the same frequency as the lattice and pushed. Dumbledore's face changed. The wall hit the net, not the man, and the net sang wrong. It snapped. Not completely. Enough. Time caught him. It was visible. His hair seemed to gray more in a breath. Lines deepened. The whites of his eyes went a little yellow. The way he stood shifted. He wasn't a god in a book anymore. He was a very old man who had carried too much power for too long. He realized it, and for one ugly second, fear showed. Harry didn't gloat. He closed. He cut him across the wand forearm and knocked the Elder Wand sideways. He didn't try to take it. That was a story for another day. He hit Dumbledore with a stunner tuned to a frequency that wouldn't kill an old heart but would put him on the floor. Dumbledore dropped to one knee. The chamber was dead silent. Harry lowered his wand. His hands shook. Blood dripped from his forearm and ticked on the stone. "Albus Dumbledore," he said, voice raw. "By right of combat, I claim victory." The wards accepted it. The old rules glowed once and sank. Dumbledore looked up at him. For the first time, he looked his age. He opened his mouth like he wanted to say something kind and wise and controlling. Nothing came out. Madame Marchbanks banged her staff once. Hard. "So noted," she said. "Oris will take the accused into custody pending investigation." Shackles clicked. Not dampening cuffs. Real ones. Dawlish looked gutted and proud at once as he did the job. Hestia stood at the barrier with a shattered look and didn't move to stop them. Minerva McGonagall sat like stone. Knuckles white on the bench edge. Eyes wet and furious in ways that had nothing to do with Harry. Harry's knees went weak. The pain in his leg arrived now that the adrenaline let it. The world tilted. Daphne was already moving. She was a line of heat and steady hands as she slid under his good shoulder and took weight. "Got you," she breathed. Don't drop me, he muttered, trying not to laugh because it would hurt. Idiot, she said, voice shaking. You absolute idiot. Snape appeared at his other side and got him under the other arm without comment. Walk, he said. If you faint in the ring, they will remember the image for 50 years. Good pep talk, Harry wheezed. And they got him off the stone and into the side room where the Medi-Wizards made noises and started fussing. He woke in a bed that didn't feel like home but smelled like fresh linen and antiseptic. The ceiling was too white. The pain was there but dulled, organized into sensible boxes by healer magic. Daphne sat on a chair to his left with her boots off and her hair a mess and her eyes like she'd cried in a corridor and refused to in the room. She smiled when he blinked at her. It made his chest hurt in a way that wasn't a wound. Still alive, she said. Barely, he said. How bad? Cuts, burns, bruises, cracked rib, torn quad, she said, counting. Nothing you'll die of if you sit still for once. He looked to the right. Snape stood at the foot of the bed like a guard who'd forgotten how to sit and didn't intend to remember. Kingsley leaned on the wall, arms crossed, two clerks asleep on a bench under coats. Did we? Harry started. You did, Snape said. His voice didn't have the bite it usually did. It is done. Dumbledore? Harry asked. In custody, Susan said, appearing in the doorway with a sheaf of papers and ink on her fingers. Pending trial. Vote of no confidence stands. He has been removed from all committees. The minister is pretending this was his idea. Luna popped her head in under Susan's arm. The prophet printed a special edition with your duel on page 1, she said. The drawing didn't get your nose right, but everything else is close. Harry closed his eyes and let a breath out. Came back shaky. Public reaction? He asked. Chaos, Daphne said. Some people are cheering. Some people are acting like the sun fell. Some are angry at you. Some are angrier at themselves for not seeing it. Some think you cheated because they can't stand the idea that you beat him at his own subject. I didn't cheat, he said. I know, she said. Snape folded his arms. The network is collapsing, he said. Without his weight, the web has no center. Some will still hold out of habit or belief. Others are free for the first time in decades and don't know whether to be frightened or relieved. Captured allies? Harry asked, even though he could see two of them asleep. Kingsley is here, Susan said. The clerks signed sworn statements. Dawlish is angry and confused. Proudfoot is keeping her head down. Healer March is considering a new career. And Hermione? Harry asked quietly. Daphne's eyes met his. Guarded. Obeying. Her parents are out of the country. She's writing everything she remembers for Bones. She cries in the bathroom and then comes back and writes more. He swallowed. It hurt and didn't. Good. Silence held for a bit. The hospital was a bubble that made things seem like they might be normal if you stared hard enough. Is it over? He asked, like a child asking about a storm. Snape's mouth twisted. This part is, he said. You still have a snake to kill. Right, Harry said. That. Daphne squeezed his hand under the sheet. We'll handle it, she said. One war at a time. He nodded and let his eyes close for a second. He could have slept for a year. He could have staggered back into the street and started again. Both feelings lived in him at once. He opened his eyes again because if he slept now, the adrenaline would leave, and when he woke the world would be different, and he wasn't ready to be that person yet. Who's with Dumbledore? He asked. 2 Aurors, Susan said. Hestia demanded to sit outside the cell. She refused 3 times and then sat anyway. McGonagall brought a blanket and a look I wouldn't wish on anyone. Doge cried in a corridor. Fletcher tried to sell a story and got punched. Harry huffed a breath that wanted to be a laugh. It hurt. He didn't stop it. Trial? He asked. Soon, Susan said. Bones is pushing for 2 weeks. The minister wants 3 months. We'll land somewhere in the middle. It doesn't matter. He's not walking into the Wisengamot as Chief Warlock ever again. Voldemort will react, Snape said. Quiet. He will not like losing his favorite opponent. It unbalances his story. I'm fresh out of sympathy, Harry said. Good, Snape said. Save it for people who deserve it. Daphne stood and came to the side of the bed and put her palm by his cheek without touching because there were bandages. We did it, she said. There was wonder underneath the tired. Yeah, Harry said. It didn't feel like fireworks. It felt like stillness after noise. He took it. Kingsley pushed off the wall and came closer. He looked like a man who'd fought a war for too long and wasn't done. He put a hand on the rail. You forced him to be what he is, he said. Not the story, the man. Harry didn't know what to do with that, so he nodded. Luna leaned on the doorframe upside down somehow and smiled at him. You didn't die, she said. That's very useful for future plans. Thanks, Luna, he said. Neville stuck his head in behind her with dirt on his shirt and a grin that made him look 12 for a second. The vine got promoted, he said. It strangled an Auror's boot so hard he cried. Tell it well done, Harry said. I did, Neville said earnestly. The Medi-Wizard came back with a tray and made a disapproving noise about the number of people in the room. Susan waved a paper at him. We've got an exemption, she lied calmly. He left muttering. Harry looked at Daphne. We're not safe, he said. It wasn't fear. It was a fact. No, she said, but we're safer. Dumbledore? He asked again, because some part of him needed the reassurance said twice. In a cell, she said. Old, angry, not a god. Good, he said, and his eyes burned for a second in a way that wasn't from smoke. He lay back and let the healing charms hum. The room's sounds were ordinary. Paper, chairs, a kettle somewhere down the hall. It felt wrong and perfect. Now what? He asked, not because he expected an answer, because he needed the air moving. Now we rest, Daphne said firmly. Then we plan the next thing. Specific, he said. I'm very wise, she said. Snape sniffed. Appalling. Luna hummed something that might have been a lullaby if you tilted your head. Neville started listing plants in alphabetical order like he didn't know he was doing it. Susan wrote a sentence and underlined it twice. Harry closed his eyes because Daphne's hand hovered and he wanted sleep now, finally. He saw Dumbledore's face when the net slipped. Not fear of death. Fear of losing the world he'd built in his head. Harry thought of the Peveril texts and how knowledge wasn't moral or immoral until someone used it. He thought of using it to break a man who had used it to own everyone else. He opened his eyes. We won, he said, to hear the words. We did, Daphne said. Go to sleep. He did. Not long. Enough. When he woke again, the colors in the room had changed a little and the noise outside was different. He sat up slowly and didn't feel like he might fall apart. Daphne slept curled in the chair with her head against the wall. Snape was gone, then appeared in the doorway like he'd never moved, with a cup of tea that steamed. Drink, Snape said. Harry took it. It tasted like leaves and iron and the end of something. He set it down and looked at the door. We're not finished, he said. No, Snape said, but one architect is off the board. Harry looked at Daphne sleeping and at the marks on his arms and at his hands, which shook only a little now. Good, he said. Let's build something better in the gap. Snape's mouth did a thing like it wanted to agree and refused. Try not to be sentimental, he said. It's unbecoming. Get used to disappointment, Harry said, and for the first time in what felt like years, the joke didn't taste like ash. Outside, the ministry would be scrambling. The prophet would be printing retractions and defenses and accusations. Families would be at breakfast tables arguing. Some people would be laying down banners they had carried too long. Some would be picking up new ones. Inside, for one small slice of time, Harry let himself feel the simple truth. They'd pulled people out of cells. They'd shown the truth to a room that liked lies. They'd taken a tyrant's crutch and snapped it. It wasn't clean. It never would be. It was enough for today. He closed his eyes again. Daphne's fingers found his without waking. He held on. Harry stepped out of the lift into the ministry atrium, and the air felt different. Quieter somehow. The fountain still roared, but the hush around it wasn't fear anymore. It was people trying to work out how to look him in the eye. 3 days since the duel. 3 days of headlines and statements and questions that never stopped. He could feel the stares on the back of his neck, the little dips of silence that followed him. He kept walking. Daphne matched his pace, shoulder brushing his. "You good?" "No," he said, "but I'm here." "Same thing today." She nodded toward the security desk. "They'll make it annoying." The guard stood when he saw them and went red in the face. "Lord Potter, Black Peveril, sir."
Mom.
"Sorry. Do you still need to?" "Wand," Harry said, and set it on the counter. Let the quill write his name. Let the metal arch sniff at him. The guard's hands shook as he returned the wand like it was a relic. "Good luck," the guard blurted. "Thanks," Harry said. He meant it. They took the next lift. It rattled. Daphne rolled her shoulders and smoothed her robes. He hated the heavy cloth. Hated the way it announced things he hadn't chosen. But the rings mattered today. He wore all 3. "You'll be fine," she said. "You know the motions better than any of them. If I say something stupid, elbow me. I'll break a rib if I have to." He huffed a breath. The lift clanged open onto the Wisingamot level. Voices leaked under the great double doors. A swarm, not a roar. He didn't miss that either. "Potter." Kingsley waited by the anteroom door, tie crooked for once. He squeezed Harry's forearm, then nodded to Daphne. "They're restless." "Good," Harry said. "Restless people vote faster." "Or dumber," Daphne said under her breath. "Daphne," Kingsley said deadpan. "Always a comfort." A clerk opened the great doors. The chamber hit him with cool air and candlelight and the smell of wax and old wood. Banners hung heavy. Heads turned. The murmur didn't stop, but it changed pitch. Madam Marchbanks raised the staff. "This emergency session is called to order." The knock cut the noise. "We proceed to the first order of business. Motions submitted by Lord Potter regarding structural reforms and inquiries." Harry walked to the speaking circle. The wards tasted him again, sharp citrus, then gone. He set his packet on the stand and looked at faces. Some were openly hostile. Some looked ill. Some were watching like he was a curiosity at a fair. He didn't clear his throat. He didn't deliver a speech. "You all have the documents," he said. "They say what they say. Dumbledore's trial will handle crimes. This is about preventing the next one." A rustle. "My motions are simple. 1. Split the Chief Warlock's power across 3 rotating officers, procedure, ethics, and oversight. Term limits. No repeats inside 10 years. 2. Independent Guardian Oversight Board chosen by mixed houses and a Muggle-born panel, with goblin auditors attached. 3. Mandatory financial audits for any official with influence over minors or funds. 4. A firewall between Hogwarts governance and Wisingamot positions. You can't hold both. 5. A public right of access log for wellness holds and detentions. If you restrain someone, it's recorded and reviewed. A hand shot up, a narrow-faced witch with a voice like steel filings. "This is an insult to the traditions of this body." Harry looked at her. "Tradition covered for him," he said, flat. "It won't again." Murmurs. Bones leaned forward slightly, eyes on the room, measuring. An old wizard with liver spots lifted his chin. "You presume much, boy. You think you can come in here with your newspapers and your duels." "Lord Abbot," Marchbanks said, warning in it. "I presume nothing," Harry said. "You all watched a man lose a duel because he'd built a structure that let him ignore the rules for 50 years. You can pretend this is about me for another week if it makes you feel less stupid. But when you stop pretending, these are the bare minimum. That tone will not help, someone hissed. Then try facts, Daphne murmured just loud enough for the nearest bench to hear. Bones stood. House Bones seconds the motions to enter debate. Seconded, Kingsley said. He was still technically consultant, but no one was going to tell him to sit down right now, and he knew it. Marchbanks nodded. Debate is open. It went on. Heated, then scorching. A few of Dumbledore's loyalists tried to frame it as a witch hunt. They used phrases like good intentions and in wartime, until someone in the public gallery laughed and didn't bother to hide it. Others, more than Harry expected, stood and admitted they'd been asleep at the wheel. Hestia Jones, voice rough, said, "We chose an easy story over a hard truth. We won't again." A lean wizard with a scar under his ear raised a point about goblin involvement. Why, he demanded. Should goblins audit wizard finances? Fanklaw's voice floated from the gallery without him standing. Because wizards proved they cannot audit their own, he said, calm as cut glass. A handful of heads snapped back to the paper stacks in front of them. Bones laid out the Guardian Oversight Board method in crisp bullets. Susan, in the gallery, handed up a draft with little sticky flags on the clauses that would make people stumble. Daphne kept passing Harry notes where a phrase could be tighter or a trap lay. Harry took half of them. He knew when to let someone else be better at a thing. At one point, a robed man in purple tried to rise into a speech that started, "You must understand that, Albus," and the room hissed at him like a kettle. He sat back down red-faced. 3 hours in, Marchbanks called the votes one by one. The split-chair reform passed by 8. The Guardian Board passed by 6 after Bones added a sunset clause to force review in 2 years. The firewall between Hogwarts governance and the Wisengamot barely made it. Minerva's impassive face didn't move. The audit sailed through after Fanklaw raised one white eyebrow and 3 undecided hands flipped like spooked birds. Finally, nomination for interim posts. Names started bouncing, old, new, hopeful, cynical. 2 of the old guard tried to put Harry forward for something, anything to fix optics. Harry said no, before Marchbanks could even look at him. "I'm not taking a seat. I'm not taking a title. I'll vote when my houses need me to. That's it." "That's irresponsible," someone snapped. "It's appropriate," he said. "You don't need me running anything. You need me not to become the thing I just broke." That landed like a small stone in a still pond. Ripples. A few thoughtful looks. One furious one. When it ended, people half stood and half sat, unsure whether to clap or spit. Harry didn't wait for either. He felt Daphne's hand at his elbow and walked. In the corridor, the noise dropped like a curtain. He leaned a shoulder against cool stone. Daphne looked him over. "You kept your temper," she said, a little surprised, a little proud. "I'm learning," he said. He swallowed. The back of his throat felt raw from talking too long. "Water." She handed him a flask. "You handled Abbott. I wanted to hex him." "I know." She squeezed his hand once. "Quick. Next." "Snape," he said. "Before he decides I'm avoiding him." "You are," she said. "Yeah." Snape had taken over a little meeting room 2 floors down like he was daring someone to evict him. The blinds were half closed. The room smelled like ink and tea and the faint sharpness that clung to his robes always. He didn't look up when they came in. "You were long," he said, writing something with the exactness of a man measuring out poison. "It was a parliament," Harry said. "They like to hear themselves." Snape finished the line, set his quill carefully in the stand, and sat back. He looked at Harry for a full 3 seconds without speaking. The silence wasn't hostile. It was measuring. "You did not grandstand," he said finally. "I am forced to revise 3 of my predictions." "Try 4, Daphne said, dry. Snape's mouth twitched. "Miss Greengrass," he said, "your fingers are ink-stained. Susan Bones. Drafting, she said. He hummed. Sit, he said to Harry. Harry sat. The chair creaked. His ribs still complained if he moved too fast. He didn't. There are words, Snape said, tone clipped as ever, that I have no interest in saying. And yet, he folded his hands once, tight and deliberate. I was wrong about today. You were strategic, contained, useful. Harry blinked. Thanks. Do not get used to it, Snape said, but he looked away like the words had a heat to them. We were both instruments. The slight pause the word cost him was worse than a flinch. That does not vanish because he sits in a cell. No, Harry said, it doesn't. I will return to Hogwarts when term resumes, Snape said. There is value in a familiar devil in a familiar dungeon. The children do not benefit from a parade of temporary martyrs. Harry let out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. I was going to offer you something else. Post. Grimald, the network. But... No, Snape said, fast and soft. You do not want me in your house. You want me where I can watch and lie and tell you when to run. That is a service, not a friendship. I didn't say. I know what you didn't say, Snape said. He rubbed 2 fingers over his temple briefly, the only tell that the last week had gutted him too. Potter. The name came bare. You will be tempted to fill the vacuum with yourself. You are precisely the sort of fool people follow. Do not. Harry met his eyes. That's the plan. Good, Snape said. Then we have an understanding. He stood like he was about to bolt, then didn't. He held out a hand, palm open. It surprised Harry more than anything that had happened all morning. They shook. Snape's grip was firm and cold. When he let go, he tucked his hands back into his sleeves like he'd shown too much. Try not to die, Snape said. It will make my timetable inconvenient. I'll do my best, Harry said. Daphne leaned against the door and watched both of them like a proud aunt and a suspicious barrister in one person. Tea? She offered to cut the heat. No, Snape said, and swept out, robes doing the thing. Harry sat for another beat. His hands shook. Daphne rested her chin briefly on the top of his head. You two are ridiculous, she murmured. He's something, Harry said. Yours, she said, in the way he can be anyone's. He nodded once, then pushed to his feet. Gringotts. Fangclaw will pretend to smile, she said. Brace your wallet. Fangclaw's office felt like it always did. Stone, metal, the scrape of ledgers, the distant clink of something expensive moving somewhere Harry couldn't see. 2 guards flanked the door with their axes low but present. Fangclaw didn't stand. He didn't need to. Lord Potter, he said. Lady Greengrass. Fangclaw, Harry said, and sat when gestured. Daphne took the chair to his left and uncapped a pen without asking. Goblins liked quills. Daphne didn't care. That dynamic worked in its own strange way. Reparations, Fangclaw said, as if saying Tuesday. He slid a stack of documents forward. Sums withdrawn under the false guardianship will be restored with penalty. At Gringotts' rate. He added, just enough steel in it to make several generations of wizards' ghosts flinch. How bad is the number? Harry asked. Not bad for you, Fangclaw said. His teeth showed, which was not a smile. Devastating for anyone who assumed goblin memory is short. We'll use a portion to set up a fund, Harry said, for those who were detained or bankrupted under the wellness excuse. Stipends. Legal fees. Fangclaw's eyes narrowed, calculating. Goblins will administer? Jointly, Daphne said smoothly. 2 goblin trustees, 2 human, 1 neutral picked by both. All transactions audited by Gringotts. All names public. Fangclaw drummed 3 claws once. Acceptable. Goblin rights, Harry said. The Oversight Board has goblin auditors in the draft. They'll try to water it down. We'll fight it. Faunclaw inclined his head a fraction. We noticed, he said. We also noticed which houses voted nay. They'll adjust, Daphne said. They like money. They like power, Faunclaw corrected. Money is only a measure. We can continue to do business, Lord Potter. Your accounts are extensive. The slight pause again. Managing 3 houses requires staff. We will propose candidates. I don't want courtiers, Harry said. I want boring people who can count. Boring is a premium product, Faunclaw said dryly. He slid another document over. Contract addendum. Terms of privacy. Your household will appreciate it. Harry read. Daphne read faster. Pen clicking softly against the desk when she hit a clause she didn't like. This one, she said, tapping. Language lets a senior manager open a ledger for public safety. Define it. Faunclaw and Daphne narrowed language like 2 duelists fencing with commas. Harry watched them work with a tight feeling in his chest that wasn't fear. It was something like relief, like letting specialists be specialists without plotting against him. They signed. The ink shimmered, then sank. Faunclaw leaned back. You have chosen not to claim positions here, he said. Wise. We prefer customers to politicians. Harry's mouth twitched. Noted. Do not die, Faunclaw said. It makes closing books untidy. Is that goblin for good luck? Daphne asked. No, Faunclaw said. It is goblin for do not die. We'll try not to, Harry said, and meant it. He almost turned left at the corridor to avoid her. He felt the urge like a tug. Daphne saw it. You don't have to, she said. I do, he said, and turned right instead. Hermione sat in one of the smaller Gringotts' waiting rooms because it was neutral ground and because it had a door she could stare at. She looked smaller than he remembered, which he hated himself for thinking. Her hair was tied back hard. There were deep lines around her mouth that didn't belong to someone her age. She stood when he walked in, then sat again because she seemed to remember she'd promised herself not to make this dramatic. Daphne nodded once and closed the door behind them without leaving. Hermione's eyes flicked to her. No challenge, just relief, maybe, that it wasn't just the 2 of them in a room with old Hurt. Hi, Hermione said. Her voice was hoarse. Hi, Harry said. Silence sat in the middle for a few beats. Hermione picked at a loose thread on her sleeve and made herself stop. I'm not going to ask you to forgive me, she said. I won't insult you like that. He swallowed. Okay. She rubbed her eyes with the base of her palm once hard. He had Mum and Dad. He had their real names on paper. He had charges ready. He talked like it was help, like I could keep you safe. I knew it was rubbish and I still... She shut her mouth, breathed. I told him things. All of it. I tried not to. That's worthless to say. He stared down at his hands. The knuckles were still bruised faintly. You told him everything. Yes, she said, voice small. I did. You could have told me, he said. Came out too fast, too raw. She flinched. I know. I tried to. Twice. I walked to your door and She shook her head. I was a coward. He let out a breath that shook and wouldn't stop. He's very good, he said, at the choices that aren't. That doesn't make it. Okay, they said together, and it might have been the only moment of the old rhythm left. She laughed once, broken, then bit it off. I'm going to help the board, she said, too brisk. The guardian oversight. They need people who actually read the laws and not whatever that was. You'll be good at it, he said. He meant it. It hurt. I am sorry, she said, quieter. For what that's worth. Not much. It's not nothing, he said. But it's not enough. She nodded. I know. She stood like she'd used up the courage she had banked for the day. At the door she stopped, hand on the frame. You were always more than the story they made you. I should have remembered sooner. She swallowed. Be careful. You too, he said. When she'd gone, He stayed in the chair and looked at the indent her weight had left in the cushion until it puffed out and vanished. Daphne didn't say, "You did well." She put her hand on the back of his neck and left it there until the shaking stopped. "It never feels right," she said. "No," he said, "it doesn't." They cooked because it was the opposite of all that. Grimald Place's kitchen had finally stopped smelling like mold and misery. Daphne moved like she'd done this in 100 quiet houses. He burnt the first pancake, swore, and flipped the next one clean. Creature muttered and pretended not to approve. They ate at the scarred table with their knees touching. Outside, the square was quiet for once. Inside, cutlery scraped plates and the kettle clicked. "I'm tired," Harry said. The words fell out before he could dress them up. "Yeah," she said. "Me too." He looked at the wall because it was easier than her face. "What if I turn into him?" he blurted. "Not robes and lemon drops, but the other thing, the plans that eat people." "You won't." "How do you know?" "Because you just asked that," she said. "Because you hate the idea enough to say it out loud. Because you put checks on yourself in public. Because you let me elbow you when you get too shiny. Because you'll put people between you and the lever, and you'll listen when they say, "Stop." "I like being right," he said, trying to make a joke and almost managing it. "You like winning," she said. "Different thing. We'll keep it different." He nodded, then put his face in his hands for a second. When he looked up, she was watching him with a softness that wasn't pity. "What do we do next?" he asked. "Sleep," she said. "Then we make a list." He choked out a laugh. "Very you." "Very us," she corrected. She reached across and took his hand. "I'm not going anywhere." "I don't deserve you," he said. "Probably not," she said and bumped his knee. "But I'm not letting you off that easy." They took their dishes to the sink and bumped shoulders and didn't move away. He kissed her in the quiet there. Slow.
No, Harry.
No promises they couldn't keep. Just here. Later, upstairs, they lay in bed with the window cracked and cool air on their faces. He traced a line on her wrist with his thumb, counting heartbeat beats. Her breathing evened. His followed. "Daphne?" he said into the dark. "Thank you." "Go to sleep, Potter." He did, properly this time. No dreams he could remember. Morning light cut across the floorboards. He woke to the smell of toast and something with cinnamon and the sound of a low radio in the kitchen that Creature refused to admit he liked. He lay still long enough to watch the dust motes move. He didn't feel like a stone was on his chest. "New." Daphne padded back in with 2 mugs and a look that said she'd been up long enough to write a list and tear it up at least once. She handed him 1 mug and sat on the edge of the bed. He took a sip and made a face. "What is this?" "Strong," she said. "You've got meetings." "No," he said. "We had meetings yesterday. Today we have toast." That was the plan. She hesitated a beat, then set her mug down. And then this came. She handed him a folded slip. The seal was new. Bones' office. He broke it with a thumb. Death Eater activity reported. Wiltshire Farmstead. 240. 3 Muggle deaths. Mark in sky. Orison seen. Voldemort not sighted. Inquiries opened. B. His stomach went cold then hot. He stared at the words until they blurred. Daphne's hand slid over his knee. "Okay," he said. Sounded steady. He didn't feel steady. "So that's next." "Different war," she said. "Different enemy." "Worse," he said. "Cleaner," she said. "He doesn't lie about what he is. He wants to burn. We stop him burning." He scrubbed a hand over his face. "Do we have to?" "Yes," she said, and there was no softness in it. "But it's your choice this time." He looked up. Her eyes were steady and bright and a little sad. He breathed. "I choose it," he said. "Good," she said. "Then we plan." They ate toast over the sink like normal people. He wrote Wilts on the top of a blank page and then Azkaban, status, and then Horcrux, solution that doesn't kill me, and underlined it twice. Daphne added recruit, Ors not loyal to anyone but law and international. Contact, Grindelwald survivors, and Goblin Treaty leverage for supplies. They talked through what they didn't know. They wrote down what they did. They circled Hermione, Board, and Neville, plants, and Snape, intel/acclimacy refreshers. He called Kingsley and got 3 words. On it, noon. Before the call cut to static and a curse and the sound of someone yelling, clear. They got dressed in clothes you could run in. Daphne pulled her hair back tight. He checked the wand fit in the holster and the spare in his boot. He looked at the rings and didn't feel owned by them. Tools, not shackles. He could live with that. At the door, he stopped. She did too. The house was quiet. The day outside wasn't. We're really doing this, he said. We are, she said. Scared. Always, she said. You? Yeah. He took her hand. Let's go be boring people who count. She snorted. We're terrible at boring. We can try, he said. They stepped out into a street that didn't care what they did, which was freeing. The sun sat low, thin and pale. Somewhere out there, people were dead because a man who loved power liked to watch the world twitch. Harry felt heat rise under his skin that wasn't rage and wasn't fear. It was a thing like purpose, cleaner than anything he'd felt in months. Together, Daphne said, squeezing his fingers once. Together, he echoed. They disapparated with a crack that echoed off the brick and faded. The square swallowed the sound. The house settled. Upstairs, the list on the table fluttered in the draft from the open window. 3 words in Harry's blocky hand sat at the top of the page and didn't move. Don't become him. Underneath, in Daphne's sharper script, you won't. Not while I can elbow.